Hey, hello young maker, hello you say, welcome. How you doing? Hi. Hope you're doing great. We're gonna start. Give me a second. I think we can start already. Yeah, let's just start. Yo, hello yugioh, welcome. What about you? I just ate. I feel so full right now. Full. There's no music today. I don't know. I'm just gonna go straight to it. Straight into it. Straight. I don't know. Let's watch. Well, the volume.
Railbacks and railcars. Welcome to a remaster of the first episode of the most prestigious segment of Rank 10 Yu-Gi-Oh! Proudly titled Legacy of the Worthless.
Alright. I think we got this. Legacy of the Worthless. Legacy of the Worthless Mech Lord reshuffled. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, railbacks and railcars, welcome to a remaster of the first episode of the most prestigious.
Wait, hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen, railbacks and rail.
Wait, hold on. No. What is the okay? I was busy shiny hunting. Nice. Did you get something? Did you get any shinies that you wanted? What are you shiny hunting for? Before we start. 5 shinies, Jesus. Wows. But were those the shinies that you wanted? I feel like that's the most important part. What is this? What is this recommended? Well, we're gonna talk about it after this video. Arbok, 2 Pidgeys, Whirlipede. Oh, Arbok, Pidgeys, and Whirlipede. Wait, what game is that? Ignore me. We have to start with the video, but we can talk about it later. In CA? Wait, there is. Oh yeah, I don't know what happened to me. Yeah, those are in that game. Yeah. All right, let's watch. Legacy of the Worthless Mech Lord reshuffle. Let's watch.
Ladies and gentlemen, railbacks and railcars,
What did you call me?
Welcome to a remaster of the first episode of the most prestigious segment of Rank 10 Yu-Gi-Oh! Proudly titled Legacy of the Worthless.
Wait, the first one was from Mech Lord. And this is, I'm surprised because this is only like 13 minutes. This usually goes for like way longer. Is this? Wait, this is an April Fool's video. This is an April. Yeah, you sent. Someone recommended an April Fool's video. Okay.
In this series, we will focus on archetypes that are so bad, so unbelievably unplayable, and yet somehow have so much support that doesn't do much in the way of helping themselves win, as well as the precise reason why they are unplayable and what could have helped them be a tad better. We will also respect the artistic vision behind the original video. This one is by the fans, for the fans. Before we start the analysis,
I'm scared. I actually don't know what to expect because now that I know this is an April Fool's video, like from 5 days ago, I'm like, okay.
Today's topic, we should first cover what exactly constitutes as a terrible archetype. Everyone who has played the game for a decent amount of time would agree that the fundamentals of a good deck are consistency, power, not comeback ability because it's a silly phrase, but recovery, protection, and versatility. These categories are professionally picked out by a team of Montenegrin beekeepers and are entirely objective, so I myself decided to lay them out as the basis for analyzing the faults of the archetypes I review in this series. An archetype may hit hard and have lots of protection, but lacking the ability to make a comeback when its boss monster is down, for example.
Wait, do we still actually like hello Laser? Do we actually care about recovery is comeback? Because I feel like modern decks usually don't. Maybe I'm overanalyzing, maybe I'm overthinking about this, but I feel like recovery is not a thing that matters anymore. It's like because most decks like go second and then just like go first and that's the plan, right? And you make like the best board possible, and you go second and you have like the best way to break the opponent's board. Is recovery still, because recovery implies that there is a lot of back and forth, which I don't think happens anymore. Well, not in the way that I'm thinking about it. Like the back and forth happens in the same turn, I don't know.
The ability to make a comeback when its boss monster is down. For example, my dearest ranked and lines. Or a deck could have lots of search power and has a potentially victorious matchup against lots of decks, but lacks the sheer strength in attack or effects to do so consistently against the meta. For example, Mimigulls. A terrible archetype would be one that doesn't excel in any of these categories.
Wow,
or
I
maybe
wonder
just
why.
excels badly in one of them. But it's okay, because every deck is good and there are no bad decks. Yay. With all that said, let us talk about a disaster Konami wanted to end the Synchro era with, Mech Lords. An anti-Synchro archetype that barely works against Synchros themselves, let alone anything else. Hunter cards and archetypes weren't exactly anything new when Mech Lords appeared. For example, a long time ago there was Buster Blader, who got off on killing dragons. Not much before Mech Lords there were Allies of Justice, which worked on destroying light monsters, and I couldn't think of any other examples. But none of these really
I'm trying to think of something, but I cannot think of anything. I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is. Don't worry, we're gonna get to the other videos later. We're gonna get to the other videos.
hit a scale as broad as Mech Lords. An archetype dedicated to efficiently fighting an entire monster category? Surely they would represent a fearsome force in the meta dominated by synchro monsters. Well, there we have our first problem with Mech Lords. The focus on a single monster category prevents them from being useful in any duel that doesn't involve that specific category.
Yeah.
Match them up against any deck not focused on synchros, and they already lose a good 73.59% of their already weak utility. So I guess we can cross out the versatility part right away. But hey, maybe they're just so good at killing synchros that they simply couldn't be allowed to use their powers on anything else? Let's take a look at their monster lineup. First of all, the three Mech Lord Emperors: Skeel, Granul, and Weisel.
I'm already like, oh, what are these effects, dude? They are already so long. I still don't know. We're 2 minutes in, and I'm still not sure if this is an actual April Fool's video. I still haven't. I don't know.
They're all surprisingly enough level 1 monsters that share the same special summoning condition. They can only be special summoned from your hand when a monster you control is destroyed by a card effect, and while they're on the field, other monsters you control cannot attack. For such an incredibly cool and forward-thinking summoning condition, it makes sense that the attack restriction is a blow to both the Mech Lord's consistency and power. However, they also share another effect. Once per turn, you can target one synchro monster your opponent controls and equip it to the Mech Lord Emperor, which then gains attack equal to the total combined attack of the equipped monsters. See?
This doesn't seem like the... I mean, it seems like it should be really good, right? You just need to, you know, summon it.
Seeing how Weisel and Skeel have some very high attack values for level 1 monsters, managing to equip an opponent's synchro monster would not only clear their field by non-targeting removal, but also potentially get these monsters to at least 4000 attack, making for a crazy combo with off the camouflage armor. But wait, Granel has no attack. What's up with that? Well, you see, that's so it can be protected with 0-0. For making synergies that have never been made before. You see, Mech Lords also have their
Okay,
own
I think I understand the point that I'm missing the jokes because I don't know anything about this archetype, right? And I don't know the other cards, so maybe that's what I'm missing. I'm missing a lot of context here. The only April Fool here is Mech Lords. That's so funny. A Mech Lord for a synchro event could work, I guess.
effects, and Granel's is that he gains attack equal to half your life points, and he can also special summon the equipped synchro monsters to your side of the field. Skeel can send an equipped monster to the graveyard to attack the opponent directly for one turn, and Weisel can negate and destroy an opponent's spell card once per turn during either player's turn. I guess you could call these abilities halfway decent at best. If you can get the Grundle out early, he'll usually have 3 to 4000 attack. Weisel's spell negation is surprisingly relevant these days given all the prophecy players, and while direct attacking can be handy, especially with 2200 plus attack, I'm inclined to say Skeel is likely the worst of the three. I think the biggest flaw of this trio is the reliance on the opponent already controlling a synchro monster, meaning you cannot perform any interruptions. And God forbid they come up with another summoning mechanic after Pendulum. Still though, the Emperors definitely have the potential to hit hard, it's just that the possibility occurs once in every 5 Ds. But wait!
Once in every 5 Ds. That is so funny.
These Emperors each command an army, bringing us to the next step in the monster lineup, the Mech Lord armies, which are commanded by the Mech Lord Emperors as their armies. They're all level 4 monsters that gain measly attack increases if other Mech Lord monsters are on the field. Army of Granel gains 100 attack for each Mech Lord on the field except itself, and when it's normal summoned, you can target one monster and halve its attack. So
I'm guessing you didn't watch Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds because that's where they are from. Of course I didn't watch it. I'm gonna watch it like for the channel when we figured out the editing part. But yeah, that's the plan. Hello, Firgan. Welcome, welcome. Mechlords were competitive anti-meta OCG during certain Sourceful meta. Really? This video makes it sound like they were never useful. The later support makes them somewhat good. Really?
Basically, it's a worse Gale the Whirlwind, and even worse Spenta, but a better Tengli the Soldier Bomb. Army of Weisel also gains 100 attack, and it allows Mechlords to inflict piercing damage, only once per turn, and Army of Skill gains 200 attack when it's destroyed by battle.
Huh?
Army of Skill gains 200 attack, and when it's destroyed by battle, you can special summon any Mechlord army monster from your deck. On the contrary to the Emperors, in this case Weisel is the worst and Skill is easily the best. Army of Grenell can be sorta handy, but it's nothing worth writing home about, especially since nobody reads those. An Army of Skill helps with consistency, but it's still very slow and only summons another army, which is not very useful beyond stalling. The conclusion to this is, the Mechlord military budget needs more donations.
What is this? They are very meta dependent, so you have to face certain type of decks most of the time to be good. Yeah, of course, they need to be played when someone, like, you can only use them basically when the opponent is playing synchros. So what do you do? Is there a way to summon a synchro monster in the opponent's field? Is that it? Is maybe something like that? Maybe that will work if there is support that summons a synchro in the opponent's field. That would make sense. You made an A and B explaining it. An A and B that explains the story is crazy.
But apparently, the Emperors also have their own Emperors, as evidenced by their first boss monster, Mechlord Astro-Mechanical. This is a big, beefy level 12 with 4000 attack and defense, and can only be special summoned by discarding 3 Mechlord monsters. Why not also tributing, we shall never know. It has the Mechlord Emperor effect of equipping synchro monsters and gaining attack, and the unique effect is that once per turn, you can send one of the equipped monsters to the graveyard and burn your opponent by the value of its attack, but in that turn you cannot conduct your battle phase. This guy is like the textbook definition of an anime boss monster. Look at me, big attack, strong, burn damage, strong attack, big burn, attack! With no protection or utility to speak of. The -3 cost is also pretty damn steep, so I cannot help but feel mechanical just doesn't pay off. Befitting the name, this one is a complete ass throw. The ultimate boss monster, which for some reason is a...
Oh no, their boss monster just beat down, and they beat down harder when they face a synchro deck. Yeah, I can see it. Hello Francisco, welcome, welcome.
Lower level than the not ultimate one is Mechlord Astro Dragon Asterisk, the well-known companion to Obelisk. It can only be special summoned by controlling 3 or more Mechlord monsters, and when it's summoned, you can send any number of Mechlord monsters you control to the graveyard, and then this thing gains attack equal to their total combined original attack. Also, each time a player summons a synchro monster, they take 1000 damage. Oh, here we go again. Strong, kill, murder,
like...
large attack, burn, 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 and nothing more. Admittedly, I'd say the burn damage is pretty decent against synchro heavy decks like Yummy, Sulfur Core Yummy, or Radiant Typhoon Yummy, but the summoning condition is frustratingly hard, considering how short monsters like Mechlords tend to stay on the field, especially nowadays. So yeah, while you can potentially get some impressive attack values with Asterisk, it doesn't happen nearly often enough to warrant running it. Overall, if I was to cut Mechlord some slack and say they're consistent enough to bring out the boss monsters, and you run Axe of Despair, I'd call their power output okay-ish, but as evidenced by the summoning requirements and lack of searching, we are not on a good track when it comes to consistency rating. To make our final judgment about that, we need to take a look at the spells, traps, and skill cards.
Skill cards. I'm so sorry, chat. I feel like I'm not reacting to this. Like I'm paying attention, right? But like I'm not getting like I don't know what to say about this. I actually don't know what to say. I don't know what's going on. This is old stuff. This is all like very old, and I don't know how to judge it. Like it just seems like it's what's it called? Like booster pack filler. It doesn't seem like a real thing. I know you're saying that, oh yeah, maybe in certain metas or in an event, right, where everyone plays like synchros, but like even then it doesn't seem good. It isn't showing new support until probably later down in the video. Well, yeah, but like I'm talking about right now, right? In the first 6 minutes, 7 minutes, right? I don't know what to say. I don't know. Target one Mechlord you control and one card you put in control, destroy them. What? Do you want your Mechlords be destroyed by this? I think. If the only face-up monsters on the field are 2 Mechlord monsters, draw 2 cards. You can conduct battle phase the turn you activated this card. Yeah, I'm not even gonna read this. The problem is that they didn't make them good, even against synchros. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
First of the cards that affects the Mech Lord's consistency is Boon of the Mech Lord Emperor. Check this shit out. You can only activate it if the only monsters on the entire field are exactly 2 Mech Lord monsters. Draw 2 cards, but skip your battle phase. Well, at least it doesn't require Gemini to be in retrograde. Needless to say, this is not how you make a draw power card for a battle-heavy archetype that's not exactly focused on swarming the field. If it said banish the Mech Lord monsters from the graveyard and skip the battle phase to do it, it would be a lot more understandable and would probably warrant running it as a one-off, or maybe if the requirements were that the only monsters you control were the Mech Lords instead of being the only monsters on the entire field, or maybe if it gave you a pep talk and a retirement plan, but this way it's way too specific to be even usable. Then we have for
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. What is that? Mega Emperors will get summoned when your monsters are destroyed. I guess so. I'm like ignoring parts of the effects. Like I'm not like fully absorbing the information. I'm listening to it and I'm like, wow. Okay.
Fortissimo, the Mobile Fortress, a field spell that lets you special summon a Mech Lord army monster from your hand once per turn. This is a bit of an oddball. It can definitely help. In the best possible case, it'll be your first turn. You'll draw Fortissimo, 2 Mech Lord army monsters and 2 boons, activate the field spell, summon the 2 monsters and draw 4 cards off of boon. But admittedly, this is a scenario that only happens in one's wildest, wet Mech Lord dreams. Running this is really a matter of preference. It can help with rank 4s and some average swarming, but other than that, there's not really much utility here. If you play Mech Lords who summon rank 4s, you're valid and we love you, and you absolutely shouldn't be put inside of Aporia's Dick Smasher. Earlier we were talking about the weird, yet prescient, summoning condition of the Emperors. Well, here's a card that helps them out a little bit. Mech Lime Blast allows you to target one Mech.
Also, wait, I forgot to say, like this seems bad because it's a trap card. It's like especially because it's a trap card.
Lord monster you control and 1 card your opponent controls and destroy them both. This, of course, would let you special summon a Mech Lord Emperor from the hand. It's okay. Definitely can't go without this one if you ever want the Emperors to see the light of day, plus it gives you some of that beautifully slow targeting destruction. If you don't have an Emperor in the hand, you're going into a -1, but otherwise it's an even 0. We are going back in time to the first Legacy of the Worthless to teach Rada how card advantage works. I'd say running 2 of these definitely helps. Now we have yet another field spell, very unusual for an archetype to have 2 field spells like Tearlaments, but hey, there it is, the Mech Lord Fortress. First of all, it gives some slight protection to the Emperors by making them untargetable by synchro monsters, and when it's destroyed, you can add a Mech Lord Emperor from your deck to the hand. Just run Fortissimo if you crave a field spell. The protection effect may be fantastic in the scrap matchup, but relying on the card getting destroyed for a search is an absolutely terrible idea. So with those 4 cards out of the way, I think we can conclude that beyond Mech-Time Blast, which allows for easier summoning of the Emperors, Fortissimo for occasional Xyz plays, and Mechanical for the absolute girth, Mech Lords are extremely lacking in the consistency department. Now why not take a look at their protection? Maybe there's a card that makes them so invincible it's a definite 3-off staple in the deck? Spoiler warning, no there is not. Other than the field spell's measly synchro protection, the only other card related to it is the Resolute Mech Lord Army, which prevents the army monsters from being destroyed by battle, at the cost of their effects being negated. It's
Attack position. Mech Lord army monsters you control cannot be destroyed by battle, also their effects are negated. As a continuous spell. Interesting. Hello, Crispy Applesauce. That reminds me, I need to build a TCG scrap deck. The deck is so fun I never came around to build it in Masterduel. Scrap, this is something completely different, right? This has nothing to do with it, right? I would think you will use like a creature swap type card. Creature swap.
It's a so-so card. The effect negation doesn't really mean much because you never really care for the army's field effects, and it can help you stall and bait out the effect destruction to get an Emperor. If it was 5 years ago, or 15 years ago for that matter, I'd say run 1 or 2, but today this won't make much of a difference, so yeah, in the protection department, that's a clear 0. But a high 5 for the Grundle army! And finally we have the topic of recovery, leaving us with 1 spell and 2 trap cards to decide the deck's fate. Reboot lets you shuffle 1 Mech Lord monster from your hand into the deck to add a Mech Lord from your graveyard to the hand. I find it hard to believe one would ever run.
Excuse me? Shuffle 1 Mech Lord from your hand into the deck, then target 1 Mech Lord card in your graveyard, add it to your hand.
Into a situation where activating this would result in a desirable outcome, because after looking at the monster's effects, we can conclude that not much will change no matter what monster you return.
Here we go.
To the hand is what I would say if I was a verbose bastard. The effect is fine, but the card is basically just a worse monster reincarnation. Moving on. Then we have Mechlord Factory, a decently interesting card. When a Mechlord you control is being attacked, return one Mechlord army monster from the graveyard to the hand, and then destroy the attacked Mechlord monster. One of the most confusing cards ever in the way the effect—
Wait, okay, let's try to understand this. When a Mechlord monster on the field is target for an attack, target one Mechlord army monster in your graveyard, add that target to your hand, then destroy the attack target. Huh? I mean, it's because it's two different. It has like targets for a different thing, right? Because the opponent is gonna attack. It's gonna target attack to the Mechlord A, right? And then you can target one Mechlord army in your graveyard, and then add it to your hand, and then destroy the original Mechlord A. Right? Doesn't sound bad.
almost made sense, but was then made to only recover armies instead of an emperor. Why
Oh yeah, that's about part.
self-destruction effect there if you're not setting up the guys that get summoned off of it? Who was this factory built by? A malicious inside agent from the Synchronation? It could have been good, but it narrows the recovery potential down a bit too much, ending up as a debatable one-off. And the final Mechlord card we're looking at is Chaos Infinity. With a name like that, you'd expect BLS support, but that would actually be interesting now, wouldn't it? No, it wouldn't. What this card does is the following. Change all defense position monsters on the field to attack position, then special summon a Mechlord from the graveyard. Its effects are negated and is destroyed during the end phase. I have approximately one question regarding this one. Why the battle position changing? How in any way, shape or form is that relevant to anything in this deck? Was this a repurposed piece of Karakuri or Morphtonic support? The revival effect is, again, only helpful if you happen to have an Emperor in the hand, except this one requires you to wait until the end phase, making it slower than your average 90-year-old Slavic grandmother. In any case, I'd advise running some of these sometimes, because even though they're stupidly situational, they can still help to an extent. Now that we've covered the Mechlord's lackluster consistency, so-so power, weak protection, almost non-existent versatility, and finally the slow and ineffective combat ability, the conclusion is that this archetype couldn't fight a synchro deck if its life depended on it. Which it does, therefore it's dead. Having gone over everything the Mechlords have to offer, it's time for some suggestions on how they could have been better. A quicker way to trigger the effect destruction of your own monsters in order to summon the Emperor— oh, what? They got that? Huh, well, that's nice. A more consistent way to get the Emperors into your hand in the first place would be— oh, okay, I see, they got that too. Well, the armies should have effects congruent with the deck's playstyle instead of random, unhelpful, battle-oriented buffs for— right, okay, I see what's going on here. Well, surely the deck didn't also get a way to interrupt the opponent's synchro monsters during their turn. Are you fucking serious? What's next, a new Mechlord with a quick effect? Yeah, okay, very funny. Now you're gonna tell me everyone in the world actually started playing synchros and Mechlords became an anti-meta deck overnight? Oh, no? Oh, they're still booty cheeks? Yeah, didn't think so. Get bent. The most viable forms of Mechlord decks, if you can even call them that, can use stuff like Scrap Dragon to blow up their shit and not going
Scrap Dragon is relevant.
Splashing Geargias for rank 4 plays and searching out Army of Granel because, yeah, why not? Or you can be original and somehow attempt to pull off summoning both boss monsters in one duel. But in the end, if one really desires an effective anti-synchro deck that also doubles as lockdown against high-level Xyz decks, Evil Storms will forever stay relevant in their format-dependent glory, making any potential comeback of Mechlords a 0.0001% chance. What was I on? Looks like the Mechlord genocide plot point of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds was just a bunch of people badly overreacting to a crappy archetype after all, disregarding, you know, all the murder and stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching the HD remaster of the first episode of Ranked and Yu-Gi-Oh's Legacy of the Worthless. Please leave replies in the comments about how much you appreciated this faithful preservation of a classic, and do remember to subscribe. See you next oh
look, you know what? I feel like this is the example of the type of video that I cannot upload to, like, as a separate thing on YouTube, because I feel like this is a bad reaction to what I just did. Like, I'm gonna make this about myself. Hold on, chat, give me a few minutes. I will make this about myself. I feel that when people criticize reaction streamers, reaction content creators, they say this is not even a content creator, this is just one guy, like, not providing anything of value. What they mean is what I just did. Is what I cannot add anything to this video. There is nothing to say about this video. I'm missing so much context. It's like if I react right now to a video about, I don't know, about, I don't know, something something about Genshin, right? I don't know anything about Genshin. Like, I don't know absolutely anything about Genshin. I know the character designs. Maybe if the video was about character design, I will talk about it or something, right? But if I'm, or I don't know, maybe, what is it called? Like what is it called? War Thunder? I don't know, something like those games that are super popular and I don't know anything about. Are we reacting to Yu-Gi-Oh cheating today? Is there a video about that? Did you recommend that? I don't remember. I was looking today at the recommendations and I didn't see that. The suggestions. I didn't see that. So I did. Okay. What was the name of the video? I don't remember. Cheating. Cheating. Oh, the downfall of the most notorious Yu-Gi-Oh cheater. We can watch it another time. I don't know. I feel like that those videos don't. I don't know. Dang it. If you're not aware, it's simple. The machine that makes VR plays was overloaded by too many people synchro summoning. It bore wiped the world. That's not what I'm saying. That's context about the anime. Oh dang, I barely missed a Meglor video. Don't worry about it. It wasn't. I didn't provide anything of value. Use this as an example of what not to do if you ever want to be a reaction content creator, because that was really bad. What? This video was recommended like twice, I think. Let me check the volume.
A lot of players may think that competitive Yu-Gi-Oh either boils down to getting lucky.
All right. Let's talk about something that I actually know. Well, I don't know about it, but I can talk about it. How about the Nordic decks? I don't know anything about that. Let's focus on this video. Like, I know about the current decks, right? The old ones that nobody plays, I don't know anything about those. I will need to watch the anime probably. I don't know. In the context, in the history of that, I don't know, Thor, Loki, Odin have their own archetype. Yeah, I'm aware. I'm aware that they exist, right? I don't know what they do. I know that they were like a thing in the 5Ds anime. But I don't know more than that. Nordics are weird. That sounds weird. The 7 levels. I think for those kind of reactions, you should try reacting to explaining X deck videos instead of what their impact was. Explaining the deck instead of what their impact was. Yeah, I guess so. I could only react to. No, actually, I don't know. I feel like this video. The problem with the video that we just watched is that it had so many references to the previous video, and it wasn't like clear what he was saying now and what he was criticizing about himself saying before. And that video already implied that I already know not only what happened in the meta at the time, but also that I watched his previous video. They meant just add Meglor Lord in the search. You just make comparisons to decks you've seen? Yeah, but I haven't seen any deck like this because this one is bad and I only see good decks. I would suggest some deck reaction next time if you want from videos designed for beginners. Yeah. Okay, what if we just don't watch videos about that? I have one that is gonna watch at the end, which is a Kuribo archetype, which is easy to understand, and it's not an actual archetype. And I feel like TGS anime is like better at explaining this. I don't know. It's because it's more centered in the information rather than the comedy aspect. To understand the jokes, you have to already know the cards, right? Well, this is actually explaining it. This is not this is not criticizing Rada's writing. It's more about not being that type of video for me. It's for more knowledgeable duelists, such as you chat, such as you. You already know those things. That's why it's funny to you, because you already know what he's talking about. I don't know what the hell is going on. You're doing videos on how deck works, not the lore behind it. Cock milking machine straps it to my cock, then comes on your face. Pizza gas and pizza gas. And I'm curious. Did you usually like do this to for what? To generate a reaction, right? I feel like there is better ways of doing that. If that's what you're craving for. And I feel like alright, you got me. You got me there. I'm not a bot. I didn't say that you were a bot at any point. I'm just saying, like, I'm curious, right? Because I usually... You said that, Ferrigan. You said that is a bot. That doesn't seem like a bot. Oh, thank you for the follow. That's gonna age poorly, because I just want to understand this. Pepper, you need to actually add the world lore into the search. What search? What are you talking about? What search? I'm just like reacting to the videos that the community is suggesting in the Discord server. And I don't know. I don't make the videos. Maybe he found, huh? You? The hell? You? I was like, wait, what? Sorry, autocorrect. It's crazy that the autocorrect goes from you type in you and then autocorrecting it to me. That sounds crazy. It's good to be back here. Also, mech lord need a lot of support, or at least overframe of each lord. What is the overframe gonna change? Chat, am I out of touch? Am I dumb? I feel like I'm complaining too much, but that's what people like, right? About Yu-Gi-Oh! Maybe I'm complaining too much. I'm sorry, chat. I didn't wake up today like being like, oh yeah, I'm gonna complain about everything. I follow a Gunner streamer right before following you. Might have said a butterfly effect. I think you're overthinking it. Anyways, let's the 7 levels of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Let's watch.
A lot of players may think that competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Either boils down to getting luckier than your opponent, or simply being the better player all the time and completely outplaying them.
Wait, is this not this? I thought I was smart. Am I in the other side of the bell curve? That's what it's called, right? Yeah.
But if that were the case, we'd probably not be playing this game. Don't get me wrong, there are elements of both luck and skill when it comes to competitive Yu-Gi-Oh!, but what makes the game interesting and enjoyable to play is how each game is never decided by the same factors. There are games where it'll be neck and neck the entire way, but also games that are decided as soon as the opening hands are drawn. So why should you care? Today I'll walk you through all levels of the competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG and show
Okay,
you how many
predictions, chat. Before watching the video, where are you? Hold on. I mean, it says pro. I cannot move my yeah, it says pro. It says pro. Are you a beginner for a pro? When I watched this, I was thinking like, oh, I'm probably between 3 and 4, right? I already watched this video, but we want to talk about it here. I watched it and then people started recommending it, and I was like, okay, well, I guess we're gonna watch it together and talk about it. I'm gonna talk about it. 3 or 4? Yeah, 3 or 4. I feel like we're mostly like casual. I don't know. Alright, let's see.
Things a competitive player at each skill level is thinking about when they play the game, so you can see how the game works at every skill level. No matter what you think your skill level is, I'll be talking about different things you can do at each level to improve. So if you're interested in becoming a better Yu-Gi-Oh player, then this is the video for you. Starting off.
Oh, and we're also gonna learn, yeah. 3 or 4. Where am I now or where I used to be? Lol, 13 years ago I was level 7. Probably today I'm probably 3 or 4. Wait. At Yu-Gi-Oh you were level 7? You were like a straight up pro player? Wait, hold on. That is lore that I didn't know about. That is some lore that I didn't know about. You can share about it probably at some point. All right, wait. Give me a second. Give me a second, chat. I need to get rid of something. Awesome. Wait. Wait, what's going on? What the hell? Oh, okay. All right. Amazing. Okay, let's watch.
Off at level 1, this is the player who's just starting to move from casual play into the competitive scene. At this level, players are really only thinking about what they themselves are playing. They're focused entirely on their own deck, their own combos, and their own card choices, but they don't really have any awareness of the larger metagame. A lot of players at this level are also playing pet decks. These are decks that they personally enjoy.
I feel like that's a common thing, right? Like if you kinda want to be like an actual like competitive player, you cannot play pet decks, right? If you know if you want to be successful as one. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but I'm pretty sure this, like if you're playing a pet deck, you cannot consider yourself a competitive player, I guess. Is that correct? What do you think? I mean, you can make it, you can try your best to make it competitive, but like what are we doing, right? You have 3 YCS tops? What? Alright.
Maybe because they like the artwork or the theme, but they're often not particularly strong competitively, and sometimes these players will even refuse to play stronger decks simply because they don't like them. The problems players face at this level is once they start entering competitive events, they're suddenly facing a wide range of decks that they've never even seen.
Well, yeah, if you don't like competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, why join a competitive tournament? Makes like no sense.
Before and are likely better than whatever they're playing. If they don't know what the opponent's strategy is trying to do, it becomes very hard to interact with it effectively. So as a result, players at this level often struggle at competitive tournaments, not necessarily because they're bad players, but because they're going in without the knowledge of what other decks actually do. So my tip for those at this level is to simply stay open-minded. Try to get a basic understanding of what the most popular decks in the metagame do. You don't need to master every matchup yet, but just knowing what the opponent is trying to accomplish already makes a huge difference.
Do you think this is a thing? Do you think I mean, for example, I will say like, yeah, the problem is like that is like close-minded and you just want to play one deck, right? And you don't want to try, then that is not like, it's open-minded in the sense of like competitive Yu-Gi-Oh. If you don't want to get competitive, then that's fine, right? It makes sense, you play whatever you want. But like in yours, I feel like they will say, no, you're close-minded because you only want to play meta decks. Well, they're meta decks for a reason, right? You're in the top 100 global in the KC April, I don't know what that is. Konami Cup, is that it? KC? April 2018. That's something, yeah. Alright. I'm definitely not here. I already went past level 1. Amazing.
Alright, level 2 is where players start to become more.
Thank you so much for the follow, Chackstar. Thank you so much.
More aware of the overall metagame. These players understand what decks are good, and they're willing to play those decks. This is often where net decking comes into play, meaning they'll take a deck list that has already performed well in an event and copy it card for card. And honestly, there's nothing wrong with doing that one.
Wait, what do you mean? I called the creator of the video in the chat. What do you mean? What does that mean? What are you doing? I don't understand. Hopefully he hopes in later. What do you mean? Are you harassing people? Don't do that. Don't don't bother other creators. My God. TCG Sam is my homie IRL. Oh, okay, my bad. Sorry, I didn't know you knew him personally. That's wild. That's this guy basically just the majority of players at level 2. If net decking is 2, then what is 3 to 6? Alright, hold on. Let's go again because we keep getting
Alright.
like interrupted. Alright.
Level 2 is where players start to become more aware of the overall metagame. These players understand what decks are good, and they're willing to play those decks. This is often where net decking comes into play, meaning they'll take a deck list that has already performed well in an event and copy it card for card.
I feel like that. Yeah, you're. That's wild. Just because. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna have to edit this video. Dang it. Then from net decking, like I feel like it's a huge jump, right? From level 1 to level 2. That is a huge jump. From someone who like already like cares, right? To actually look for cards. And you already have knowledge about the meta and stuff. Like even if it's like, I mean, I guess like net decking is the most basic knowledge. Just caring about like, because level 1 is not caring. Level 2 is you already care. That's why you care about the meta, so you look up what is a good deck and you copy it because you don't understand it yet, right? So I'm guessing that's why, right? That's why that this guy basically just put the majority of players at level 2. If net decking is 2, then what is 3 though? What is 3 through 6? He's saying level 2 according to this. I feel like net decking, if net decking is copying a successful deck list, card for card. Yeah, I feel like most players will do this, right? So you don't have to think too much about it, and you already have like you already feel good like playing a deck that you know does well, so you cannot blame your deck, right?
Card. And honestly, there's nothing wrong with doing that when just starting out. After all, the list has been proven to work, and so taking it can mean you can focus more on playing the deck well rather than actually trying to build a good deck from scratch. Because they're using such strong deck lists, these players will sometimes have good results at smaller tournaments like
Yay!
locals, but they still tend to struggle with consistent technical play. Even with a strong deck, they might miss sequence combos or make inefficient plays during games that still lead to their loss. So they'll have moments where things go well, but it's not quite consistent yet. My tip for this level would be the following. The best thing you can do here is simply play more games. The more games you play, the more you naturally start picking up on higher level concepts that our experienced players use, like solitaire.
That's interesting. Try to play more games. I feel like this is like basic for like everyone, right? Yeah, I guess I don't know.
Technical play. That brings me to level 3, which is what I would consider the average competitive player. If you go to most small and medium-sized tournaments, a huge proportion of the players will fall somewhere around this level. They have some competitive experience, they understand the basics of the game, and they have some interest in trying to improve. It's at this level where players start thinking more about their technical play. For example, they might begin each turn with a high-level general plan of what they want to accomplish, whether that's trying to set up as big of a board as possible if they're playing a combo deck, or establishing a strong resource loop that will give them a good grind game. They'll also understand some simple concepts like when to draw cards before searching them.
Wait, what the hell? It is like that's not part of level 3. Like actually, you know, knowing how to play the game is part of level 3 and not in level 2.
Or how to sequence cards more efficiently throughout their turn to get the most value. Players at this level also start trying to improve in small ways. Maybe they watch videos about gameplay tips, for example. If this sounds like you, well, I know just the right channel. Anyways, maybe these players will also do test hands for their deck to see what their endboards may look
Chad,
like.
do people not do this? Is this not the first thing that you do after you build a deck? Is this not the if this is not the first thing you do after I don't know. I feel like this is something that you could do even in level 1, right? Don't you aren't you like even like curious about it? I don't know. Pepper, do you like to do with meta deck or all deck with no meta fight? I need to play meta decks. I have there is no other choice.
But a lot of them are still net decking and not really thinking about deck building yet. and this shows up in their results, since results-wise, these players will usually do pretty well at locals, and they may occasionally have some success at a regional event, but they're not consistently performing at the highest level yet. So my tip for this level is to start analyzing your games more seriously. That might mean testing specific matchups intentionally, trying to play through hand traps or common choke points during test hands, or even watching back your games as possible to try to identify any mistakes. A useful thought here is the 80-20 rule. In many cases, you can learn 80% of what the top players know without an extreme amount of extra effort, and the simplest thing you can do to start is just by studying your own games and learning from your mistakes.
This applies to life too? Wait, what does this mean? 80% of the results come from 20% of the effort? What does this mean? Huh?
Before I get into in many cases, you can learn 80% of what the top players know without an extreme amount of extra effort, and the simplest thing you can do to start is just by studying your own games and learning from your mistakes. Is the 80-20 rule. Test hands, or even watching back your games as possible to try to identify any mistakes. A useful thought here is the 80-20 rule. In many cases, you can learn 80% of what the top players know without an extreme amount of extra effort, and the simplest thing you can do to start is just by studying your own games and learning from your mistakes.
Oh wait, I'm gonna learn from the other players while studying my own stuff? Interesting. Well, I feel like depending on what is 4, I could be between 3 and 4, right? I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember. But we'll see. Because, like, I feel like, like you said, Crypto, so, do people not test their deck? That seems like such a basic thing. Yeah, I feel like that's something that you do even at level 1. Even if you're playing casually, you see what you get, right? You need to see, like, what a hand looks like usually, and what do you do normally. I don't know.
Before I get into level 4, I just want to quickly ask you to consider subscribing.
Oh yeah,
to the
I'm
channel.
subscribing.
This video took me
I'm
a lot
subscribing
more
and
effort to
liking.
create, and if you find it interesting so far, I'd really appreciate it if you can show that by subscribing. It doesn't cost you anything, but it tells YouTube that you like the video and it helps the channel out greatly. I'm also trying to hit 15,000 subscribers by the middle of 2026
I believe.
when I graduate, so every extra sub counts. Alright, now let's get back to the video.
I think he's saying that you can learn 80% of what pro players know without much effort. The last 20 of that knowledge takes. Oh, okay. Okay, I get it. Okay, I understand. Thank you for explaining, dude. I had like an ESL moment there. I wasn't like fully understanding it.
Next up is level 4, where players are starting to move above the average competitive level. Most players you see in the later rounds of tournaments, especially at the higher tables, will likely be around the skill level or higher. These players have some competitive experience and likely have a few decent results or regional top 8s to show for it.
This is already not me because I don't participate in tournaments.
One big skill that separates them from the lower levels though is the ability to make simple reads on their opponent. Instead of just reacting to what happens, they start thinking about what possible combination of cards their opponent might realistically have, and try to play around it accordingly. This is pretty similar to the concept of ranges in poker, where the best players aren't necessarily able to know which 2 cards their opponents have exactly, but can make an educated guess about the types of hands they likely have based on how they've played the hand so far. So in terms of a Yu-Gi-Oh example, players at this level can start making simple reads about unknown cards the opponent is holding. Take the Dracono deck for example. There are 3 possible Dracono traps: Sting, Horn, and Flame. And if the opponent has shown you that they've set Horn and Sting there in their combo, and 1 extra unknown card face down from their hand, a player at this level should be able to recognize that the other face down is most likely a Dracono Flame, since that's the trap card that most Dracono players will prioritize first.
Can you imagine if your opponent is playing Imperm? Like, I feel like this is that one easy one, and it's one of the most competitive decks. Like, you have to always assume that the other side card is Flame, definitely. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I feel like I try to be level 4, but I don't know every deck, right? But I try to learn the new decks. For example, okay, I'm starting to feel more identified with this one, because you know how Cool Tunes is gonna be... It's Cool Tune, right? Cool Tune is gonna release in Masterduel like this week, right? So before it's even released, I've been looking at videos about Cool Tune. I've been watching a lot of videos explaining the effects and stuff, and the combos from all creators from the TCG. I know it's not gonna be the same, but it's to get an idea of it. So if you're doing that, thank you so much, Gazelle, for the follow. If you're already doing that, I feel like that's good, right? Because I kind of did the same for Radiant Typhoon, but I still get surprised by it. So I feel like that's the thing that you can do because I'm purely a Master Duel player, right? So I can already look at the TCG and the OCG and get at least a vibe, right, of what is going to happen. But I still going to have to read the cards and see players play it. So yeah, that's why honestly I prefer to face decks like Draco Tail or like Yami Mitsurugi, because I know those decks. To me, it's easier to play against Draco Tail or Yami Mitsurugi than playing against Mech Lords, right? Because I don't know what Mech Lords do. I don't understand them. I don't know. Nobody plays that. When I see someone playing something that I never seen before, I'm like, dude, why don't you play a real deck, dude? What am I supposed to do? I'm just getting like cheesed. I'm cheesed by a surprise factor. I don't know what's in your deck. I don't know the ranges. There could be anything there. I don't know. I don't know. This happens to me in reverse. I'm the guy with weird archetypes. Yeah, I get that. That also happens when I play Nouvelle, right? When I play Nouvelle, I feel like I can feel the opponents like waiting and reading the cards. But even Nouvelle is like, has some idea, right? Bro, I feel that in my soul. I just want to play against meta decks all day. So true. That's why I need to be in higher ranks. I cannot play in lower ranks. What is the fun in that? It's fun to me. It's fun to me because I actually like the game. I like the interactions. I love the game. Yu-Gi-Oh is such a beautiful game. I want to compete in it. That's why I need to keep studying because I want to be in the top ranks playing against pure meta people. Yeah, I don't know.
Or if the Draco player has already set all 3 trap cards during their combo, any additional unknown card should only really be a bluff like an extra Draco spell card or a piece of chainable non-engine like Forbidden Droplet if they play.
What if it's a psychopath and they are actually playing Imperm? What if it's someone like that? I don't know. You never know, right? But it's a guess. It's better than not knowing anything. I'm fine facing non-meta as long as it isn't Floodgate. Oh, that is true. And that's the worst part, that you don't know, right? You never know.
Play board breakers in their deck. Players at this level may also start incorporating some higher level strategies into their gameplay. So, for example, they may consider scooping early in a game to conceal information about their deck and make it
that's so fun. That's true. That's true, but but even in Master Duel, because you're trying to climb, right? You just surrender when you get a bad hand and you see your opponent normal summon Rasen, reveals, looks for a card and for what is it called? Looks for oh my god, what is the name? Oh my god, why did I forget the name? Holy Sue. Looks for Holy Sue and the opponent instantly surrenders. That's it. That's it. It's that easy because you already know, right? You already know what the full combo looks like. You already know. Or like when the opponent reveals Yokul and some other level 5 and instantly scoop, right? You don't waste time. You just go to it. Random decks is what makes Yu-Gi-Oh fun, because if you know what's going to happen, it's not fun. Imagine an old deck versus a meta deck. But the fun part of it is the skill, right? If like you already know the deck, then what matters is the skill. Because you don't know exactly what's gonna happen, because you don't know exactly what cards your opponent can have in their hand, right? You don't know exactly what your opponent is gonna do. Have you ever beat Banquisol? Huh? Have you ever beat? Wait, are you saying Banquisol BS K9 in Master Duel? I play that, but I beat those decks with other decks like Sky Striker or Nouvelle too, if that's what you're asking. Deck building is a big part of the skill expression. Of course. It makes me wonder if he is going to include shadow boarding for the next. I don't even know what shadow boarding is. Yeah, you got me there, Crispy Apples. I don't know what that means. Yeah, I have no idea what that is. Typhon has an edge on this part since the unknown card can be a quick play. The unknown card can be a quick play. I mean, yes.
harder for the opponent to properly side deck for the next game. They may also start sequencing their plays more intentionally to check for hand traps. And finally, they may also use simple bluffs to try to send false signals to their opponent.
Okay, I feel like bluffing is not necessarily a thing from level 4. I feel like you can be a casual player and bluff if you are like you're like insane enough, right? You can actually, I mean, if you're playing a non-meta deck and you're actually playing Mirror Force, you can bluff with random stuff. Shadowboarding is just shuffling your whole side deck into your deck. Shuffling your whole side deck into your... and pulling out 15 cards so your opponent doesn't know how many cards you sided. Interesting. That is so funny. I don't know. I since I don't play paper, I actually don't know. I probably should. Dang, I don't have money to get a proper deck. I'm not gonna play with my Cyber Dragon deck. After all that I've seen, I got a Cyber Dragon deck, which is really cool. It's really fun. I really like it. But I'm not gonna join a tournament with like a huge disadvantage, because I was told that people in my country weren't that competitive, but apparently they are very competitive, and apparently foreigners come to come to here to compete in local, in regional tournaments and stuff. I didn't know that. I knew some people in locals that like fall like I don't know if I'm allowed to say the name, because I don't wanna name them. But like they fought like a they didn't fought. They duel a competitive player that has a YouTube channel and everything in here, and I was like, what? No. I welcome that. I would love to participate. I would love to duel them at some point, but I cannot do it at the moment. I maybe one day. Who knows?
For example, checking a stack card in a way that makes it look like they're thinking about using it, even if they aren't. These are small edges, but these are things that separate the average players from the above average players. So my tip for a player at this level to continue improving would be to start thinking about the game more deeply outside of the matches that you play.
Analyzing the game more carefully outside of matches you find, to find areas to improve. Yeah, I feel like I'm here. I feel like I'm confident. I feel like the first time that I watched this 2 weeks ago, I was probably in between 3 and 4. But seeing how much effort I put into the Duelist Cup, and during the Duelist Cup, not into the Duelist Cup, but during the Duelist Cup, I feel like I can be confident level 4. Yeah. Pepper, I have a question. Should I stay with branded Dracotail or make another meta deck? Well, it's up to you, right? If you're enjoying that deck and it's getting you the results that you want, to be fine, right? Pep needs a striker, Mitsurugi structure deck. Yo, I was thinking about that. I was really thinking about that. I was actually thinking about that, because that seems like the best way to do it. It's not the cards that I would prefer to play, but it's like something viable. What kind of decks do you enjoy? I used to really like blind second decks. I really like that. But lately I've been enjoying the interaction of Bank Crystal K9. I really enjoying the turn 0 plays. I feel like I don't get bored like that. Because sometimes I feel like, so I used to see the game like as a puzzle to solve. Like the opponent makes an unbreakable board, and I just try to think about the best, like the order to use the 6 cards that I drew and how to play them. And that's fun. That's fun in a way. I like it, but I feel like I also enjoy just playing in the opponent's turn. I feel like that's more fun, because that's actually playing the game consistently. Yeah. Is Sky Striker a good link deck? I will say so. Depends on what you consider good, but I feel like, yeah, good is a good word. Remember what type of deck? You're gonna ask just random questions. What type of deck of all deck? I would like to see Cyber Dragon become a deck that plays in the opponent's turn. Have you seen that card? The new Cyber Dragon card, Cyber Dragon Revolution, or something like that? That you can just special summon and negate an opponent's effect. I feel like if that was a quick effect that you can activate on your opponent's turn, that would be really awesome. That would be really awesome. It's like it's literally imperm, right? It's literally imperm, but it's also a monster. But after that, you cannot activate imperm. I feel like that would be fun. And especially if the other effect that to fusion would be also really cool. The Cyber Dragon, that's not a Cyber Dragon card. It is a Cyber Dragon card. It is a Cyber Dragon monster. It is not literally a Cyber Dragon, but it is a Cyber Dragon monster. Yes. Hello, Nico. Welcome, welcome. Because as a dual tainer, one of my favorite things to do is getting people to play new decks. Yeah. What about Cyber Angel? I don't know anything about Cyber Angel. Branded Draco is still strong. Yeah, that's what I've seen, right? I still need a Cyber Dragon to fuse all your opponent monsters. I feel like that would be like crossing the line. In a way, I don't know. Well, anyways, let's keep watching.
Talk about strategy with other players around your skill level, or ideally players that are slightly better. And most importantly, try to start identifying specific areas of your game that you want to improve, like technical play or making reads. Now, level 5.
I feel like that's the thing that I'm missing. I need like a sensei, you know. I need a coach that actually like helps me, in this thing. But I'm too shy and I don't want to bother anyone. Wink, wink.
Is where a decent player becomes a good player. These players may have some premier event results, like CS tops or other strong finishes at big events. One difference at this level is a player's ability to deck build. Instead of just copying deck lists and net decking...
Wait. We were net decking in level 3 and 4 too? We were net decking here? Wait, hold on.
Players might start experimenting with underexplored tech cards or strategies. They recognize
DD Crow. Show me that DD Crow.
certain cards might perform well in a particular metagame and aren't afraid to deviate from the standard choices if it makes sense. More importantly, they also start understanding why certain cards are good or bad, and the roles they play in the deck. If you're interested in learning more about these card roles and want to master deck building, you can check out the featured video on the top right of their screen right now, where I go into these concepts in more detail.
Alright, we can check that. We want to check that. We want to check that later, chat. We want to check that later.
These players also get much better at information management, which includes both concealing information and using information. For example, suppose you have a way to set up 7,000 damage this turn at the cost of all your resources, but aren't sure if that would be enough to end the game since you forgot what the life point total is. Instead of asking the opponent how much life points they're at, they might ask what the life point total is for both players, which avoids revealing their intention of going for a game to the opponent. On the other hand, they may also use available information more effectively. For example, they may check an opponent's graveyard and be able to draw conclusions about things like what resources have already been used, what cards might still be available to the opponent, and what the opponent's possible plays are in a given turn. And that brings me to my tip for this level. In order to continue improving, try to start learning more about higher level card game theory and study the decisions of the best players by watching their replays.
Wait, what exactly is higher level? Like what? Like, how do I, what, I didn't even know, right? Well, according to him, I guess I'm at this level. I'm really curious what he calls level 7. And if this is a YCS, well, a world champion, right? An actual, like, world champion will be level 7.
Brings me to the next level, level 6. Level 6 is where we start talking about elite competitive players. These players usually have multiple premier event results, like several YCS tops or even some premier tournament wins.
Wow.
One major difference that sets them apart though is intentional playtesting. Instead of just playing games casually, these players are actively trying to find the best plays and analyze every decision in every single game that they play. They'll review their games carefully and constantly look for ways to improve. Players at this level also have a very strong understanding of higher level card game theory. Whether they
Okay, the philosophy of fire trading life for cards. Who's the beatdown? When to be aggressive versus passive. Tempo, efficiency, tempo. What a word. Why certain cards are objectively better.
about it consciously during a game, or sometimes just knowing it intuitively. Now, I won't go into depth about each of these theories in this video, but by knowing about theories like the philosophy of fire, who's the beatdown, and tempo and efficiency, These players give themselves an additional edge in game. These concepts help guide their decision making throughout a game and can actually be the difference between winning and losing a close game every so often. Okay, so my tip for this level is going to be this. At this point, any further improvements will come from a mindset of continuous learning. Even elite players are trying to constantly identify small areas where they can get better, so you should too if you're serious about improving. Finally, level 7 is where the legends of the game are. These are players who are widely known in the community for their skill, consistently perform well at large events, and have built strong reputations over time. They understand everything we've talked about so far, but there are a few additional qualities that set them apart. One of the biggest ones is that they're not afraid to fail. Sometimes they'll bring something completely unexpected to a tournament because they genuinely believe it's the right choice, even if no one else agrees. You likely won't ever hear about these times if they don't succeed, but the few times these wild ideas work, they are immortalized in Yu-Gi-Oh history. A good example of this would be Dinka Bui bringing prank hits to a YCS when most players wrote the deck off as unplayable. He was able to recognize that and match up pretty well.
I'm sorry, but this is so funny because, like, it's the whole bell curve, right? Level 1 plays prank hits. Level 7 plays prank hits. From level 2 to level 6, what the fuck? Why is this guy playing prank hits? I love that, dude. That is so funny. That is so funny.
Well into common meta decks at the time like Thunder Dragon, and of course, combined with his strong technical play, he was able to give himself a big enough edge to win the tournament. These players also tend to have very strong testing circles. They're surrounded by other high-level players who can challenge their ideas, provide feedback, and help refine both common and unorthodox strategies that they may be preparing. Mentally, these players also have a huge advantage. They understand that luck is a part of the game. Sometimes things out of your control will happen and you're just not meant to do well in a particular tournament. And that ultimately shouldn't affect the way you play. Because of that mindset, they're able to not tilt and continue playing their best even when something doesn't go well. Another interesting trait is their ability to adapt their playstyle depending on their opponent. For example, they may recognize when an opponent is likely to fall for a bluff, or when taking a more straightforward line is better. Overall, players at this level
I'm nowhere
have reached the
close.
pinnacle of competitive play. Of course, they can still make mistakes as they're not machines, but their biggest strength is their consistency and their ability to always feel like they're in contention to win the next big trophy.
Yeah, I'm nowhere close here. One day, chat. One day. Great example is Jeff Leonard and Exodia. Well, I wouldn't say that Jeff Leonard is a level 7. He's definitely a good player, but I wouldn't put him level 7, right? Most people play Exodia in its set ways. Top player forgets new path and wins the YCS with Exodia. But nah, Jeff is not level 7. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Obviously, like, we have to commend his his success, I guess. Like, he's got the results, right? But not level 7 results. This is multiple, like, has he won multiple YCS? Multiple, like, big tournaments? I don't think so. He has? Really? But not with Exodia. Interesting. Well, I didn't know. In the videos that I watch about him, like, maybe with other, like, or type of cards. Oh wait, was it like Mystic Mine? Because Mystic Mine is a different story. And that was meta, right? That wasn't a meme. That was the whole thing. I don't know. I'm missing my history. Maybe we can watch a video about a history lesson about this, but I don't know. He won a YCS back in the day when people said he could only play Mystic Mine, and the mine got banned, and people said he can play. Okay, well, we're gonna learn about it in the future. Don't worry.
And so that wraps up the 7 levels of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! I hope you found it interesting to learn about the different levels of the game, and regardless of what level you think you're at, hopefully you're able to get some useful information from it too. What level do you think you're currently at, and what level are you aspiring to get to? Let me know in the comments below. Also, before I end off the video, I just want to give a quick shout out to CardTrader. They're an online marketplace where you can buy and sell cards, and by using my affiliate link in the description below and use code TCGSAM at checkout,
go there,
you can
chat,
get 5%
go there.
off your entire order while also helping to support the channel. But with all that being said, thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you guys in the next one.
Get all those cards. Get all those cards right now. Very cool video. I really like it. That's why this is like I like this type of videos because we can talk about it, right? We can share so many things, and that's what I like. We can talk about different views on this, and we can talk opinions. I feel like that's the type of things that I want to see more um, in this channel. So yeah, we will check the channel obviously and see more of those. But yeah, thank you so much, and let me know, chat. Also, I want to see, chat, which level are you, and also tell me why I'm wrong. I want you to tell me what I said wrong in the during the whole video. I don't know, we have been recording for a while, but yeah, let me know about that. So yeah, thank you. All right, we're back. Very short and sweet. Short and sweet. That's so funny. Fergan, did you start commenting on YouTube because I was ignoring you on the other side? Because I wasn't ignoring the other side because it's the other side. I was ignoring it because you were talking about something that had nothing to do with the video. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm like trying to make I'm trying to make like a good reaction video. Now you see, chat, the difference between this reaction and the previous one. This is how we make a reaction video. This is how we make reaction for stream as content. This is a type of video that I think does like makes for great conversation. I love that. I love to see that. Good video. I just think some of his tier placements are a bit off. Like being able to recognize an opponent misplay and how capitalized shouldn't be at level 7. Yeah. I agree. I agree with you. Applesauce. I feel like from like there are some aspects that could be either way, right? That's the TCG Sam opinion, and I obviously like it's not like this is like the definitive like thing, right? But like it's a cool basis to talk about. Yeah, I agree. It's like net decking was from 3, 4, 5, right? And in 6, I think like where net decking wasn't a thing anymore. And or was it 5? Yeah, let's say 5, right? For 3, like it's just net decking. I found that very funny. There is also like hand testing. I think it was in level 3, right? And it's like, wait, people in level 2 and level 1 don't do that? The hell? But all of this is a spectrum, obviously. All of this is a spectrum. Like there is a lot of people that maybe play pet decks, like by analyzing stuff and having like knowledge about it, about the opponent's deck and stuff. So it's all like different, I will say. Yeah. All right, let's go for the next one. What is this? Oh, we're gonna go straight to talking about the anime. Amazing. Let me. I need to pee really quick, chat. Give me a minute. I'll be back. Basically, Sam is a fan of Apple's videos, and I was trying to get Sam to come into in the chat on YouTube because Apple was in the YouTube chat. What? What? Oh my god, what is going on, dude? What is happening? Alright. Anyways. Big fan of crispy applesauce. I relate, obviously. Oh, that's so funny. Let me get this ready. Let me get this ready. Just average YouTuber networking, bro. I feel like you shouldn't do that during my reaction video. I don't know where the things, where is the etiquette about it, but I feel weird that this is happening while I'm trying to, you know, while I'm having a stream right now. So I don't know. Anyways, what do I know? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm the one who's wrong. Who knows? I'm socially awkward and stupid. Can we start now? I'm sorry if you feel offended, but you can probably get more the creator pops in. What? Can we just watch the video, please?
Hello everyone, it's Dylan from Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything, and welcome back to another
Yeah, thank you, Fergan. Chat. Sorry for bringing down the mood. Can we spam some hi YouTube in the chat? Can we do that? That would be very funny, right? That would be very funny. Hi YouTube, and then you can see yourself in the YouTube video and comment, hey, it's me from the past. Hi me from the past. Can we do that? That would be very awesome. Sorry that I'm asking a little too much. I feel like I missed something while I was AFK, but hi YouTube, let's go YouTube. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Most turns and most dual beats. Yeah. I'm gonna time you out. I'm gonna time you out. Damn, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna time you out. Okay, amazing. How do we reset the chat now? Because I don't want that in the video. Thank you so much, Aaron, for the sub. Thank you. Sometimes as a viewer you don't realize how long the duels go in terms of turns and episodes. That is so true. That is so true. All right, how do I make this disappear from the thing? Fresh. All right, so now only new comments will appear, I think. All right.
Hello.
What are the longest duels in Yu-Gi-Oh? Most turn. Okay, let's watch.
Hello everyone, it's Dylan from Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything, and welcome back to another Yu-Gi-Oh! Video. So it turns out I'm not the only one that thinks about these really pointless and silly concepts.
I love these concepts. I love the idea of it. I love the stats. I love the numbers. I want this. I will make these videos myself if these weren't made already, because I really like the idea of this.
because based on the response that you guys have given me in the last couple of videos, a lot of you guys think about these things as well. Which are the most losingest Yu-Gi-Oh characters ever? Which anime ace monster was summoned in the most duels? And in today's video, we are going to be looking at which duels throughout the entire history of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Wait, what is going on in this thumbnail? This is so funny. This is so funny, dude. Hello, Jabs. Welcome, welcome. What is this? This is I don't know.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Were the longest in terms of turns. Now, if you play modern day Yu-Gi-Oh!, I feel like most duels are decided within 2 to 5 turns. Like when I turn on Master Duel, most of the times the duels are finished before turn 5. Some of the duels on this list are insane, including a duel that lasted 41 freaking turns.
Can you? I mean, it's probably from a series that I haven't watched, honestly.
So we are just going to get into it. A little bit of criteria. We are counting continuous duels. So like the Zark duel in Arc 5 counts. All of the riding team matchups in 5Ds are eligible for this list.
Wow.
And if a duelist takes over for another duelist and that duel continues and the turn count continues to run, that duel is also eligible.
Okay.
There's a lot that are going to be obviously from the original Yu-Gi-Oh!, as I'm sure you guys are probably figuring out. But let's take a look. These are the 10 Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime duels with the most turns in Yu-Gi-Oh! History. I hope you guys enjoy. Number 10, Team 5Ds versus Team Taiyo, Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds episodes 119 through 122, which lasted 26 turns. So this is the first...
Well, we're already starting with 26. Wow. Okay.
duel kicking off our top 10, and you can already see that the criteria is 26 turns, which nowadays would be an insanely long duel. But when you have a 3v3 setup, and the way that those riding duels worked is that they would be 1v1 matchups, it would basically be elimination matchups until one team had eliminated the entire other team's duelist. It kind of makes sense that a couple of these duels would reach pretty astronomical turn lengths, because they're kind of 3 or 4 separate duels merged into one package. Team 5Ds versus Team Taiyo. If you've never watched Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D subbed, you will not remember this duel at all, because it is one of the many Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds duels that was actually never dubbed in English. So if you're a dub watcher, you probably don't even remember this duel, but this...
Oh well, I'm definitely watching this in the sub. That sounds like cool. Hello, Dragon Ball Oblivion. Welcome. I'm starting to think that most of these duels are gonna be those that are like teams, right? Also, I'm trying to think. I wish we could see what is the average duel, right? How many turns have the average duel in the series? I feel like in GX, for example, it would be probably something like 10, maybe 12, something around that line. I think like 10 or 12 would be the average, because there is a lot of, well, would be the average? I don't know, probably a little more, right? Because maybe it's a little inflated. The average is a little inflated by some other stuff. Yeah, I know a lot of series weren't fully dubbed, but I didn't know something from the first episodes wasn't dubbed. Elimination matches will be kind of crazy. First player runs a deck that builds a whiteboard and rest pair running board breaker strategies. Board breakers. There is also the ones that are ending 1 turn and 2 turns. I feel like that will also... I don't know. I'm so curious.
This is one of the 10 longest duels we've ever seen in Yu-Gi-Oh! Another duel tied for 9th is Joey versus Bandit Keith from Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel
Really?
Monsters episodes 31 to 32, which lasted 26 turns as well. So I don't really remember this duel being too long,
I also
but when I went
don't.
back and watched it, there were a lot of turns that Joey took where he would simply draw a card, set a monster, and pass, or sometimes just draw a card and end his turn. Again, this is pre-Battle City Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, Duelist Kingdom Yu-Gi-Oh! Was crazy. You could just summon monsters without tributes. And so a little bit of a spoiler alert, there are going to be a couple of duels from this arc that really do compile this list. The duel does end with
What?
Rise Black Dragon beating Bandit Keith. Bandit Keith is found to be cheating. He holds a gun to Pegasus's head. It's one of the more famous dub censorships probably ever in all of Yu-Gi-Oh!, maybe even all of anime. And this duel does crack the top 10 as one of the longest turn duels in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! Coming in 8th is Team 5Ds versus Team Unicorn, Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds episodes 98 through 102, which lasted 27 turns. This is our last non-original Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel that even makes this list, which is kind of crazy, and it's no shock that it's another turbo duel, which is team versus team.
Wait, what is going on in 5Ds? What is going on in 5D? I didn't know 5Ds was about that. I need to watch it. I'm watching it, chat. I'm watching it. Next month. I swear next month. For real this time. Mark my words. If it's not, then come to this video in the comments and call me out. Cancel me on Twitter. Please do that. Because this month is happening, I swear. Wait, I said this month? I meant next month. I'm sorry. I said next month. Yeah.
This duel is Aki summoning Stardust Dragon right before she is eliminated and passes the baton to Yusei. And of course, this is the duel where Yusei took on all 3 members of Team Unicorn and defeated them with his back against the wall. All Jean needed to do was end his turn 27, and Yusei would have decked out, and that would have been it. But Yusei somehow convinces him to fight, and Jean attacks. It backfires. Yusei wins. It's one of the most, looking back on it, comical endings you'll probably
I can't
ever
wait to see that.
see in a It's one of the most like anime-esque endings you'll probably ever see in a Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel. And Team 5Ds versus Team Unicorn is the last non-dual monsters representation on this list, coming in 8th place.
Did I hear that correctly? Did I misheard?
See, in a Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel, and Team 5Ds versus Team Unicorn is the last non-dual monsters representation on this list.
What? All of the other ones are dual monsters? There is no GX, there is no Sexal, there is no Arc 5, there is no Sark. What? I never saw 5Ds. Well, we're gonna now. It's basically Yu-Gi-Oh! Meets Akira. In what sense? Because of the more cycles? I feel like there is not much more cycles in Akira. There is a post-apocalyptic world, which I don't know if this 5Ds is that. Is it a post-apocalyptic world? Well, it's not exactly a post-apocalyptic world. You know what I mean. Anyways, it's in a weird future. Yeah, none of the GX Exo Brains Arc 5 duels are longer than 26 turns. That's crazy. How many turns were in the Sark duel? Did they? He said it counted, right? The rest of the list is Yugi boomers think about when they say the game is too fast now. Alright, let's see. I'm
coming in 8th.
I don't know.
Coming in 7th, Joey versus Odeon, episodes 86 through 89,
Really?
which lasted 28 turns. So I don't really remember this duel lasting as long as it did, much like I didn't remember the Joey versus Bandit Keith one being a slog. But I do remember this duel had a really interesting side B plot, because when this duel started, we as the viewer knew that Odeon was not Marek, but Odeon was presenting himself to the rest of the crew as Marek, and the crew believed him for the most part. So seeing Joey and seeing our gang kind of unravel the truth behind who Odeon is and the real identity of Marek as this duel progressed was a lot of fun to watch. I thought there was a lot of really good dramatic irony in this duel. And once again, it's a Joey duel, so there's a lot of turns where he draws a card and just sets and passes, and that's it. Joey...
That's the goat right there. It's a post-nuclear planet. Oh, okay. Make safe trap cards be like that. The rest of the... Oh, yeah.
Is actually featured quite a bit in this video. Maybe it's because he was shown to be kind of a noob duelist, so he had a lot of empty turns. I don't really know what the deal with that is, but this duel does end with the fake copy of Winged Dragon of Ra going ballistic, shocking Odeon and Joey. Joey stands up, and so even though Odeon's life points don't hit 0, he is declared the winner. There are two duels tied for 5th, the first being Yugi vs. Kaiba Round 2, which took place in Duelist Kingdom, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters episodes 22 through 24, lasting 29 turns. So this one is kind
We're already kind of close in 26 and 29. It's not that much. Like, how do we get into 41?
of interesting, and it's a little cheap with how the turns really stacked on for this list. This duel had a lot of passing in the final third, because when Yugi poisoned the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, there was a lot of him just passing while Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon continued to get weaker. Kaiba was trying to...
This is what the Yugi boomers want. They don't like the game now. They don't want like interactions. They just want passing and passing and passing. Draw the card? No, this is not the one. This is not Heart of the Cards? No, this is not. The Heart of the Cards is not. Set, pass. That's what Yugi boomers want. This is the game.
Attacked the wall of Karibos but couldn't get through it. Yugi also passed on turn 28 in order to let Kaiba live, because if he attacked, Kaiba would have fallen off the edge and consequently died, really by suicide, but by the impact blast of Yugi's attack. And so, through a lot of weird and wacky circumstances, this duel does climb to being one of the top 5 longest turn duels of all time. But again, it doesn't really feel that long, because there are a lot of turns that are just very, very quick.
Average blue Magic player. I'm sure that joke is really funny. I sadly I don't know anything about Magic, but I'm sure it's very funny. So I support you.
Another duel tied for 5th is Joey versus Weevil, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters episodes 16.
Dude, Joey has been in 3 of these, right? This is the 3rd one, right? From Joey. Yeah, from the Bandit Kid, then with Odeon, and now against Weevil. When Weevil got like Maxi and the Traptrix, yes.
3 through 64, which once again lasted 29 turns. So this one is a pretty interesting one. In the beginning of this duel, it's Weevil setting a lot of monsters to fill up his graveyard in order to get his insect swarming strategy started. So because of that, there's a lot of early moves in this duel with him setting, Joey attacking, him setting, Joey attacking. And then by the end of this duel, when Weevil has set up a really good board, it's a lot of the opposite, where Joey is just kind of setting and passing or drawing a card and ending his turn because there's nothing he can do, as he's trying to figure out a strategy to get over Weevil's really good insect board. We're not done with Weevil on this list, and I do think that Weevil's strategy probably plays into him being on this list a couple of times with the insect swarm and whatnot, but I don't really remember this one being a really long duel either. Turns out it was 29 turns and is tied for 5th on this list.
I need to watch Duel Monsters again. I will probably not react to it, but watch it on my own time, just to remember some stuff. Joey really do be dual maxing. So true, so true.
Number 4, Yugi vs. Weevil Round 1, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters episodes 4 through 5. So one of the first true and proper duels that we ever got in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime to this day is the 4th longest turn-based duel we have ever had in any Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. It's very similar to what we just went over. Weevil had a lot of turns where he was just kind of setting and passing in order to get his insects onto the field. It's Duelist Kingdom rules, so there's a lot of wonky crap that goes on throughout this duel, and yeah, I don't really have too much else to say. Yugi versus Weevil, one of the longest duels we've ever seen in Yu-Gi-Oh!
The rain.
Number 3, Yugi and Joey versus the Paradox Brothers, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters, episodes 19 through 21, which...
To me, this is the 4th Joey duel. Very awesome. But what makes it more interesting... Or no, not interesting. What makes more sense to me is like, oh yeah, this is a double duel, right? So it makes sense that it is up there. This is the type of thing that I expected, not the other ones. So yeah.
Lasted 34 turns. So now we're getting into the truly absurd. If you felt like the high 20s in terms of turns was not absurd enough, now we are really getting into kind of crazy territory. This is a really fascinating duel. I would argue it is one of, if not the most unique duels we have ever seen. The tag team of Yugi and Joey are taking on the team of Para and Dox in an actual labyrinth that kind of shifts paths, and you have to move your monsters forward in accordance to, I think it's the level that they are, and if they hit another monster in the labyrinth, then the battle commences. However, you have certain monsters like Shadow Ghoul, which is able to literally move within the walls of the labyrinth. There is a lot of weird, wacky stuff that goes on in this duel, and if you've never watched this duel, and maybe you got into Yu-Gi-Oh! Kind of recently, and you've been a fan of the more recent anime, or you're a fan of the TCG and OCG, take a look at this duel. It'll hurt your head, but you will probably really enjoy it. It's still one of my personal favorites to this day, and it's not surprising to me that it is the third longest duel in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! History.
They come back in GX, and that is not in this list. Wows. I really like that when do you remember when Cyrus and Jaden dueled these guys and they fused a guy, and there was like the elemental hero hovering on a spaceship? I remember. That was awesome. Man, I wish for a playable tag duel format outside of Duel Links PvE events. Oof, not even Duel Links have that. That's crazy. Imagine if they had a final countdown during that time. A final countdown.
Number 2, Yugi vs. Pegasus Round 2, episodes 35 through 39, which lasted 37 turns. So
37. Wait, the Kaiba versus Pegasus is not here, because I remember the Kaiba versus Pegasus duel lasting a lot longer. I don't think it's gonna be longer than this one, so I assume it's not on the list. But I remember Kaiba passing a lot during that.
So now we are getting into duels that genuinely felt very, very long. I expected Yugi versus Pegasus to be near the top. I remember how many episodes it lasted. I remember how many different back and forth exchanges there were with the different boards that were set up. And this to me is still one of the greatest duels in the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Pegasus is still one of my favorite villains of all time. I know a lot of people have kind of soured on Duelist Kingdom in general because of how wonky the rule set is, which I totally understand. It really hasn't soured for me at all. I love the fact that there's basically no rules and there's a lot of weird stuff that can happen because it's—
No, the rules is what makes it fun. I sound like Hank Hill right now. I sound like Hank Hill. What have I become? It's the rules what makes it fun.
Just so unpredictable when you're watching through it, especially the first time. This duel eventually goes into the Shadow Realm, where Yugi and Pegasus continue to have their epic battle. Yami Yugi and Little Yugi are swapping back and forth to mitigate Pegasus's mind-reading abilities. And man, oh man, I could really gush about this duel. It's a long one, but it's an epic one in my opinion, and it is the second longest turn-based duel with 37 turns that we have ever seen in a Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. I do want to go over some honorable mentions and just kind of talk about
want to see the other ones. Yeah,
I know the Zark duel was one that probably a lot of people predicted would make it. The Zark duel only lasted 20 turns.
Wow.
So it was 6 turns shy of being eligible for this list. There was no duels in Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains or Zexal that lasted more than 12 turns, which is crazy.
What? What? Not more than 12? Oh my god.
Only one duel in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX reached 20 turns.
I wasn't expecting this at all.
Sho and Kenzin versus Frost and Thunder in Season 2. Do you guys remember this duel?
I remember.
Because honestly, I completely forgot.
It's the Monarchs guys, right? They were playing Monarchs. And they were playing on the same place that Yugi and Kaiba fought that mask guys, right? Or am I confused with something else? I'm pretty sure that it was the same place.
Came to me with $1 million and said, did this duel happen in GX? I'd probably say no. I don't have any recollection of this duel.
That's crazy.
That's the only GX duel that reached 20 turns. And I'm sure a lot of you probably guessed as well as I did, Yugi versus Kaiba in
I was
Battle
thinking
City.
this was going to be the number one.
Round 3, the duel that lasted 6-7 episodes. Well, it only lasted 25 turns. It missed this list by 1 turn. I honestly thought this was going to be near the top, but I'm really, really surprised that it doesn't even make the top 10. It literally comes in 11th.
Well, the number one is Marek versus Yugi then. Oh, I don't know what happened to me there. See, that's Say that again. 6-7. Yeah, I was not gonna address it, but thank you for doing it.
Place. The longest turn-based duel that we have ever seen in Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime history is Kaiba, later taken over by Yugi.
What? Wait, what? 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 There is no Marik in here?
Versus Noah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters episodes 114 through 118, which lasted 41 turns. I know there were probably a lot of you guys when you saw the thumbnail guessing which duel lasted 41 turns. Well, this is it. And because Yugi takes over for Kaiba and even uses his deck, this is one continuous duel. I'm not splitting it up. I think it's totally eligible. It's basically Kaiba / Yugi versus Noah. And the fact that it went 41 turns is absolutely ridiculous. Could you imagine if like a Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains duel lasted 41 turns? It would literally be like a 10-11 parter just to get through that many turns. Again,
What? So this doesn't count. No, of course it counts, but if like, what is the number one? The number one will be Pegasus versus Yugi. I will be okay with this. This doesn't seem correct.
and times were different in early Yu-Gi-Oh! There was a lot more draw, setting, draw, attacking with one monster. The game has evolved so much that you're never gonna probably have another duel that even gets close to this level. But if you've ever wondered what is the most turns a Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel has had, the answer is Kaiba and Yugi versus Noah in the filler arc, which came in at 41 turns. And guys, that wraps...
I guess it counts, but doesn't seem correct. I don't feel satisfied with this. I don't feel satisfied with this. Wait, so the duel between Yugi and Marik wasn't that long then? Interesting. I don't know. I don't know.
It up. Thank you all so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed the 10 duels with the most turns in Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime history. Let me know some duels that you maybe thought were going to be on this list. I thought the Zark duel and I thought Yugi versus Kaiba Battle City for sure would have made it. Kind of surprised they didn't. And there's a lot here that I am surprised made it. Joey versus Weevil, Joey versus Odeon, Yugi versus Weevil, round one. I'm surprised that had 30 turns. And let me know what you guys think of a list like this. Obviously, this is Duel Monsters dominated. The game has changed so much. It's evolved so much since...
You know, it's crazy that Weevil is here twice, because I feel like Weevil only had like 4 duels in the whole anime, right? Like actual duels. Right? I don't know.
Those early Duel Monster days, and so it's not surprising that we have so many long turn duels from the original series. And if you have any other suggestions for some fun stat-related videos, please let me know down below. A huge thank you to everyone who helped me with the data compiling for this video, especially a user named Fender Bullet. He really helped me put together a lot of the data to very easily fact-check my own and make a video like this, and so I am super thankful for his help. And to all of you for watching, thank you so much. I will talk to you down in the comments. A special thank you to my Platinum tier patrons, Panther J, Blue Maiden 28, and Jarrett Bueller.
Thank you, patrons.
And to my Diamond tier patrons, Jesse Wood and Latrell Smith. And to my Egyptian God tier patrons, Kakapakapoo and Sin Cloud. To everyone who supports me on Patreon and to everyone who is a YouTube channel member, thank you so much. The extra support means the world to me, and it allows me to make videos on a semi-daily basis, and I am forever indebted to you guys. Seriously, thank you so much.
Oh, yeah,
and definitely...
Yeah, no, and yeah, watch the streams. Thank you. That was a really cool video. I wasn't expecting it. I wasn't expecting those numbers and those results. We will duel Yugi twice, Joey and Siegfried. So yeah, 4 duels. 4. Well, I wouldn't even count the Siegfried one, because that was mostly a joke, right? So, oh, interesting. Wait, those were 41 turns in 5 episodes. Wow. All right. Interesting. Interesting. That was a really cool video. So yeah, thank you so much for sharing. Thank you. Chat, it's time to talk about Duel Links. It's time to address the elephant in the room. Okay? You did it! Let's talk about Duel Links. Can you react to Spell Commander Kaiba inventing Synchro Summoning and you say inventing XC Summoning? Those theory videos are hard for me to watch because I haven't watched those series. I haven't watched 5 days, and so I feel like I'm mostly getting spoiled without getting too into it. So don't forget. What is the word? No. The Dragon Ball Oblivion. Please trust me on this one. We're gonna watch those videos in the future when I'm done with those series, so that I can actually talk about it and give my opinion about those theories. But I want to watch those videos. Sounds like an interesting concept for a video, but I'm not gonna watch them right now because I want to watch those series first, so that I can like actually put some input into it and say like, oh yeah, I think this is right because of this and this and this, and oh, I think this is wrong because of this and this, right? So I feel like that is gonna be the plan. For now, I've only watched the Duel Monsters and GX, so we can go for the ones in the future. Lucky, know almost nothing about Duel Links, so this will be an interesting seeing. This video is not about dueling, like not about how Duel Links is in general, but but mostly about what the game is doing now. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. Wait, I need to know
Developed in 2017 as
I think the volume is fine, kinda.
a torture mechanism for me specifically.
Okay, MBT video PogChamp, MBT video PogChamp. Let's watch. I love this. I love doing that.
Duel Links. Developed in 2017 as a torture mechanism for me specifically, until the release of Master Duel, Duel Links was Konami's most effective mechanism at separating young, nubile yugists from the contents of their bank account. Now, if you've been watching my videos in the past, you know I have a different position on Duel Links than 99% of the Yu-Gi-Oh!
I am in the 99. I'm sorry, chat.
Player base, insofar as I actually play and enjoy it.
Boo! This guy likes Duel Links. This guy plays Duel Links. Boo him! How do you do that? I told you like competitive Yu-Gi-Oh!
Duel Links has been so many different things to so many different people over the course of its 9-year lifespan, it's not surprising to see that it's followed almost exactly the same trajectory as Yu-Gi-Oh! Proper, beginning as a mechanism to satiate boomers and evolving to the point that it's completely unrecognizable to anyone but those who invested on day one. The end result, like the TCG...
That's the thing that happens with a lot of gacha games. If you didn't start playing day one, it feels like so bad to get into it. That's what a lot of like for events they try to get new players, say, yeah, I will give you this and this and this and this. A lot of new like cool stuff at the same time. But it for some reason it still doesn't feel like enough. I feel like that's the issue with a lot of gacha games. So
is a product that's extremely satisfying to those who still enjoy it, and a weird zoo-style fixture that people who decided they already hate Yu-Gi-Oh! Can point and laugh at.
That's I don't hate Yu-Gi-Oh! I just like to make fun of Duel Links for not being Yu-Gi-Oh!
But this week, Duel Links did something kind of incredible, and I find it really surprising that for some reason I can't find coverage of it anywhere. Like, there's a page on Duel Links meta by Bradas, and then there's an announcement video by Bradas. But other than that, I can find like a discussion video with something like 300 views from an account called Snowix, and then the actual...
Shout out to Snowix.
Factual announcement from Konami, which is sitting at a fatty 2.2K. For a reason I totally can't fathom, the devs of Duel Links have given boomers the simulator they always wanted, have given free-to-play players hundreds of dollars worth of staples, and have given competitive players a new PvP format with which to grind. And no one, knows it! So
I love when he does the annoying, like Rick and Morty voice. No one knows it.
going to talk to you about the current state of Duel Links and then introduce you to its solution, character duels. So let's begin with the problems.
The problems. Is this what you want, chat? Is this what the Yugi boomers want? I'm sorry. I know it's probably in the title right now, right? I'm like I brand myself like a Yugi boomer in the sense that I used to like the game and play it like 20 years ago, but then I fell off. I don't know anything about that afterwards. And now I only know the current meta. I don't know anything in between. Before, I was a casual player. Now I'm still a casual player, but like with some knowledge about the competitive game. I feel like I'm just, maybe what I really like is Master Duel. So that makes me not like Duel Links, but this is like, for who is this for? Let's see.
So let's begin with an exploration of what Duel Links is. When Duel Links was first released in 2017, I think the devs at Konami just expected it was going to live for a few years max. Like it was going to be something like the Legacy of the Duelist series, where
I think this is targeting this isn't targeting Yugi boomers, but targeting the anime fans. That makes perfect sense. Yeah. Is this for anime fans, which is different? There's a lot of people who are like Yugi boomers and they probably hate like the anime, like everything after Duel Monsters. So
it would have like a 2 or 3 year lifespan. They would sunset updates to it and then release a new version a couple of months later. Or just forget about it entirely. In 2017, it wasn't exactly clear how long this whole iOS gacha game thing was going to last. But surprisingly, it took off in a really big way for a number of years. From the release in 2017 until the release of Master Duel about 5 years later, Duel Links was the primary and exclusive way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Online officially. As a result of competitive players taking it seriously and competitive players developing a tournament infrastructure around the game, it stuck. And as it became clear it wasn't going away, Konami released more and more content. A GX world, a 5Ds world. It wouldn't have been surprising if it had a lifespan analogous to Speed Duel and stopped before synchros were introduced. But no, they made it to pendulums. And then links. You can play Rush Duel in this app, in regions where you can't purchase Rush Duel cards. At the very beginning of Duel Links, gameplay was, simpler. I hesitated there because what I wanted to call it was boring, but I don't think that's necessarily true. While early on decks like 3-Star Demo and Relinquished and Hammer Shark certainly
oh, this sounds super fun.
took less actions than modern ones, there was kind of like a push-pull between individual decks. A metagame will evolve no matter what you're playing. But importantly, the type of gameplay from early Duel Links is the exact type of gameplay that Yugi boomers lament the lack thereof. Instead of taking 5-minute combo turns, you were building decks around 1 or 2 synergies. In early Duel Links, the synergies could be as simple as there is a skill that allows you to put a 200 attack point buff on your side of the field, and here are the good cards in that attribute. But even as new sets released, things like Fire King Nephthys were really interesting to play around with. These days, Duel Links still perseveres as a money printer, making Konami a bunch of cash, but I'm
I need to get back to that. Like, what is what Yugi boomers want is the synergies. They want synergies between like 2 cards, and that's the deck. There is no 5-minute combos. That's what people want. I don't even want to imagine how heavy the game is on phones now. I started playing on PC because the game was too big. Wow. Well, I don't play anything on phone. I don't know. Like the phone is to watch videos while I'm cooking, while I'm cleaning. Not watch, but listen to, I guess. Duel Links let me play Dragon Maid and not immediately die Ash Imperm Baylor. Where there is no Ash Imperm and Baylor in Duel Links. Wait, are there no hand traps in Duel Links? No 20 minutes combo, sounds sad. Yeah, why do you even play? Hello, Beltane. No, he means back and forth with slower play. I guess. And that's what Rush Duels is. I feel like I would have liked Duel Links. Well, you can still play it. That's why we're here, right? There is Bell and Droll. There is no Ash in Duel Links. That's crazy. There are hand traps in Duel Links, but the most common are Nibiru and Lava Golem is not a hand trap. Is Lava Golem a hand trap in Duel Links? There are some, but no Ash. Imperman Baylor exists, but not Ash. The skills allows me to not die immediately though. There is no main phase 2 in Duel Links or Ash Duel. Well, that I know. Lava Golem got Ratter into doing 500 LP. Oh yeah, because you start with like 4000 LP, so it makes sense. Interesting.
Pretty sure its original purpose was to guide these boomers back into the vocabulary of Yu-Gi-Oh! In case you're unfamiliar, Duel Links follows the Speed Duel format rules, and Speed Duel was explicitly developed as a mechanism to help people dip their toes into modern Yu-Gi-Oh! They'd start.
But is it really modern Yu-Gi-Oh! If there is no hand traps? If there is no, how could you call it modern Yu-Gi-Oh! If there is no Ash Blossom, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do without Ash Blossom?
By playing decks that have vanillas and simplified effects and fewer zones and fewer phases. And then as they became comfortable with it, they'd want to start playing the real deal, the
That didn't happen.
TCG. I think this was the plan for Duel Links 2, but it sort of outlived that purpose. As they started releasing more and more powerful cards, Duel Links functionally caught up with the TCG, and for the past few
It has Forbidden Droplet? Wait, do you still draw 5 cards? Do you still like start with 5 cards in turn 1 and 6, turn 2? Like you draw 1 extra card in your, if you're in turn 2? Not have Ash Blossom having fun? 1 less card in hand, so you start with 4. Oh, you started with 4. Okay. It was a game released to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the manga. When the franchise cared about anniversaries? What do you mean? We have been celebrating the 25th anniversary for like, I don't know actually, a while. 20 to 30 card size decks. Can you play Exodia in this? Can you make an Exodia deck consistent? I'm already trying to not have fun playing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm being so negative in this. I want to give it a chance. I know people are saying this, Pepper. This is the time to get. That's what. Watch this video. You have to, right? But like, we'll see.
few years, the most powerful cards in the app are some of the same ones that are powerful in the card game proper. At time of recording, some of the best decks in the format are Trap Tricks, which is just Sarah and a bunch of back row, getting to play something like 9 hand traps, Nibirus, Veilers, Mourners. Tachyon, a deck that flexes the ultra powerful.
I will play this. I think I will play this. If I had to play a meta thing, I would play this. This sounds like fun. Kinda. Exodia is skill locked. Exodia is a small Yugi skill. It basically forces a 25 card deck. So that's even better. It's a small Yugi skill. It's not a grandpa skill. Like actually. We didn't get new show during the 25th anniversary of the animes. Oh. That sucks. But we're getting anime like YouTube series. The original Yu-Gi-Oh manga by Kazuki Takahashi was published in 1996.
Schwarzschild Infinity Dragon, a card that we got like under a year ago, and Punk, which is just Punk. It's got all the same cards as Punk. Pep is in this game. So clearly Duel Links has evolved beyond a gateway drug to get you into paper Yu-Gi-Oh, and has sort of become its own paper Yu-Gi-Oh. Just like Modern, from the second you download it, you are immediately inundated with way too much information. Even at low ranks, you are expected to do bullshit ass combos for a long time before passing to your opponent. And also,
so that's what I'm saying. It's like a different game because it has a different meta, right? It's basically the same thing, but with a different meta. So you have to learn new cards because the game is played like differently. But in maybe Grandpa 2, he wasn't a character while I played. Oh, okay. Extra deck was 5 cards, but you can increase it with some in-game missions. I have to grind to actually get a better chance. I don't know if it was increased further. Rip Erneos. F. Hello, Ming fans? Ming fans. Hi. I wouldn't call it Monthly Shorts Anime a celebration. Feels more like Konami throwing some episodes to add to the portfolio. No, I'm not saying that it's like wow, right? But I'm saying that it's we got something.
Often games end on, yes, the first or second turn. This has largely totally alienated the player base Konami sought to capture with the original release of the software. Duel Links now is just a whole bunch of almost TCG decks that by virtue of skills have this auto-balancing factor where your decks can functionally never brick and get way more powerful if you are going second to compensate for the innate going first bias in card design. I personally think that gameplay is really good and have enjoyed both Speed and Rush Ladder for months upon months. But how many times have you logged on to see Yugi boomers talk about how even Duel Links isn't what it used to be? That's skills play the game for you, that the decks are too complicated, they're too combo heavy, that games are over the first or second turn, that you have to have all these incredibly expensive staples in order to even compete. And to that end, they are kind of right, despite the fact that I drastically prefer the gameplay of modern Yu-Gi-Oh! And modern Duel Links to that of summon Hammer Shark and try and cheat out a lost blue breaker. I can't deny that skill creep and imports of the newest cards have left these boomers with no place to go, which is
to me, it's the skills what makes it like weird. It's not the skills that scare me. How am I supposed to play this game? There's skills, there's some like it's like playing Smash Bros with items. It doesn't seem right. I don't like it. No, it's different. It's scary.
why Konami implemented this. About 4 days ago, Duel Links added a new ladder to its ladder system. Already it's got two, the Speed Duel 1 and the Rush Duel 1, because obviously you can't play Rush Duels in Speed Duel. This format was advertised as a permanent pre-built deck game mode, and I'm using the word advertised there very loosely. It's not really adequately explained in-app. There's a couple
Don't be such a baby. I've been half joking.
of cinematics that sort of mention it, and at present there's a thing you can click on the main screen that takes you there, but it's not super clear. Like, you gotta go to PvP and sort of scroll down to it. It's really tucked away for something this incredible. Anyway, this new format is called Character Deck Duels, and it does something that I've wanted Yu-Gi-Oh! To experiment with for a long time: introduces sealed play. The one time Yu-Gi-Oh! Has tried something like this before is in the Speed Duel Battle City box and the subsequent boxes for Speed Duel that were released, in which each character had like a 10-20 card deck that you could theoretically play. But there has been a lot more thought put into this one. So as part of a lifetime mission, here just having the character unlocked, you get not only access to that character in Speed, but also access to that character's specific deck in character duels. And when I say access to that character's deck, I mean the pre-con they have built and all the cards inside. Even if you don't intend on playing this format, this is a huge boon for new players. These decks all contain like Regeki Breaks and Mystical Space Typhoons and Book of Moons and Forbidden Lance and Forbidden Chalice and Cosmic, like hundreds of
Are those cards good in Duel Links? Like, I understand, like in the I mean, they are alright, right? They're staples, right? But are they like are they actually like good staples? I'm gonna play that if like is a pro player, is a I'm making fun of it. Short answer, yes, I'll take it. I'll take it. Yes, are like actually competitive players that are like, I don't know, whatever the highest rank is, playing MST and lands, Forbidden Lands. Yes, okay, my bad.
Worth of playable meta staples that previously you had to go fish in UR
Right, he said it, meta staples.
Boxes for. At present, the decks that are available are exactly the ones you would expect if you wanted to lure Yugi boomers back into the game by putting a box on top of a stick and dangling a little blue eyes white dragon underneath. There's Dark Magician, a build that just elects to do the dark magic circle.
What is Dante doing here? What is Dante doing here in this deck?
Loop with Magician's Navigation over and over again. There's Blue Eyes, a surprisingly comprehensive deck that can make Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon and has some pretty powerful removal. There's a Red Eyes deck which makes use of the fact that Red Eyes / Dragon is all but impossible to remove in a format like
Is there 2 extra decks? What is this? What is going on in I have to read it. I'm not reading that. Cyber Dragon. There is 3 Overload, Cyberload fusion, right? I remember what this is. This is not played. Cyber Emergency for consistency. You draw 4 cards, right? There is 20 cards, and 6 of them are combo starters. Sounds good.
This, there's a Neos deck that functionally enables.
Oh wait, hold on. What is going on here? 3 Rampage to Twin to well. Okay.
Enables you to make Brave Neos over and over again, while also adding every Neospatian to your graveyard by virtue of a skill to enable a miracle for Divine Neos. There's a Cyber Dragon deck, which aims to set Cyber Overflow on the play and just make Rampage to kill you on the draw. A Junk Warrior into Stardust deck for Yusei. A Resonator into Red Dragon Archfiend deck for Jack Atlas. An Onomot deck that just spams rank 4s for Yuma.
Wait. Hold on. There's a Shark deck. Honestly, this seems more enjoyable to me, I think. If I have to choose, maybe. I will play this one, not the Cyber Dragon one.
And a water deck that just spams sharks for shark. I'm usually pretty down on the way Konami handles precons, but all of these decks are really good. Like, it is clear a lot of thought went into building these and balancing them around each other. I think pretty much any one of these decks can beat any other one of these decks. Anyway, so after getting all of these free cards, you can enter a PvP mode where you...
Excuse me, you just... Wait. You're right. There is no power bond in this. There is no power bond. Is power bond banned in Duel Links? Why? There is no... how do you only fuse with Cyberload Fusion? Wait, what is it? What is this called? I don't know this card. Power bond isn't in the game? Chat, you want me to play Duel Links, but you're telling me that my favorite card is banned in there? Alright.
For Dragon Arch, and a water deck that just spams sharks for shark.
With
I'm
4k
usually
life
pretty
points, it's
down
not even
on
that
the way
necessary.
Konami handles precons.
No, that's what makes it fun. That's the point. If it's if it's like 4k life points, that's why I want to play it. It's not that that's what I wanted. Do you need it? No, I don't need it, but I want to. It's not banned. It's just not. It just doesn't exist. Cybernetic fusion support. Let me look that up. I'm curious. Cybernetic fusion support. Pay half your LP once. If you fusion stands, I guess. When the Unity released, I used to OTK with the synchro that doubled its attack. It reached 5k. Interesting. Should be fine now, I think. I see.
But all of these decks are really good. Like, it is clear a lot of thought went into building these and balancing them around each other. I think pretty much any one of these decks can beat any other one of these decks. Anyway, so after getting all of these free cards, you can enter a PvP mode where you play against other players. For beating or for losing to those players, you don't get a rating that increases. Instead, you get something called a Respect Orb, for which you can get something like 30 a day. These orbs can be cashed in the Respect Orb shop, and there's a bunch of really interesting stuff in there as well. There's cosmetics and currencies. You can get gems or coins or box chips or whatever. But there's also grades. For each character you've unlocked, you can spend an increasing number of Respect Orbs up to grade 5 to increase the strength of your deck. Now, that doesn't make your deck more powerful or more capable. It permits you, per each grade, to change one card in it. This is a...
Do you think, I mean, it's still kinda the same concept, but you can change one card. How big of an impact can that be? Is that like good? I don't know. Some cards only exist in form of a skill. Oh, so power bond is a skill. Oh, that would make sense.
a really awesome way to reward dedication to a single deck while also not impacting the power level that much. The cards you can swap out are just the cards that are unlocked as a result of the character duels. So there's really not too much you can do with it. For instance, in my Yuma deck, I swapped out MSTs for Forbidden Lances because I thought they had a little more coverage, and I threw in Sphere Karibos over some consistency cards because I thought the deck was consistent enough and I wanted more play going first. But it's not a situation where if you are a grade 0 deck, you are always losing to a grade 5 deck. It's really a matter of inches. This is a really awesome way to introduce the type of players that enjoy these anime battles to the joy of deck building, of improving from a sealed pool of cards, a deck that's already pretty powerful. And in some cases, there's not really a more valuable option to include in your deck than what you already have. In the rank 4 deck, for instance, there's not much you can do with the extra deck, given that all of the rank 4s you would want to play are already in there. Like, you can put in a Gaia, but the way that the format has shaken out, you don't ever really need piercing. It's really strange just how many boxes this checks for duelists who have been whining. The skills are massively simplified. Rather than...
Thank God. Can't believe you can add Scrap Iron Scarecrow to Yusei's deck. Dang.
a paragraph and a half with 16 different stipulations that makes it so you never brick and never feel out of the game going second. Kaiba's, for instance, adds a poly from outside your deck to your hand. The gameplay is focused around the monsters that even casual players know and love. Dark Magician, the Blue Eyes White Dragon, the Red Eyes Black Dragon, Neos, Cyber Dragon, Stardust, RDA, Utopia, Hope Woven Dragon.
Yeah, Hope Woven Dragon, Spider Shark. My favorite.
Spider Shark. Not many people watched Zexal.
Zexal is the only Yu-Gi-Oh anime without an official subtitle version of the show. Tell them to release one. Right.
And the cards that are legal are mostly quite simple. Removal is MST, Raigeki Break, Offerings to the Doomed. Negation is Fiendish Chain, Force Focus. And though I can't guarantee this won't change in the future, there's no fucking pendulums or links, which makes a big difference for a lot of these people. Finally,
No, we want Arc 5. Yeah, put the guys. Put the guys in there. Put the Performapals and DDD. Do it, do it, do it. I want to see a full DDD spreadsheet combo. A triple D or whatever.
it's totally free. Not only do you have to invest thousands of dollars to catch up with players who have been playing forever, collecting these decks puts you more on equal footing with those players in speed because they contain so many staples, you can just port them into your decks for the main format. I'm really...
No links in Duel Links? You are so right. What happened with the links? We're playing Duel Links. How is there no links?
like baffled at the existence of this thing. The gameplay's pretty good too. Like, there are some complaints I have. Going first is way less good than going second, except for exactly the Blue Eyes deck, which means that a significant amount of decks kind of have to open a card like Hallowed Life Barrier or feel like they're totally behind if they win the coin flip. But with the inclusion of cards like Sphere Karibo, you can kind of compensate for that in deck building if you're grinding your strategy. If you've ever wanted to get into Duel Links but feel like the format eclipsed you, the cards became too complicated, the skills became too all-encompassing, or the money just wasn't there, I really, really recommend you hop in and try out character duels. They are a fucking blast. Oh,
This guy is making fun of me for not having money.
and if you want my opinion about like what deck should I play to win the most games, don't sweat it. I think all these decks are competitive. I guess I'd say the top ones are probably like the Yuma Onomat deck, the Kaiba Blue Eyes deck, and the Jack Atlas deck. I also find pretty powerful. But yeah.
I play the Yuma deck then, because it's the best one, right? Right? Assuming that MBT is correct. Which, you know.
Yeah, I feel like I'm going crazy. It's a generous enough offer that there are people speculating in like Reddit threads if end of service is coming. They're like, Konami would never give us this much shit for free unless they were about to rug pull. But if you look at the numbers, Duel Links still has a shitload of players and makes $1 quadrillion. I take advantage of it. It's a genuinely really, really good sell. It's not even a sell, it's free. It's fucking free. I've been playing it on stream this week and having an absolute blast. The bonus episode for March is going to be character deck duels, and that'll come out probably today or tomorrow. But I have never ever seen such a perfect response to so many things being asked for by so many disparate people within the Yu-Gi-Oh community ever. Check it out. Okay, that's it. That's it. Bye-bye. That's all I wanted to talk about today. Goodbye.
Awesome. Awesome. Are we playing Duel Links, chat? What do I have to do? Do I download it and make an account and play it? Is that what I have to do? Bro, in Duel Links there are cards locked behind paywalls only. Oh. Every time that I see something cool about Duel Links, I ask questions and I find out about like 2 things that are bad about it that I didn't know. Right? You tell me one thing about Duel Links, I ask questions and then you tell me like 2 or 3 bad things about it. I don't know, we'll see, I guess. Chat, the paywall cards do not apply to the mode. Yeah, but I don't wanna just play this mode. There is only... I know this is gonna be ironic because I said that I like playing the meta, but this feels more restrictive because there's less cards, so it could get boring quickly. If there were like a lot of anime characters, it would be more interesting, but there is only like, how many? There's 3, 5, 7, 9. There is 9. There's only 9 decks. Where did it get boring? If I only play that? It's on Steam. I know it's on Steam. But I still have to create an account, right? Well, you get Sky Striker for free. Oh, you convinced me. What is the bad thing about it? Now, you just told me something good. Now, what is the bad thing about it? About the Sky Striker deck that I can get for free? Oh, I have to play the campaign? Like, no. Campaign means new player campaign. It just means that I'm a new player, so I get free stuff if I introduce someone else's code or something. You could also try Rush Duel. Yeah. This paywalls like premium structured decks that you can only buy 1 copy with free currency. This Sky Striker is from the friend campaign. Okay, so you just need to get a friend. The thing you already know, the extra deck size increased by doing mission. Oh yeah, that sounds horrible. We'll see, chat. Let me know in the comments why I should play it. Convince me. Convince me. Let me know in the comments why I should play it. Or tell me what I shouldn't. Tell me why I shouldn't, please. I want to see people fighting in the comments. Thank you. Wow. Debunking Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel misinformation. I am so curious about Rush Duels. Yeah, it sounds like something that I will want totally. So let's see what is true and what isn't about it.
This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill. The story. This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill. The story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe.
I'm already scared about this. I don't know where this is going.
You take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland. And I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
What is this, dude?
Rush Duels is currently 4 years old, and within that time, a lot of misinformation and disparaging comments have been passed around.
Okay, one thing I really like is this specific art in Rush Duels. Why don't we have this? This is so cool. I like it. I want it.
And generally accepted as fact. This is mainly due to Rush having significant visibility issues. Since the anime is not officially available overseas,
It's
outside
not?
of the 7th dub, and the physical card game is unavailable for most regions. The few attempts to bring Rush over all had barriers to entry. The video game port is locked behind the Nintendo eShop for the Switch, and is outdated as a representation of Rush. Rush in Duel Links has some differences compared to the official format, and is locked behind gacha methods of card acquisition.
I thought the best way to play Rush Duel was in Duel Links.
Lastly, Cross Duel is dead, and the gameplay was nothing like Rush anyway. Yet, despite all these hurdles, Rush has been steadily growing a passionate online community that seeks to make it accessible to all. In this video, I'll go over and debunk the most common counter-arguments against Rush, clear up any outstanding misinformation, and finally share how you can
Me?
find and engage with Rush resources and communities.
Alright. Rush duels are a
This
failure.
is easily disproved by showing actual figures, showcasing Rush is a top 10 card game.
Oh yeah, that's the thing that both like Yu-Gi-Oh, like the OCG and also Rush duels are both in the top 10. Like Yu-Gi-Oh is there in the top 10 twice. That is so beautiful. But yeah, cross duels that existed and is shut down, aka you can't play it anymore. Oh, so sad. I wonder what happened. I saw a sheep girl archetype in Rush Duels. Oh yeah! There is a hungry burger archetype, not nouvelle, but an actual like fries, like it's like fast food, right? There is fries, there is a drink, there is all that. Yeah. Duel Links Rush Duel has skills that search from the deck while Rush Duels can do. Oh, it's because of the skill. Okay.
And taking over Vanguard even on occasion. On top of the fact, Rush products are generally
I need this.
top sellers, like the recently released Over Rush Pack 2. Rush duels are growing every year and are showing no signs of slowing down. This is further proven from continuous product announcements to official tournament support and structures.
Too simple.
This was the reaction at the beginning of the format, as it was a simple beatdown gameplay of summoning a
Are the cards bigger, or does this person have like really small hands? Are the Rush Duels cards bigger than the regular Yu-Gi-Oh cards?
and making trades. However, it's been 4 years. Within that time, we got several mechanics introduced, tons of unique decks with varying gameplay styles and win conditions, more interactive and
Okay, that's a thing that I want to say. The art for some of these cards is really nice. I really like this.
disruptive trap cards. Decks can perform elaborate combos, loops, and even pseudo FTKs. We even got a super poly for light monsters. There's truly something here for anyone to try and explore for themselves.
Who cares about Rush Duels? Yeah, that's me.
This is the most damaging one. It's a sentiment that shuts down discussions and adds nothing to a conversation outside of furthering negativity. This happens to many facets of the Yu-Gi-Oh community. Speed duels got hit by this. Anyone trying to introduce alternative formats. We've all felt this. And to those people who say who cares, I care.
So true. Preach. They say requirement and effect on their text. Oh, I love that. I love that.
And many others do as well. This goes for most things we enjoy. If someone tries to shut down your enjoyment of your hobby, just keep playing it and spread your love of it. Caring about something isn't a quality you should ever be ashamed about. With the major hurdles out of the way, let's go over a few general statements about Rush to paint a clearer picture of what it's currently like.
That's true. We already have the video, and what I was expecting was, to talk about the actual game. Like, how is it like different?
Rush, as of right now, is a fast-paced game.
Really?
Where resource management and recovery are key. All the best decks use the graveyard to fuel their plays or retrieve combo pieces. Disruption, repeatability, or extreme aggression are all key factors to consider in deck building and matchups. Notably, legend cards are still powerful and can
The
steal
big
games.
three.
However, they're only utilized at their best in well-built decks. A magic cylinder can win a game, but don't count on it winning.
Requirement: when an opponent's monster declares an attack, effect negates the attack and inflict damage to your opponent equals to that monster's attack. Seems really nice.
Winning a set. Good decks can stabilize and survive after a legend is used. In addition, as the card pool evolves and grows, so does the knowledge base you have to build.
Wait, you can only Wait, this is an actual thing? Legends is an actual thing?
Can stay there, can win a game,
Oh, it says legend. Oh, interesting.
and survive after a legend is used. In addition, as the card pool evolves and grows, so does the knowledge base you have to build, and that dictates what's being played or gets cut from decklist. Dragius, for example, isn't as prevalent as he once was. However, that doesn't mean he'll always be gone.
Oh, you can play both of Greed instead of this, for instance. Interesting. It's like the Ace thing in Pokemon. I think it's called Ace, right? There's those cards that are like pink that you can only play. You can only have one in your deck, I think. It's not that you can only play it once. It's that you can only have one of those type of cards in your deck.
Whenever we get new tools that enable him, as an example, Pure Glass, when Grand Extreme is at 3, you can count on him sneaking his way back into decklist. Similarly, a popular card like Ryozai is seeing mass play, so you know cards such as Overrush Storm or Joint Tech Joint inherently have more value than other options. After that info dump, it's imperative to educate any of you who are interested on how to further your Rush knowledge. I would
Interesting.
caution against getting your information from general Yu-Gi-Oh spaces. The information about Rush becomes less reliable when you're not in Rush spaces. Instead, seek out dedicated Rush sources. Several Discord communities already exist, like the Witch's Kitchen, which I'm a part of. You can also find Rush YouTubers, but tread away from replay-only channels, as they aren't true representations of Rush as a whole. If you wanna try out Rush Duel Links, on the other hand, I've linked in the description a video by YouTuber Tomadosaurus. It'll get you started on how to find tournaments and where they're hosted, so you can start playing with fellow Rush duelists. If you like looking at deck lists, rushduel.net is a Japanese resource website and news source for all things Rush Duel. If you want to see how Rush is currently played, I've linked a video by Octomadely where they provided subtitles for a best of 3 feature match between 2 meta decks that was uploaded by the official Rush Duel YouTube channel. If you want
Okay, but how do I get the cards? Where do I play this? Wait, what? How do I actually play this?
to watch the current anime, you basically have to go through the same means most people use when watching anime, which means you gotta take on the One Piece spirit, baby! As
Wow.
for playing, Rush is currently available on a variety of the online fan simulators most Yu-Gi-Oh players use.
Fan
For Rush
simulators.
specifically, I would highly recommend Edo Pro Project Ignis. It's the one most up to date and where a lot of bugs or issues get resolved the fastest. Lastly, if you just want to keep in the loop of what's going on in the game, just talk with other Rush duelists.
Oh,
They'll
talking
give
to
you a better
people!
picture and focus than trying to piece it together yourself from random resources. All in all, I hope this video was informative and serves as a decent starting point for what Rush duels are currently like. If you're someone who likes Rush duels or are interested, do give it a try. And if you want to express your own thoughts and feeling about it, do so. Our number one issue, aside from not having official support internationally, is visibility. Rush is living and thriving because of passionate fans, and I implore you to be proud and not get discouraged by what others will say about it. No matter what blocks our way, our road will always carve a path forward. And now,
There's a random Power Ranger in there.
no
What
matter
the
what
hell?
blocks our way, our road will
Like this? Okay, well, I guess this was there was another
Always.
weird person. Like, no, it's not a Power Ranger, but like, you know, is it? Maybe it could be. I don't know.
always carve a path forward. And now was another video. I know, I say the same thing at the end of every video, but whatever. Point of the matter is, I just really
I'm
wanted to
liking
get
and
this one out
subscribing.
there. I've seen a lot of stuff recently that got on my nerves, and I just had to make a video. You know, don't expect another one of these for a bit. I'm kind of busy at the moment. Hopefully I'll figure out a solution sometime soon to upload more frequently. We'll see. If you
This is
wanna
from a
see
year
more
ago. I'm
stuff
scared
from
of
me,
clicking.
Once again, I'm part of the Witch's Kitchen Discord server. You can find me there. And who knows, maybe I can start streaming more so I have something in between video
Awesome.
uploads. Who the hell knows? Anyway, catch y'all later.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Now, what did we learn about Rush Duels that was debunked? I feel like I just learned a little bit of like general information, which is cool, I guess. I've never seen the actual cards. I didn't know what the back of the cards looked like. I had no idea. But it feels like what I gotten from this is like you really need to get out of your way in order to try this. Like if someone who like me who is well like kinda curious, like it's super hard. Like I guess because there is not like a big things, right? I will need to look for like small content creators, mostly in Japanese. There is no way to get the cards. There is no official way of playing it. I have to go to a simulator. I don't know, but it's still cool to see that there is that has a passionate community. So yeah. What was he debunking? I don't know. I don't know anymore. No, Yu-Gi-Oh! 7's anime is dubbed and available and been done for a while. Oh, well, I don't know. This video is from a year ago. My experience with Rush duels was multiple duels where my hand got attacked with high-level monster. My hand got attacked with high-level monsters, so I lost without being able to do anything. Dang. You can normal summon as many times as you want. You can also draw until you have 5 cards in your hand. Should we watch the actual rules for Rush duels?
Hello there, it seems we're back again with a brand new
Jesus, that was super loud.
format of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game. In fact, what format...
Give me a minute, chat. I need to pee again. I'm drinking too much water. I'll be back. Is this Duel Links? Yeah, but like we were talking about how Duel Links is not a good representation of what the game actually is. So oh my god. Okay, hold on. Let's let me see. All right. The Just Guide series. I remember these videos. Yeah. Just play tutorials in Duel Links. I guess I will. I didn't remember Sam made a video on Rush Duels. I'm curious about like this because this is from 5 years ago. So I'm really curious on how it was. Wait, this is a new video. Was Charlie McKay about to defeat Juma? That sounds so funny.
Hello there, it seems we're back again with a...
Alright. Yu-Gi-Oh! The Idiot's Guide to Rush Duels, Beginner. Okay, I don't know much about Rush Duels. I know the general idea, what I've been told by chat. But I want to see like everything in order. Now, there is a chance that the rules have changed since this video came out, but I'm sure we're gonna get the general idea of it. So yeah, let's watch. Wait, what?
Hello there, it seems we're back again with a brand new format of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game.
I love this cat. I love this cat. I'm sorry, I just need to say it.
In fact, what formats have we had so far? Well, there's been the Master Rules Yu-Gi-Oh! For the big brain players, of course. There's the Speed Duels format, for those that want their duels to be a little bit quicker and slightly toned down. And I guess now we have the Rush Duels format, which are for the players that think Yu-Gi-Oh! Has become a little bit too rigid and needs something new and fresh for younger duelists to get them excited to duel. And hold on, if you think that sounded too critical, that's not my opinion. That's a direct quote from the main character of the new Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime.
I can't. The more I love dueling, the more I felt that dueling had become rigid.
Yes!
What are you doing? What are they thinking doing this? What? That's Maxi. Wait, this is the actual game.
Yuga is literally taking a jab at the complexity of Master Rules Yu-Gi-Oh! I never thought I'd see the day. But let's be honest with ourselves, he's not exactly wrong. With Yu-Gi-Oh! Having so many rules, summoning mechanics, and 300 word count effects written on cards.
That's a meme card, that's Endymion. This video is from 2020. In 2020, what was the format like in the TCG and OCG? What was the format like? 2020. That's before. Well, there were links. But that's before tournaments, right? I don't know. Someone please let me know.
Rush Duels, it does seem like a nice change of pace. And seeing as how you're all here, I guess you'd like to learn all about this new style of dueling.
Are the cards bigger? I cannot tell anymore. I don't know what hands look like. Maybe my hands are weird. I don't know.
Well then, without further ado, I'd like to invite you to the Idiot's Guide to Rush Duels.
What is a Rush Duel?
First of all, what is a Rush Duel? Well, it's a new format of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game that made its debut in the new Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime, Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s. It made its real-world debut in both the starter decks Yuga and Rook, as well as with the first support cards in deck modification pack, Hyperspeed Rush Road.
I think it's the image frame that is bigger. Oh, it's not the actual card. It feels like it's a card, but maybe I'm crazy. Don't look up how much that Animation Girl costs. I'm sure it's quite expensive.
Rush Duels is essentially aimed towards younger players, not necessarily to get them into Master Rules games like Speed Duels, but more so to serve as a simplified version of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game with less complex cards and less complex mechanics. There are 3 drastic new features to Rush Duels which separates it from its Master Rule heritage. These changes are new card designs, more simplified and streamlined effects, and brand new rulings for the flow of duels.
This is so crazy. This is so crazy. Google says 2020 was when they introduced Master Rule 5. Okay, but what were the meta decks at the time? That's what I was asking. Hello, Robin. Welcome.
Let's go over each one, shall we? Starting with
the new card designs. Well, I don't know if this matters.
So this is a Rush Duel card.
Look at that face! Look at that pose, dude! What is going on?
If you are a long-time Yu-Gi-Oh! Fan,
wait, what is going on in here? What?
You will notice straight away that they are considerably different to what you're used to, yet pretty much exactly the same. The reason this is because nothing has been taken away. However, the card's design has had a full overhaul. I guess the phrase "don't fix what isn't broke" fits here, but basically the goal of the new design was to make the cards more attractive to the eye. As such, more vibrant colours are used, along with artworks having a slightly more cartoony look to them. If you compare an old school card to
this definitely looks better in every single way.
Its Rush Duel equivalent, you can kind of see the difference here. Not only that, but the art frame and effect boxes have been increased, the attack and defense values are now color coded, and the stars that indicate a monster's level have all been merged together into a single star.
They are the same size. They are the same size. Dude, I wish this is what the game looked like. This looks way better.
Art with the number inside instead. One small yet big detail that has been changed is the fact that Rush Duel is also included on the backs of the cards to signify that this is, in fact, a completely different card game to that of Yu-Gi-Oh! And as such, these cards cannot be used in Master Rules Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, and there is one more thing.
No, you have to count the stars, bro. You have to take your time counting the stars.
There is also a unique type of Rush Duel card that features the word legend on it. However, we'll get to that one a little bit later. For now, let's take a look at the card effect changes.
New effects.
Alongside a revamped look, card effects have had a slight change too. No longer are effects and requirements to use those effects all written out together in a single paragraph. Now, effects are separated.
Dude, this is huge. This is huge for new players. I feel like cards need this. Like, we that are like super into Yu-Gi-Oh, we already get the idea of it, but I feel like for new players, like differentiating the requirement and the effect, it's like so much better. Like, they don't show the stars of the levels, but I think the attack and defense should remain where they, well, where are they now?
Into a requirement to use the card's effect, and also what the effect is. Let's use an example, shall we? Let's take Seven's.
Oh, that the attack is there? I think it's fine. I mean, it's preference, I think. I think it's preference.
Witch. Her effect has a requirement to use, which is requirement. You can send one card from your hand to the graveyard. Effect, special summon one monster, level 7 or higher dark spellcaster from your hand, and if it is a 7's Road Magician, this card gains 400 attack until the end of this turn. This separation of cost and effect will greatly help younger duelists who might not know that colons and semicolons in card effects are actually a really big deal. Yep. Here's another example, this time the spell card, Shield and Sword. This card has no requirement, and as such, the requirement section says none. Its effect, though, is switch the original attack and defense of all face-up monsters currently on the field until the end of this turn. It is also worth mentioning that the requirement and effect happens simultaneously, which means you don't have to worry about missing the timings if spells or traps are chained to them. Since in Master Rule Yu-Gi-Oh, typically a cost would occur first, there'd be a little buffer period in between where stuff can get activated in between, and then the effect would happen, but sometimes because stuff happened in between, the card would miss its timing. We don't want none of that in Rush Duels. Simple. Everything happens together. Oh, and there's one more thing to know about the effects in Rush Duels, and that is every Rush Duel card has a built-in once per turn to its effect. This once per turn is not written anywhere on the card, but it's something that must be obeyed to play the game. All this really means is that every card doesn't have to have once per turn written on it, which is a waste of space. Instead, just make it a part of the core rules of the game, and it's just applied to everything.
Every single card is once per turn? Wow.
A clever move in my opinion. Oh, and to clarify, this is a soft once per turn, by the way, not a hard once per turn. Without getting too much.
Oh, I assume hard once per turn actually have it written there. Interesting. A Sky Striker in shambles. There is no Sky Striker in Rush Duels, right?
The difference is, this means that, let's say, if you have 3 of the same monster on the field, this means that all 3 could use their effects once each. Or as another example, if a monster uses its effect and then is removed from the field or flipped face down and then returned back into its face up position, then you would be able to use its effect again since it's a soft once per turn. Honestly,
nice. It's not that Master is a waste of space, but that Konami needed to nerf cards' ability to abuse in format with no mana. Yes.
if you don't know too much about hard and soft once per turns in Yu-Gi-Oh, that's something you could definitely do some research on. Or maybe that could be a future Idiot's Guide video. So far, the changes aren't too drastic. Well, here's where things get shaken up a bit.
The new rules.
Basically, Rush Duel's rules are a polymerization of Master Rules and Speed Duels, with some big differences thrown in. Let's go through them. Your deck size must be between 40 and 60 cards.
Okay.
You begin a duel with 8,000 life points. There are 3 monster zones, 3 spell and trap zones, a deck, field, graveyard, and extra deck zone on the field. The phases of Rush Duels consist of only the draw phase, main phase, battle phase, and end phase.
And there is no links, right? Because there is no extra monster zone? Question mark?
Meaning the standby phase and main phase 2 are gone. When it all begins, you both start with 4 cards, and the first player to go begins by drawing a card. Here comes a big one. You can normal summon, normal set, and tribute summon as many times as you want in a single turn.
Wow.
Yes, there is no limit. If you want to normal summon 3 monsters, go for it. If you'd like to then tribute them for a bigger one, then go right ahead. This ruling right here is one of the biggest hooks to rush dueling, and it is the reason for its rush style.
Wait, there is no XCs or synchros? Interesting.
There's another big one as well, and well, it's the fact that during your draw phases, you draw until you have 5 cards in your hand.
What?
And all those resources you just used last turn, doesn't matter. You get a fresh hand next turn. Honestly, it's amazing to draw a full hand every single one of your turns. There is, of course, an exception to this. If you already have 5 cards in your hand, instead then, you would simply draw only 1 card, as you normally would in Yu-Gi-Oh! On top of this as well, there is no hand size limit in Rush Duels.
Oh,
but
wow.
decking out in Rush Duels remains the same. If you would attempt to draw but don't have enough cards left to reach the 5 card hand, then that means that player loses the duel.
The only extra deck monsters in Rush Duels is fusion and rituals. It's so interesting to have rituals in the extra.
Lastly, there is in fact a new type of card known as a legend card, which is indicated by this legend symbol on it. Any deck is only allowed to contain a maximum of 1 legend card.
Okay.
Ironically, at the time of this video, there's only one in existence, which is Blue Eyes White Dragon, meaning only this legend card can be played in your deck, and no other legends. And with those rulings, the rest are pretty much identical to that of regular old Yu-Gi-Oh! Though there may be a couple more deviances I've missed and possible changes in the future. So yeah, that concludes your introduction to Rush Dueling. Let me know what you think of it in the comments section below. Would you consider giving Rush Dueling a go? Not that you'd be able to, since Rush Duels aren't coming out internationally, allegedly, but regardless, thank you very much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed, and goodbye.
Cool video, cool video, cool video. Now, I've learned things. That was awesome. I want to... I wish there was like an official way of doing it, because I know that Duel Links version is kind of different. So, yeah. Thank you. Nowadays, you can have 1 legend of each type per deck. Oh, monster, magic, and trap. Okay. There are more complicated cards, like a card that consists of 3. What the hell? That's... Oh yeah, I've seen that! The gadgets, right? Yeah. We're gonna watch one more video about Rush Duels, which is the Cyber Dragons in Rush Duels. So now that we kinda know the rules of Rush Duels, we can watch this. So let's go. Cyber Dragons have a new overhaul. Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel Archetypes explains Cyber Dragons. As you know, chat, obviously, I'm a big fan of Cyber Dragons. So I'm kinda curious on how the deck looks like in a different game, basically. Rush Duels. We just watch a video about the rules. So I kinda get the idea, even though I haven't tried it. I kinda want to see what a Cyber Dragon deck looks like in there. So yeah, let's watch.
Hello everyone, Golden Nova here. Our coverage of Rush continues with a throwback to a theme we've already covered on the channel, and one that our companion game decided to bring into their roster. You might remember.
So you are a machine. My body is a machine that turns bodies into machines. That turns those machines into my body? Question mark?
Remember, I've got a big video on Cyber Dragons, a theme I hold close to my heart as my namesake signature theme.
Wow,
whose flagship card had
based?
an immense impact on the game itself. It was so popular that it's gotten waves upon waves of support over the years, and now it's time for Rush to get a chance to experience the joy of special summoning a monster with just a few...
It's the same. It's not the same art, right? They just remade it, but made it basically the same.
too many levels. So rush on over to the weapons lab and check out the new modules we've got in place, because it's time for Rush Cyber Dragons Explained.
Alright. It's zoomed in. No, it's not zoomed in. It has little differences. A few differences.
Today's episode is possible thanks to viewers like you, as well as my
Me?
patrons. If you like what I do here, I would super appreciate it if you'd subscribe to help us reach another wonderful milestone video. And if you want to support me directly while getting some awesome benefits, check out the link to my Patreon in the description below. So, what's the deal with Cyber Dragons? Well, they're a series of light machine monsters, unless we dip into the Chimera Tech line, which swerves hard into dark attribute territory. But for any more information,
they made Overdragon like different. This art looks really cool.
on that, you'll have to watch the original video. In fact, you'll also need to watch it if you want to learn more about base Cyber Dragon, Proto Cyber Dragon, Cyber Dragon Zhuai, Cyber Kirin, Cyber Twin Dragon, Cyber End Dragon, and Power Bond, as all of them work more or less the same as they do in the base game, though no.
Let's read.
Video. In fact, you'll also need to watch it if you want to learn more about base Cyber Dragon.
If you point control some monster, you can special summon this card from your hand face up on the field. Requirement none, effect none. Okay.
Proto Cyber
Requirement none. Effect this card names becomes Cyber Dragon. Okay.
Dragon, Cyber Dragon.
This card names becomes Cyber Dragon while in graveyard. Reveal one spell card in your hand. This turn, this card's name becomes Cyber Dragon. Oh, what? I have to reveal a card for this to become a Cyber Dragon on the field? Interesting. And it gains attack. Okay.
Why? Cyber Kirin.
Cyber Killing none. Send this card from the field to the graveyard. This turn you take no effect damage. This card is so bad, dude. I guess it is for Power Bond, but still.
Cyber Twin.
Cyber Dragon, requirement none. You can take twice per turn. It's the same, right?
Cyber End Dragon.
The art looks really cool. This card inflicts piercing damage. The attack of the attacking monster. Yeah, piercing damage. If it's attacks a defense position monster. Okay. We got this.
Dragon and Power Bond.
Oh, Power Bond is legend. Power Bond is legend. I see. Hey, hello, Gara. So I've been watching your videos on Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything most about. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed your stay. They work the same. Kirin sounds worse since Power Bond is legend. Fusion summon a machine monster by sending monster from your hand and or field to the graveyard as material. That monster gains attack equal to its original attack. Take damage equal to the amount of attack gained from this effect during the end phase. It's the same, right? Am I missing something? Yeah, it's the same, right? Yeah, I think it's the same. Except that it's a legend, so you can only use one. You can only have one in your deck. Well, it's basically like limiting it, but I feel like limiting cards and putting it like you cannot change. If it's a lane, you cannot change the limitation. No, but you can only have one, right? You only have one. But now you can have one of each, one monster and one spell. I don't know. It's like it's gonna be hard to get used to it. But sure.
All of them work more or less the same as they do in the base game, though notably Power Bond in Rush is a legend card. And big shout out to Cyber Kirin, as their role to help blunt the damage from Power Bond is a lot more palatable here when the normal summon you use to bring it out isn't the only one you have that turn. However, they're not the only imports from the base game, so let's go over a few of them that were changed up just a bit so they were compatible with the Rush format.
Okay. Thank you, Gara.
Cyber Dragon Naxter no longer.
Oh yeah, there is a lot of graveyard recovery, so you can recycle your one legend cards. Interesting.
Monster to special summon itself from the hand, but rather you do that to activate its on-field effect. This allows its name to become Cyber Dragon while on the field, not the graveyard, but then special summons an appropriate monster from the grave. It's not a big change, but some of these are pretty important ones. Namely the fact that this no longer counts as Cyber Dragon in the grave, something we'll see across all the Rush Cyber Dragon cards because while the game does have continuous effects, they even label them helpfully. Cards in the graveyard don't really have any effects. Chimera Tech Overdragon no longer gets rid of every other card you control on summon, so it plays nice with the neighbors, but the biggest change is probably with Cybernetic Overflow. The base card could banish any number of differently leveled Cyber Dragons from your grave to destroy a card for each one banished, but instead, now it only triggers when an opponent normal summons, not whenever you want, puts the Cyber Dragons on the bottom of your deck instead of banishing them, only lets you return 2, and only destroys 2 cards. So I've got
what? They make this card so weird. I'm guessing you play Cyber Dragons in Master Duel? Yes, it's one of my favorite decks. It's my pet deck, I guess.
say, in Rush, that's still pretty impressive removal, so it's hard to be mad about the much lower ceiling. Overall, if you're familiar with the originals, you're not going to get too tripped up with the Rush versions of them. You'll just have to keep in mind that some of the abilities have been limited to be compatible with how Rush functions, or at least how it functions now. Only time will tell if they decide to add in the banishment. Basically, they're the only functional erratas that I agree with, so chalk that up to another miracle that Rush Duels has performed. Okay, with that—
Interesting. You play dinosaurs? I have a few viewers who play dinosaurs. I like that how passionate like a lot of dinosaur players are. I really like that.
Brief aside about what we can expect from the old Cyber Dragons, now
What is this? Where are these cards? Dr. Robotnik sure has been PC.
it's time to see what the new cards can do. Cyber Serpent is a level 1 monster with 0 attack and defense, with an effect you can activate if you have another light attribute machine type monster on your field face up. You mill 3 cards from your deck, and if 2 or more of those cards were light machine monsters, you get to draw a card. Churning through your deck is very important in this thing. So Serpent letting you mulch a bunch of cards at once with the potential for a draw is kinda wild. The only rough thing about it is that it doesn't really stand up in a fight. Okay, that's one rough thing about it. The other is that it looks easily like the most unhinged Cyber card. Serpent is about to drag me into the dark unknown after I've gathered some pages. This thing is creepy. Cyber Coatl is a level 3 monster with 500 attack and 1200 defense, whose effect requires you to have no other monster on your field. You excavate the top 3 cards of your deck, and you can special summon a level 5 machine monster from among them face up to your field.
What happened to Cyber Dragons? we mill, we excavate, we mill and we excavate in Cyber Dragons. That sounds like a crazy concept to me. Interesting. Dino players are dedicated, I respect them. I don't like Misk though. True. You watch Gfan's video on why Saints deck makes sense? Yes, I watched it. Well, I don't know. The cards look really cool. Interesting.
Placing any remaining cards on the bottom of your deck in any order. As a lead card, this isn't half bad. Sometimes you'll hit a free card, but unless we get any way to stack our deck, we aren't exactly going to be benefiting from this consistently. But hey, if things go wrong, you can just swap out Coatl with a bigger monster by using it as tribute fodder. No harm, no foul. But if you're lucky, your game plan will get kicked into full throttle. Or should I say, full Coatl. Cyber Basilisk is a level 4 monster with 1000 attack and 1300 defense, whose effect requires you to have a level 5 or higher machine monster face up on your field. This effect has you choosing a face up monster on your opponent's field and changing it to face down defense position. Then, if you control a face up level 8 or higher machine type fusion monster, you can destroy the chosen monster. So you—
Dude, those requirements don't mean anything. Because you can normal summon whatever, right? You can summon everything you want from your hand. That's so interesting. It's weird that German machines now have cards called Coatl. So true. If you think those Cyber Dragons are changed, wait until you see the new fusions. Oh my god, I cannot imagine these cards in Masters. Like, what they would be like ass, right? But I feel like they make sense here in this game. I don't know. I actually have no point of reference. I don't know how strong like our decks are. I'm just like using this as a way to learn how different the Rush Duels is. Interesting. In Rush, there are no archetypes, so they don't specify Cyber Dragon. Wait, you're right. They say light machine, right? Light machine monsters. or just machines, confusion stuff.
You get some additional removal to go along with your big payoffs, and by making sure the monster is face down beforehand, it helps get rid of any pesky effects that might keep you from doing that. Or if you lack a big machine fusion, you can just use it with regular big machines to make the monster easier to run over. As long as you've got a big monster, this is their perfect companion. Though with a basilisk, that means instead of getting stoned with a friend, you're stoning others with your friends. Cyber Griffin is a level 4 monster with 1200 attack and 1300 defense, whose effect requires you to send a card from your hand to the grave. That effect chooses a face-up level 5 or higher machine-type monster on your field, and that turn, that monster can be destroyed by your opponent's trap card effects. And if that monster is light attribute, you draw a card. So for machine decks in general...
I like this. Just summon the big boy, and yeah. I guess trap cards are really prevalent in this, so interesting. Does this channel have a Red Eyes video? I hear it's strong in Rush Duels. We can check it later. I heard that recently about Red Eyes in Rush Duels. So we can look it up later. Technically, there are not archetypes in Master Duel. That is why cards have mentioned name of the archetype, like Stardust, instead of saying search from archetype. Interesting. But like a lot of cards are like a lot of the other cards were named Cyber Dragons, where they were on the field or graveyard or something. No, was it? I don't remember. No, in the field.
In general, you get a way to help mitigate your opponent's trap card interaction, with the additional bonus of making up for the discard in light decks. You know,
there is no quick plays or spell. Quick play monsters or spells, so traps are the only interactions. Oh, this is what Yugi boomers want. What the hell?
like Cyber Dragons. In that case, you don't lose any hand advantage, you dig for more combo pieces, and you set up your grave. It's a win all around. But I'd avoid taking a look at their history of TV sitcoms. The Griffins have a bit of a polarizing history.
What?
The Cyber Processor is a level 5 monster with 1500 attack and 1600 defense, and if you have a face-up machine-type monster on your field, you can special summon this card from your hand face-up to your field. Its effect requires you to send one other card from your field to the grave, and that effect makes this card's name Cyber Dragon for the turn. Then you can special summon a Cyber Dragon from your grave face-up to your field. So hey,
if you have a face-up machine monster on your field, you can special summon this card from your hand face-up to your field. Your opponent has a card, right? Then you can special summon a Cyber Dragon and then special summon this, and then send one card from the field to the graveyard, which I assume can be this. Send other cards, so it could be the Cyber Dragon that you already summoned. I don't know. This turn, this card's name becomes Cyber Dragon. Then you can special summon one Cyber Dragon from your graveyard. Wait, you can send a Cyber Dragon that you already had in there, right? So then you can special summon that Cyber Dragon, and this is also Cyber Dragon, so you can fuse them. They're both level 5. If there was Xyz, you could get stuff. You could get Nova. Interesting. I should try Cyber Dragons. I run Blue Eyes as second deck, but other people what they're I mean, I don't know. Isn't Blue Eyes better than Cyber Dragons in general? I don't know if like in Rush Duels, but in you know, in the TCG and in Master Duel. I don't know about Duel Links.
hey, you can get base Cyber Dragon back. That's pretty useful, especially because you can send any card to activate this effect, not just other monsters. So any spell or trap cards that aren't pulling their weight can be converted into a pretty beefy body, which is more than I can say for Cyber Processor itself. This looks like what happens if you leave Cyber Dragon out in the sun for too long. Why that snake so goopy?
Oh yeah, it's like melting or something, right? That's so funny.
Cyber Dragon Raquette is a level 8 monster with 2100 attack and defense, and you can tribute summon this card in attack position by attributing a light attribute machine type monster. Its effect requires you to send the top card of your deck to the grave, which makes this card's name become Cyber Dragon for the turn. Then, you can make a face-up monster on your field gain 500 attack until the end of the turn. So it turns out, Raquette is German for rocket, which lines up with the sweet fins and engine this guy is rocking. Though I suppose the more relevant thing is that there's a number of Cyber Dragon monsters with a German naming convention, so it's continuing that legacy. The fact that you can tribute summon this with only a single tiny monster that we've talked about previously means it's very easy to deploy, and makes for the perfect pivot after you've used the effective cards like Coatl and Griffin. And a 500 point boost ain't nothing to sneeze at either. Remember, we still have access to monsters like Cyber Twin and End Dragon, so we have some pretty good vessels for the extra oomph. But I feel like we can do better than this. I mean, seriously? Copying Seto Kaiba? The Blue Eyes Jet was funny, but no one was asking for the Cyber Jet.
I like that. I love what you said about the other one. The processor, they overclocked it to mine bitcoins. That is so funny. Okay, bye bye. 73DZ. Thank you so much for joining the stream. See you next time.
Cyber Assault Dragon is a level 8 monster with 2400 attack and 1800 defense, and you can tribute summon this card in attack position by tributing a face-up Cyber Dragon,
Okay.
which is something our next two cards can do as well. Though because it only works on Cyber Dragon, it is admittedly more narrow than what Roquette can do.
No, but there is a lot of cards that are treated as Cyber Dragon, right? So that's kind of the point of the deck, right?
Its requirements has you placing a Cyber Dragon from your grave on top of your deck, which destroys a face-up level 8 or lower monster with 2400 or more attack on your opponent's field. Ah, clever, clever. It seems they've snuck in a retrain of an original card right under our noses.
Oh, he's a laser,
Assault
right?
Dragon is doing a very big callback to Cyber Laser Dragon.
Yeah.
Easily one of the worst pieces of Cyber Dragon support in the game, whose effect works basically identically to Assault Dragons. But Laser was bad because you had to spend 2 Cyber Dragons.
Yeah, you need to. You basically were doing a ritual summon, but specific for Cyber Dragons. Now, this card, you just summon it. Yeah, you just summon it.
And a spell card to summon this, and it didn't even live in your extra deck. Assault Dragon, thankfully, does not have that baggage, so does that make it any better? Well, under most circumstances, it's able to deal with any monster it can't normally deal with in battle, which is sweet. The level 8 cap is probably meant to keep this from being an answer to big boss monsters like Maximums or Fusion monsters, which I can't complain about too much. In this context, Assault Dragon is a nifty problem solver should you need it, and it's easy to deploy when you do. And bonus, its effect sets up a guaranteed Coatl resolution, kind of. It's a phenomenal upgrade to the original. I just hope you didn't invest too heavily in photon generator units all this time, hoping they would eventually spike in price, because those are going in the garbage.
Wow.
Cyber Search Dragon is a level 8 monster with 2400 attack and...
Oh, this looks so weird. I love it. I love this, dude. What? I love this design. Is this the retrain or for the barrier? Cyber Barrier Dragon, I think it's called.
100 defense, and during your main phase, in which you normal or special summon to this card, you can place a card from your hand on top of your deck to special summon a Cyber Dragon from your graveyard face up to your field. And since you contribute a single Cyber Dragon to summon this, you probably have one in there that you can grab. Notably, this also helps you set up Coatl, though I am recently reminded that you can only activate that card while it's alone on the field, so
this
it's
is
not
completely
quite
new.
as plug and play as it might seem on the surface. Still, Search Dragon helps keep Cyber Dragons on the field, which will be mighty helpful in ensuring our fusion spells have the right targets. Not
Alright, see you later, Garad. See you later. Thank you for coming. It's not a retrain of barrier, even though there is one. Oh, I can't wait.
to mention you won't have to go around searching for more of them.
Oh, ha 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 ha.
Cyber Stealth Dragon is a level 8 monster with 2500 attack and 800 defense, who has a continuous effect. If Cyber Dragon is in your grave, this card gains 2000 defense and can be destroyed by your opponent's monster effects. Like how Assault Dragon is a reimagining of Laser Dragon, Stealth Dragon takes some cues from Barrier Dragon, which is somehow even worse than Laser Dragon. It also required a secondary card and Cyber Dragon's tribute to summon it, and while it had a massive defense pool, its ability to negate attacks only triggered when it was in attack position. And having an 800 attack monster in attack position that we spent so many resources on getting is a terrible idea. But now,
Requirement?
you don't have to
None.
worry about that. Instead, Stealth comes with a cheap tribute summon requirement, monster effect destruction protection, and an actually decent attack stat, as well as the same defense should you have the Cyber Dragon in your graveyard. This makes it a sturdy attacker in lieu of more potent boss threats, and when combined with Griffin's trap card protection, your opponent's going to have to commit something really big or really specific when it comes to taking down Stealth. Though, granted, you will have to find it first, though. I think a large, shiny, metallic snake's not exactly going to be that difficult to hunt down.
Interesting.
I'm thinking Stealth might not actually be its greatest attribute. Alright, that does it for the main deck monsters. Now
Oh
it's
my
time
god, what
for
is
the
this?
Fusions. Cyber Rush Dragon is a level 8 monster with 2800 attack and 2100 defense, requiring 2 Cyber Dragons as material. Its effect requires your opponent to have a monster on the field, which has you drawing cards until you have 5 in hand. Then, send 4 cards from your hand to the graveyard. Also, you can special summon a machine-type monster from your hand face up to your field. Losing your whole hand might feel like
I don't know about this
cost
one.
to just summon one monster, but remember, this is Rush. Next turn, you'll draw a full grip of 5, and it'll be like it never ran out of cards. Not only can this help you fill up your grave with useful monsters, not only can this help get your bigger Cyber Dragons into play, this can be used to splash with other machine support to utilize their power fairly easily. Cyber Twin Dragon still has Rush beat in terms of raw damage output, but if dealing damage isn't a priority, then you can always count on the utility and reliability of this Rush delivery.
It has the same stats as Cyber Twin Dragon. You're so right. You're so right. It has the same, again, right? Cyber Dragon plus Cyber Dragon. That's so very interesting. I don't like the effect though. I guess it's good in the context of Rush. I don't know. I actually don't know. This doesn't sound good. No double attack. Yeah, I mean, it's completely different effect, which I don't know if it's good. Like, and your opponent needs some monster in there.
Chimera Tech Crush Dragon is a level 9 monster with 2500 attack and 1600 defense, requiring Cyber Dragon and 2 or more machine-type monsters as material. Its continuous effect keeps monsters on your field from being destroyed by spell card effects, and face-up machine-type monsters on your field gain attack equal to the number of monsters used as material for this card's fusion summon times 100.
Excuse me? Face-up machine-type monsters on your field gain attack equal to the number of monsters used as material when fusion summoning this card times 100. What's the attack defense?
So at bare minimum, this is providing a 300 attack boost, which is pretty gnarly. But not only can you sink more material into this to get an even bigger boost, your opponent can...
I think there is base stats. I think it says 2500 attack.
Just drop a spell card that wipes out monsters to take you out. Heck, if you wanted to be a little gremlin, you could play Dark Hole, since Crush doesn't say...
I think it's the screenshot is kind of weird, but I think it says 2500 attack, and I cannot see the defense.
They only protect against your opponent's spell effects. Though, granted, that's also a legend card, which means you couldn't play Power Bond, so, you know, weigh your options. This is a pretty rowdy boss monster if I've ever seen one, and not only because of the effect, but for what's going on in the card itself. It's like they put Cyber Assault, Search, and Stealth Dragon into a big Get Along t-shirt, and they are not happy about it. Cyber Surveillance Dragon is a level 9 monster with 2100 attack and 2500 defense.
It requires Cyber Search Dragon? Specifically Cyber Search Dragon. Interesting. I can see it, sorry, no, I understand. Wow.
Requiring Cyber Search Dragon and a Cyber Dragon as material. Its effect requires you to change this attack position card to face a defense position, which fusion summons a level 10 machine-type monster by shuffling 3 or more Cyber Dragons from your field and or grave into their owner's deck as material. And this turn, the monster special summoned by this effect gains 600 attack. Now, would you believe me if I said that there is currently only a single level 10 machine fusion monster in Rush? That being Cyber and Dragon. So you make this, and now you have a way to make the biggest creature in the whole theme entirely using your graveyard while giving it a little pick-me-up. Hey.
Oh, so if you summon this, you can get an even stronger Cyber and Dragon. Sure.
It's got piercing. Any extra damage is going to go through, so we might as well enjoy it. But it sure isn't making any friends while doing so. Like, why do you need all that surveillance gear. Cyber Tactical Dragon is a level 9 monster with 3200 attack and 2100 defense, requiring Cyber Assault Dragon and Cyber Dragon as material. Its effect requires you to shuffle 2 light attribute machine type monsters from your grave into the deck, which destroys up to 2 face-up monsters on your opponent's field whose total attack is less than or equal to this card's attack. And hey, both the fusion materials for this monster are light attribute machine types. How crazy is that? So where Assault checked for monsters bigger than it, Tactical looks for things smaller than it, which means that any effect that amps up the power of Tactical Dragon increases the number of viable targets we can take out.
It's so weird that there's another one that like, I guess this one is good, but it requires a Cyber Assault Dragon in the first place.
Especially because we have to put those 2 monsters together to make them underneath that 3200 attack limit. We're not exactly taking out 2 boss-sized monsters by themselves. Though, with enough boosts, you might even be able to destroy certain maximum monsters. And wouldn't that be swell? Granted, you're only destroying 1 target instead of 2, but you're destroying a more high-value target, which truly is the more tactical response. Alright, that's all of our monsters, and now it's time for the spells and traps. Cyber Entry is a normal spell card that requires you to have 3 or more light attribute machine type monsters in your grave, and it special summons a Cyber Dragon or Proto Cyber Dragon from your hand or grave face up to your field. But that turn, you can only attack with light attribute machine type monsters. That means you'll have to cool it on the Chimera text, but that's about the only thing to keep in mind. This gets us back some Cyber Dragon names where you need them for fusion summoning, and Cyber Dragon is just generally a good body to be attacking with. And if nothing else, it makes for a great entry point for the archetype.
Oh yeah, you don't know about maximum monsters in Rush Duel? I don't know what that is.
Cyber Rush Fusion is a normal spell card that requires you to have a monster on your field. It fusion summons a monster that lists Cyber Dragon as material by shuffling up to 5 light attribute machine type monsters from your field and or grave into the owner's deck as material. Then, if you have a monster on your field other than the monster special
fusion summon a monster that lists Cyber Dragon as material by shuffling up to 5 light attribute machine monsters from your field and or graveyard into the owner's deck as material. Okay. Then if you have a monster on your field, or then the special summon destroy all these monsters. Interesting.
Summoned by this effect, destroy all those monsters. So you're incentivized to use the monster you have on the field as material, and you might need to do that to meet the Cyber Dragon requirement for our fusions. But yeah, this card is about as nutty as it gets. A Chimera Tech Crush can benefit from that greatly by using all 5 of those material slots to get really goofy with the attack boost, though it's gonna be much more geared towards working with the new fusions and not our old existing imports.
Maximum monsters are composed of 3 cards, have high attack and levels and powerful effects, but it's the only monster that can only be on the field because it's 3 parts, right? Yeah, I've seen the gadget one. I didn't know that was called like that. I've seen the 3 gadgets. It looks interesting. I don't know how it will, like, you know, how it will play, but yeah.
I don't expect Cyber End Dragon will be summoned off this many times, since you will need to have 3 original Cyber Dragons in rotation. But admittedly, a 5 material Chimera Tech Over Dragon is going to go bonkers. But just make sure you keep your ingredients and requirements in mind. You wouldn't want to mess up the recipe because you were rushing through it.
Wow.
Cyber Variation is a normal spell card that requires you to have 10 or more cards in your deck, and you place a light attribute machine type monster from your field on the bottom of your deck, which draws you 2 cards. But you can only special summon machine type monsters until the end of the turn. Hey, an archetypal draw 2 spell, reminiscent of the classic Cyber Valley. That's kinda neat. I mean, I guess it lets you cycle through cards, maybe get Coatl off the field before it gets trampled, but aside from that, it's just a draw spell. Nothing more, nothing less. Compared to other archetypal draw
Finally, the Cyber Dragon Pot of Greed.
2 spells, there isn't much variation. Evolution Rush Burst is a normal spell card that requires you to have a level 5 or higher machine monster face up on your field, and to shuffle 5 light attribute machine type monsters from your grave into your deck to destroy 1 card on your opponent's field. That seems like a lot of hoops for a simple effect, but I have to remember that this is Rush. Not only is unconditional removal a powerful rarity, we have plenty of ways to vent a lot of monsters into the grave, so this actually works out pretty swimmingly. And think of the recycling, that's going to be really good for the environment. Not only
Shut up, dude. What I like that he does he feels like forced to make a joke for every single card. Like some jokes are not necessary. Like I feel like it will have more impact if you just stick to the good jokes. What is I know I'm laughing at this one, but I'm more laughing at the absurdity of it.
are you taking out your own trash, you're taking out the trash that is your opponent. So it's environmentally conscious and provides you with some mental warfare. Fun. Multiple Adapter Unit is a normal trap card that you can activate when your opponent normal summons a monster, and you have to send a face-up level 5 or higher machine monster from your field to the grave.
Okay.
The effect changes that summoned monster to face-down defense position, then you can special summon either Cyber Assault Dragon or Cyber Stealth Dragon. Here it is, we've gone full circle with the terrible Cyber Dragon retrains. This is meant to emulate the cards that evolve into Laser or Barrier, but where those were bricky nonsense, this is a Book of Moon that can turbocharge your Cyber Dragons with extra power and effects. Heck, it even uses any level 5 or higher machine monster if any of those get splashed into your deck. And springing a Stealth Dragon on your opponent like that is going to be a big roadblock for them, and will probably require them to at least commit to their battle phase to run over that 2800 defense. Because they ain't using monster effects to get rid of it, that's for sure. And you never have to worry about what plugs you run into while you're traveling. This card can adapt to anything. Alright, that's all the Cyber Dragon cards, but what do we do with them? Well, we're gonna need fusion spells and we're gonna need Cyber Dragons. So whatever cards we can wrangle up that help with either of those will provide us with the removal and power we need to close out the game. So what can we play to help them out? Thankfully, we've got a few pieces of really nifty machine support that we can lean on. Assault Cannon has a nifty debuff if you've got a field full of machines, and the spell card that bears its image, Barrage of Steel, is a way to get rid of spell and trap cards so you don't have to deal with them when you go into punch face.
What? You have a face-up machine monster in the field, destroy a spell. This is to destroy one spell card your opponent's field. I assume there is no Mystical Space Typhoon in this thing.
It's a way to get rid of spell and trap cards so you don't have to deal with them when you go into punch face. Joint Tech Joint may not be able to fusion summon our Cyber Dragon monsters, but it's fair game for our Chimera Techs, and comes with some position changing shenanigans to take full advantage of their power. For more ways to cycle through your cards, Crafter Drone pitches a machine in your hand to draw you a card, helping you to up your count in the grave while keeping your hand stocked up. But the undisputed champion of doing that is Card Trooper. If you don't mind using the legend slot for it,
oh,
you can
that's a
turn 3 cards
legend
into your grave to go up to 1900 attack, a stat most 1 tribute monsters would kill for. But here's the real kicker. Card Trooper draws you a card when it's destroyed in battle in the original TCG. Rush Card Trooper can send itself to the graveyard after you do the milling to draw you a card. So not only do you benefit from the draw sooner, it's now in the graveyard to be used as fusion material with Cyber Dragon Rush, so later on you can draw it again and do the whole thing over. As for a silly tech pick, for a deck that banks a lot on punching with big monsters, we lack a lot of piercing options, and I don't like that End Dragon is the only one that gets to have fun with it. So let's spread the love by dipping back into the Joint Tech toolbox with Joint Tech Rush Horn. You can equip it to any face-up machine monster you control, giving it a sweet 300 attack boost, and lets it deal piercing battle damage. Cyber Twin Dragon becomes an absolute truck, to say nothing of Over Dragon, or you can just put it on Crush Dragon to supplement its own attack boost for your field. But no matter how you use this, when this card is in play, your opponent's life points soon will not. And that's all I've got to say about the Rush Cyber Dragon cards. God, my jealousy for Rush continues to grow day by day.
This sounds so cool. I want to give it a try. Like I actually interested in it. I don't know if this is good or not because I don't know how it compares to the rest of the game, right? But it sounds really cool.
Day. Cyber Rush Fusion fills a much needed gap in the fusion effect roster of Cyber Dragon. Cyber Rush Dragon itself has a killer effect to dig through your deck, and I wouldn't turn my nose up at Crush Dragon's spell protection and board boost. And you can do some nasty things with that by utilizing Overload Fusion. Hopefully we'll get to see some of these cards brought into the core game one of these days, but for now, I'm content with sending even more heinous threats from our game into theirs. I have noticed that Rush likes to make a lot of machine archetypes and, well, it would be a shame if some kind of fortress dragon showed up for a little meet and greet.
It's kinda sad the Rush Duel is only available in Japan and Duel Links. Yeah. I need this in Master Duel. I need this in Master Duel right now. Dude, I will sell my soul to get this in Master Duel. Yeah.
But now, I want to hear what you all have to say. Do you think the Rush Cyber Dragons make for a tactical evolution of the theme, or are they not having much of a Cyber Dark impact? And which one's your favorite? Personally, I've got to give it up for Tactical Dragon. This thing looks sick. Let me know your favorite down below, and if you haven't already, please be sure to like the video if you liked it. Subscribe so you don't miss an episode. Be sure to watch one of my videos in the sidebar to help me show up in your home screen, and be sure to share this video with somebody you know who loves Yu-Gi-Oh! It really does a lot to help me out. Today's episode is brought to you by Dragon Shield. Get the sleeves as strong as dragon scales that even come with their own lore, and save 5% on your order by using the coupon code GOLDENNOVA at checkout. It was also brought to you by my lovely patrons, including this month's illustrious...
Okay, we're not gonna like read all of those, but chat, Dragon Shield actually really awesome. Not a I mean, I'm not sponsored, but I use it. Really cool. I'm sure everyone knows about this. Dude, that was such a cool video. I'm also like super jealous about this, and I want to give it a try because it sounds really awesome. So yeah, let me know if there is more cool archetypes like this that maybe we can watch and see from Rush Duels. I'm really curious. Hopefully we will get it. We'll get it one day. We'll get it one day. Yeah. Yeah, Dragon Shield may as well be his only sponsor. Well, I don't know. Dang. I wish I had a cool sponsor like that of a product that I use.
Hello everyone, it's Dylan from Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything, and welcome back to another...
We have been streaming for how long? We've been here for almost 3 hours and 30 minutes. I think we can watch... we haven't watched the one video from the thumbnail. It's this one. This is the one from the thumbnail. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Wait, not here. Let's just watch. Let's watch. Currently 7:25 where I am. I usually just start at 4. Yeah. Yeah. Let's watch this. Let's watch this.
Hello everyone.
Which Yu-Gi-Oh series has the most duels? Let's watch.
Hello everyone, it's Dylan from Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything, and welcome back to another Yu-Gi-Oh! Video. So we have been doing a lot of statistic-based videos here on this channel recently, and in today's video we have another stat-based video, and in that video we are going to be looking at which Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime featured the most amount of total duels.
I feel like it's gonna be 7s, right? I'm pretty sure it's 7s because the duels are like super short in there. And then it's probably gonna be either GX or Sexal. I think GX, if we learn from which characters play the most duels. Yes, I know Jaden played a lot of like duels, but Yuma too, right? So it's gonna be one of those. But I feel like 7s is definitely the number one. Yeah, let's see.
Obviously, duels are incredibly important, if not the only main core that every Yu-Gi-Oh! Series has. But I'm sure a few of you guys, just like me, have wondered which of the 7 shows actually has the most amount of duels. We're also going to be looking at which shows have the highest and lowest episodes per duel ratio, which is basically just taking the total amount of duels and dividing it by the total amount of episodes that show had to find out what their episodes per duel number was, because obviously all 7 Yu-Gi-Oh! Shows, Duel Monsters, all the way through 7s, have had different amounts of episodes. Let's go over the criteria very quickly. So I
really doubt these Duel Monsters. Duel Monsters is like it has very long duels for a lot of episodes, and we saw that Yugi is one of the main characters that have less duels, not main characters, the protagonist that has had the least amount of duels. So it's not. I think it was the Playmaker was the one with the least amount of duels. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Counting anything that works as a duel, including flashback duels, as long as most of those duels were shown. So for instance, Yusei versus Jack in the flashback where Jack beats Yusei, we don't really see anything about that duel, so that is not going to be included. But Jack versus Dragon in the flashback, which we see 3 full turns of, that would be included. A duel basically needs to have like 2 or 3 turns that were shown for it to count, and that does work for flashback duels. For intruder duels in Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5, I'm only counting that as 1 duel. So the Zark versus everyone duel does not count as 9 separate duels. It's just 1 continuous duel that other duelists happen to interfere. I'm not counting that as separate duels. The 5Ds riding duels, I am only counting those as 1 duel. So Team 5Ds versus Team Taio, that's 1 duel. We're not looking at the individual matchups within those duels. And then finally, if there are like monster battles taking place outside of a normal duel setting, like we see a lot in the final arc of Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters, those are not counting as duels either. We are only looking at traditional Yu-Gi-Oh! Based duels. And so that's a bit of a criteria that I'm looking at for this list. And I will be showing you guys all the duels that I am counting at the end of this video. But without further ado, make sure you make your predictions as to which Yu-Gi-Oh! Series has the most amount of duels. I think the data might surprise you a little bit, especially with how close some of these shows are. There are 4 of the 7 shows that have between 79 and 81 duels, and I am not making that up.
Okay.
Without further ado, let's...
Okay. So, prediction right now. I haven't watched this video. Number 1 is gonna be Sevens. Number 2 is gonna be... I'm gonna I'm between Sexel and GX. I don't know. It's gonna be Sexel and GX, and then I don't know. Probably Arc 5. No, it's not Arc 5. I think it's 5Ds. Then Arc 5. Then Duel Monsters, and then Brains. Yeah, that's my prediction. Okay, what is the second one actually? It's Sexel. Sexel is the number 2, and then GX. Yeah, okay.
Let's get into it. I hope you guys enjoy. Coming in last is Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains.
Okay, we're doing well. We're doing amazing.
Duels. So there are a few reasons why Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains is in last. And by the way, Vrains is in last by over 20 duels. It has 23 less duels than the 6th place show on this list. So why does Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains have so little in terms of total duels? Well, the show was cut most likely 6 months short. At the very least, it was 6 months shorter than 5Ds, Zexal, and Arc 5. It's
no Gold Rush, but Sevens is there. Yeah.
Predecessors all aired. It was many episodes shorter than GX and Duel Monsters, and even though it was 30 episodes longer than Sevens, Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains was the last show that featured Master Duels, and so a lot of the duels in Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains took place over multiple episodes, whereas in a series like Sevens, most of those duels were 1-episode duels. So it doesn't really bode too well for Vrains in a video like this. Another thing that really low-key hurt Vrains was the amount of recap episodes that the show had. The show didn't have a duel in the very first episode, and then they had the recap plague, which struck in episodes 13, 21, 29, and 38. There were a couple of other non-dueling episodes as well down the road. So when you mix all of those factors in together, it makes sense why Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains by far has the lowest amount of total duels featured in its series. Coming in 6th, the Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds.
No!
79 total duels.
There's no way. I already failed so
really
bad.
Cluster. Again, there are 4 shows.
There's no way, dude. How 79 total duels? How?
that are between 79 and 81. This seems to be the sweet spot when it comes to duels in a Yu-Gi-Oh series, right around that 80 number. Yu-Gi-Oh 5Ds definitely could have had a lot more than 79. They had a lot of the team battles that could have very easily been individual duels, but I'm just counting them as team duels, and so because of that, there were a lot of episodes dedicated to just one long riding duel. 5Ds was also the first show that had two different types of duel. You had the riding/turbo duels and the standing duels, and I feel like the riding duels probably were a bit quicker than the standing duels in a lot of cases. But yeah, I don't really have too much to say about this. This is kind of the sweet spot that you're going to find a lot of the shows in. Yu-Gi-Oh 5Ds, 79 total duels. Tied for fourth is Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal with 80 total duels. And there's
What? There is no way! How? Really? Duel Monsters had so many duels? What are we counting?
not really, again, too much to say here. Zexal kind of reverted back to what Duel Monsters and GX did, where you just had mainly the typical standing duels. There were no specialty duels like 5Ds with riding duels and even Vrains with speed duels. And again, this 80 range kind of seems to be the magic number. So Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal, 80 total duels in the series. Another series tied for fourth is Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters with 80 total duels.
Dude.
So this one surprised me. I thought Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters would be number 2, and I really believed that just based on the amount of episodes that the series had. Duel Monsters had 224 episodes, over 40 episodes more.
I'm done, we're counting filler. I forgot.
Than Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, which had about 30 more episodes than the 5D Zexal and Arc 5 trio. So I just thought based on the quantity of episodes that we had in this series, Duel Monsters would be very high in terms of the total amount of duels, but it's not. It doesn't even crack the top 3. And there's a myriad of reasons for that. The most important being, there are a lot of stretches of Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters where your typical duels don't really happen. A lot of the Kaiba Virtual World arc doesn't have any duels that I'm really counting, and the Millennium World arc, which is the final season, lasts almost 30 episodes and has 3 duels. Yugi versus Bakura, Kaiba versus Bakura, and the ceremonial duel between Yugi and Atem. And so there are just a lot of stretches of this show where your traditional duels don't really take place. On top of that, there are a lot of duels that just take a crazy amount of episode time. Kaiba and Yugi versus Noah lasts about 5 episodes. Yugi versus Kaiba at Battle City, I think, lasts 7 episodes.
Jesus.
And so there are just a lot of duels that take an insanely long amount of time. And even though there are 224 episodes of this show, there's just a lot of different reasons why there aren't as many duels as you would think featured when it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters. And so the original series, to my shock and probably the shock of a lot of you guys, doesn't even crack the top 3 for the most amount of total duels that any show has to offer. Coming in third,
I don't know anymore.
Sevens with 81 duels.
I'm
Who
so
would have guessed
wrong about everything. I am so wrong. Oof.
that the shortest Yu-Gi-Oh! Series, which only had 92 episodes, actually has the 3rd most amount of duels to offer in the entire Yu-Gi-Oh!
I thought it was gonna be the number 1 because sometimes, from what I've heard, right? Sometimes you just have like 2 duels in the same episode.
Franchise. There's a big reason for this. Yu-Gi-Oh! Sevens is the only Yu-Gi-Oh! Series on this list to focus on rush duels as opposed to master duels, and rush duels take an insanely quick amount of time.
What were those cards? The baseball, like, okay.
71 of the 81 duels were 1 episode duels. There were only 10 duels in Yu-Gi-Oh! Sevens that lasted more than 1 episode, and you want to know how many duels lasted at least 3 episodes? 1. Barely. It was Yuga versus Otis, and even in that final 3-episode battle, you had another duel which was Yuga versus Luke in episode 92. So that duel barely lasted 3 episodes, and for that reason, Yu-Gi-Oh! 7's really racked up a lot of quick duels, and so crazily enough, the show with 92 episodes has more total duels.
The hell, baseball utopia. Okay.
than the show with 224 episodes. It really is just Rush Duel versus Master Duel, but I still find that to be pretty hysterical. Number 2, Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5 with 90 total duels.
Wow, I wasn't expecting
Yu-Gi-Oh!
that.
Arc 5 does come in second place on this list, and I think the main reason for that, I tried to find the reason as to why Arc 5 had 10 more duels than that sweet spot around, 79 to 81. I think the main reason for that is Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5 always stayed within the 2-episode rule. They didn't really let any duels go beyond 2 episodes, which happened a lot in Zexal, 5Ds, and of course in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters. The first Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5 duel that went more than 2 episodes was Yuya versus Barrett, which were episodes 90 through 92. And so because Arc 5 had so little duels go beyond 2 episodes, and really after the Synchro arc, outside of Yuya versus Edo Round 2, from episodes 100 to 119, there were no duels that was more than 1 episode. So Arc 5 at that point was maybe trying to rush a few of the storylines forward, but they really had a lot of duels that were 1 episodes, and so for those reasons, I think that's why Arc 5 had 10 more duels than kind of your average sweet spot, and it does have 90 total duels in the series. And coming in first, I don't think to anyone's surprise,
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I've doubted you.
Yu-Gi-Oh! GX with 133 total duels.
Jesus.
That is more than 40 duels higher than the second highest show on this list, which only had 90 total duels. So Yu-Gi-Oh! GX absolutely blows away this competition, and I'm sure if we looked at like total wins for a protagonist, which maybe we'll do down the road, I'm sure Judai would be insanely high on that list. And the reason for GX having so many duels is that Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, not only did it have 30 more episodes than 5D, Zexal, and Arc 5, which I think is important to mention, but it had so many, especially in that first and second season, one-off duels, where Judai versed the flavor of the week, smoked him, and then that character went away, never to be seen from or heard of again. And there were so many of those duels that it just compiled into 133 total duels in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, which is not even close to any of the other shows on this list. I mean, it's almost triple to the amount of duels that Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains had in it. Yu-Gi-Oh! GX was another show that had a lot of 1 episode or even 2 episodes.
Dude, look at these numbers. Look at these numbers. Like this in the it make like sense, right? No, especially these 4, right? 7s, Duel Monsters X, 5Ds is basically the same amount. It's basically the same amount, right? Then it's R5, like okay, like 9 more, and then it's 43 more, dude. What?
Duels. They didn't really go into those 3, 4, 5 episode slogs all that much, and so that also helps its number here. But I think the main reason is GX had a lot of one-off duels. They had a lot of one-off characters. It's something I've been a little critical on GX with. I rewatched it not too long ago, and I feel like it does take a little bit of time to get going, and I think you kind of feel the slog of the amount of duels and the amount of ultimately meaningless duels.
It's so true. They are meaningless to the story. That is, I wouldn't call it filler, but like yes, there is a lot of like duels that are literally flavor of the week stuff. Like JoJo's has a lot of that, but at least in JoJo's they get like they are moving right from one place to another, and they just fight a random guy. Here it's just like vibing. here is the character just vibing, and then they found out about this evil doer doing something stupid, and yeah, I don't know. Dang it. Wow.
The problem with having this many duels in a series is there's a lot of duels that just don't really have meaning. Like, I don't really care about Judai versus Sal the Monkey, or Judai versus Taizan, or Judai versus Princess Rose. I mean, there's just so many one-off characters and one-off duels, and that's the reason the GX number is very inflated here. And if we look at the amount of episodes per duel, so again, this is total duels divided by the amount of total episodes, Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s is obviously in first. Their duel's average length was
Okay.
about 1.1 episodes. Then you have GX, Arc 5, Zexal, 5Ds, Vrains, and then Duel Monsters, which on average, a duel took about 2.8 episodes to
Oh, that
complete.
sounds
Now, that's not totally fair
horrible.
because there were a lot of episodes in Duel Monsters that just didn't have duels. There were a few arcs that barely
Okay, I
had duels
guess.
featured in it. So this list is a little more trivial, but the main list we wanted to look at, and we got our answer, is that Yu-Gi-Oh! GX has the most amount of total duels featured with 133, beating out every single show by a very wide margin. And that about wraps it up. Thank you guys so much for watching. So I told you at the beginning that I would be showing all
Awesome
of the
video.
duels on this video. Well, I did lie a little bit. In the description, I have a spreadsheet of every single duel that I counted listed out. You can click on the link in the description and see every duel that I believe qualified for this list. Now, I may have forgotten a couple of duels here and there. I may have counted a duel that maybe you feel I shouldn't have counted. And if you have any kind of questions, definitely leave them down below. I'd love to kind of hear from you guys and hear your opinions. Again, going through over 1,000 episodes of data is not easy. A huge thank you to Fender Bullet and Aki Dream. Fender Bullet compiled a lot of this data. I kind of matched it up with mine, and Aki Dream was a huge help in kind of double checking through everything. She caught a couple of things here and there that she felt should have been added or maybe not added, but it's always good to have some extra eyes. So huge shout outs to them. Would not have been able to make this video if it was not for their help. And a huge shout out to you guys. I hope you guys
The
have been enjoying these
Patreons?
fun stat-based
Okay.
videos on the
We're not
channel.
yet.
I'm a math nerd. I love math. I love these stats. So please, if you have any other requests, let me know down below in the comments. Thank you all so much for watching. A special thank you all so
Yeah, dude, I'm really enjoying these videos with just the numbers, even without watching all the series. I don't know, it's just I just like numbers. Dude. There is something wrong with me, but I just like this type of videos. I don't know. Yeah. Thank you so much for recommending. Tell me what surprised you the most about this. For me, it was really the amount of duels in Duel Monsters. I was sure Duel Monsters was gonna be like last, but I guess for the huge amount of episodes that they had, right? That kind of bumped the number, right? Makes sense. But like, yeah, it has the most amount of like the biggest number of episodes per duel, right? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. So yeah. Also, I want to say something. I forgot about this. I like how like it's every protagonist at the time and Kaiba. I feel like that is so funny. Like how people always include Kaiba. Kaiba is just that important. He has to be there, even though this is just a protagonist thing. So yeah, I just wanted to share that. I don't know. So thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. Hello, Exa. Welcome, welcome. Shmaden Shmuki really was the guy to clean up messes for some reasons. True. I think I have a suggestion for you. Do I post it on the Discord or the link chat? Oh, in the Discord, please. In the Discord. Yes, I don't know if I'm gonna watch it today. I doubt it. I'm gonna watch one more video. We're already like the stream was supposed to last 3 hours, and we're already like at almost 4. So yeah, that is a problem. That is a big problem. So we're gonna watch one more video, and we're gonna watch more suggestions next time. Then Kaiba is considered a protagonist in Duel Links, bruh. Serious canon event. 56 duel less than half of the 120 total episodes for Brains. I would like to know how Duel Monster looks like without the filler. And you can say, oh yeah, but GX also had a lot of filler. Yeah, whatever. I don't care. Duel Links is canon to the anime. Uh-oh. You everything is really interesting timeline theory. video a bit too. Oh, that we have to. I want to watch the anime first before those ones. Another one. Give me a second, chat. I'm gonna get water really quick and. You hear that? That's horrible. I'm gonna get more water really quick, and we'll watch the next one. Okay? Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Wait, can I leave you with this? Hold on, you have to see this. You have to see this. This is so funny. Alright, I'll be back. I'll be back. Alright, oh, that was perfect. 1 minute 30 seconds. Well, 27. Oh, we're not gonna watch this one. Should we watch this one? I kinda want to watch this one. But no, I think we have to watch this one. Should we? What do you say, chat? Do we watch another Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything video? Which Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime has the most non-duel episodes? Which we already know is gonna be the... We already know it's gonna be Duel Monsters, the #1. I would be surprised if it isn't. Or do we watch the top 10 monsters rank 11 to 13? What do you say, chat? I will listen to whoever talks first. Exis. Técnicamente es considered protagonist in Duel. I already read that. Non-duel episodes. Alright, that's one. Let's watch the non-duel episodes. No one else is saying anything.
Hello,
We're gonna watch the other one later.
everyone.
You know what? Just kidding. We're gonna watch both. Let's watch this one first. let's watch this one first. We're gonna watch the two of them. A million dinner is good with me. Okay. I'm gonna. Okay, I should order something in a bit, but first, let's watch this one. Okay. The audio first.
There are over 600 Xyz monsters.
Top 10 monsters rank 11 to 13. Let's watch.
There are over 600 Xyz monsters, but you'd be surprised how few.
Excuse me, how many?
There are over 600
There is
Xyz.
600? I don't know, that it just sounds like a weird number to have. I don't know.
monsters, but you'd be surprised how few of them are rank 11 or higher. Still, in this video, we're going to go over the absolute best of these high ranks. And starting off at number 10, we have number C1000 Numeronius.
Oh, this is not even the... Wait, is it? Is this the one that makes you win that? Wait,
This is a rank 12 that's
this is
technically
not the
part
one.
of the Numeron archetype and needs 5 level 12 monsters as materials. And it can, once per turn, as a quick effect, Detach material to destroy a card on the field. Then at the end of the battle phase, you can destroy as many other monsters on the field as possible to special summon one monster from your opponent's graveyard in defense position.
How do you summon this thing? How do you summon this thing? There is no way you actually do this, right? There is like a way to cheese this, I'm pretty sure.
To top it off, if it's destroyed by an opponent's card effect while it has material and is sent to your graveyard, you can special summon one number IC1000 Numeronius Numeronia
Oh, that's
from
the
your
meme.
extra deck and attach this card to it as a material. Now, it's pretty hard to summon a rank 12 monster naturally. Getting just a couple of level 12s out isn't really something decks can do, with the usual way of reaching this pool being using a rank 8 engine and then ranking it up into number 84 Pain Gainer to then reach rank 11 and finally use a rank up spell. In this card's case, getting this card's material out is basically impossible, but bringing it out the normal way is somehow not that much easier. For Numeron, the way to reach it is even more convoluted. First, you go through the usual Numeron combo of using Numeron Network to copy Numeron Calling, and then summon 4 Numeron Gate Xyz monsters from your extra deck, and then use one of them to summon number C1 Numeron Chaos Gate Sunya, which will then proceed to banish itself and destroy all other gates on the field. On the next standby phase, Sunya will come back through its effect, and then you must find a way to destroy it on the field and use a second copy of Numeron Network.
What am I
to copy
listening to? What
Numeron
is
Chaos
this?
Ritual, which will now have all the conditions fulfilled to special summon Numerodius from the extra deck and give it 100,000 attack and defense. Now, this is all in theory. In practice, Numeron would rather use its streamlined OTK plan with the 4 gates to win the game, rather than committing to a play that needs this much setup. So while Numeronius and Numeronius Numeronia represent some of the most over-the-top Xyzs ever printed, they live on more in the realm of flashy combo showcases instead of normal gameplay.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. These are not real cards, these are memes. You only summon them to flex. And it has happened. Someone in one of the dual room streams that we had summoned this thing, and I found a way to not lose with that. I don't remember how it happened, but like, and everyone was flaming me for not letting the big thing like beat me.
And at number 9, we have number 84 Pain Gainer. This is a rank 11 Xyz with an alternate summon condition, where you can access.
No, I know they are real cards that exist, right? I know. What I'm saying is that they are not meant to be played. That's what I'm saying.
Summon this card by using a rank 8, 9, or 10 Dark Xyz monster you control with 2 or more Xyz materials as the XYZ materials for this card. This card gains defense equal to the combined ranks of all Xyz monsters you control times 200.
Okay.
And while this card has material, each time your opponent activates a spell or trap card, you can inflict 600 damage to your opponent immediately after it resolves. And also, once per turn, you can detach 1 Xyz material from this card to destroy all face-up monsters your opponent controls with defense less than or equal to this card's.
Is this meant to be like a watermelon? Or am I insane? Is this meant to look like watermelon? It doesn't look like watermelon.
It's easier to understand the uses of Pain Gainer if we consider it an honorary rank 8, 9, or 10 Xyz monster. That way, the number of decks that can summon this card increases by a lot. On Orcus, for example, Dingirsu, summoned by overlaying a Link monster, can use its effect to attach a banished machine and fulfill the conditions to summon this card. While this card can't scale with the number of Xyz on the field, increasing its defense, by itself it will have a respectable 2200 defense, just high enough to destroy a good amount of cards you are likely to see on your opponent's side of the field, but it's important to remember a glaring issue with this card. Since the effect to destroy monsters in fields checks their defensive monsters, it can't destroy Link monsters, since they don't have defense stats. On the other hand, the burn effect might seem underwhelming at first, only burning 600 and only on spell and trap effects. But for a short period, thanks to the time rules and events, having access to a card that can burn your opponent, even once, was very relevant for situations where games could be decided by whoever had the most life points at the end of the round clock. Though thankfully, the rules don't allow for this kind of scenario to exist anymore. Pain Gainer is what I consider to be a very okay card.
How is the, like, this is top 9? Is there so few cards if this is to be just okay?
Not strong enough to be the first thing to consider in a deck, but enough applications to keep being an option in multiple decks, from Horus to Tistina, and interacting with the defensive monsters is not something we see every day. And since making this card is basically free as long as you have extra space, it's bound to see at least some more play with time. Following it up at number 8, we have number 77, the Seven Sins.
Another Spire.
This is a rank 12 Dark Fiend with 4000 attack that can be summoned by overlaying 2 level 12 monsters, or by using a rank 10 or 11 Dark Xyz you control as a material. But if summoned this way, you cannot activate its effect this turn. The effect in question is that once per turn, you can detach 2 materials from this card to banish as many special summon monsters your opponent controls, and attach one of those banished monsters to it as a material. Also, if this card would be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can detach one of its materials instead. This card
I'm not a big fan of spiders. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, it's not meant to look like a watermelon, you're right. I don't know, it just looks kinda like that, like a fruit, like, I don't know.
Card is very similar to the previous entry on the spirit of being a decent inclusion in any deck with access to rank 8s to 10. In fact, these two are often paired together, since you can use your Pain Gainer as a material to summon this card. This way you can convert your used Xyz monsters into a 4000 attack beater for easier OTKs, or an inconvenient to remove monster that can threaten to banish the field if it survives. The reason why this card is ranked higher in this list is due to having some niche applications on other decks. For example, Labyrinth can have it as a target for Dogmatic Punishment.
Sorry, I just got a Labyrinth jump scare with this. It's like, what are we talking about? We're talking about ranks, we're talking about XCs, and then I get scared by a Labyrinth card.
Covering pretty much 99% of monsters in the game. Still, perhaps the most interesting application of this card is that it can be used as a huge Xyz rank ladder, starting on Wave King Caesar up to Divisor King Deus Machinax, then into Pain Gainer, and finally the Seven Sins, now with 5 materials. This lets you make the hugest Zeus with multiple uses of its field wipe effect. Seven Sins is another case of a card without a deck that always wants to have it, but that it can always find a place in different deck lists. In the near future, if we ever get a deck that ranks 12 monsters easily, this card is sure to be a staple there. And coming up at number 7, we have Raid Raptor Rising
Wait,
Rebellion.
actual good card now. Well, this is number 7? What a jump from an actual good card. It's a card that I hate, obviously, right? But I can see that how this is like one of the most important cards. It's like the boss monster, right, of Raid Raptors, which is kind of played in a way. It's not like competitively played, but yeah, it's up there. And or maybe it's me, maybe I'm biased because a lot of my viewers play Raid Raptors. Maybe that's part of it. I don't know. And rank 4 number 70. Oh yeah, I'm sure there is a lot of Spire cards. I don't know the name, but someone plays 2 number 1. Wait, you can guess what number 1 is? Okay, don't spoil me, chat. I'm curious. Let's see.
And Falcon. This card is a rank 13 Xyz with 4000 attack that takes 5 level 13 Wing Beast monsters as its materials. It's unaffected by other card effects, and on summon, lets you destroy as many cards your opponent controls as possible. Then, if it has 3 or more Raid Raptor Xyz monsters with different names under it, you also burn your opponent for the total attack of the destroyed monsters.
Oh, it's played because it's a competent starter decking Master Duel. Okay, that makes sense. That would make sense. I'm getting an opponent to summon him from Waking the Dragon. Yeah, I also seen it. I also seen that. It's so dumb when that happens. It's like, oh yeah, I'm winning. I'm beating like I don't know. Oh my god, what is the name? Like a Labyrinth player, and I just pop the card. I pop the set crap, and it's Waking the Dragon, and then out of nowhere I have to deal with a Rising Rebellion Falcon.
Finally, once per turn, you can detach 3 materials from this card to target a Raid Raptor in your graveyard and gain that monster's effects until the end phase. First, we have to highlight something important. It's impossible to Xyz summon this monster the normal way. Monsters in Yu-Gi-Oh! Have only been printed up to level 12 so far, so to summon it, you need to go through one of the Raid Raptor rank up spells.
Yeah, I just realized 5 level 13 Wing Beast monsters. That is so funny. Is Star Wars good against meta? I don't know. I actually don't know. It depends. I guess, in each tower. But they are not played, right? In the meta currently, at least in Master Duel. I don't know about TCG, but in Master Duel, I don't see many towers being part of us, like the top decks. I don't think so. I don't think so.
One of them was released alongside this card is Rise Rank Up Magic Raid Raptor's Force. This card can target 2 or more Raid Raptor Xyz monsters you control and or in your graveyard. Then special summon 1 Raid Raptor Xyz monster from your extra deck with a rank equal to their combined ranks and attach the targets to the new Xyz. Another option the deck has is cheating it out through the graveyard with the effect of Raid Raptor Arsenal Falcon. With this card being the second Towers monster for the archetype, it's impossible not to compare it to its predecessor, Raid Raptor Ultimate Falcon.
Yeah.
While that monster is a bit easier to summon and has a powerful floodgate effect that can protect the rest of your plays after it hits the field, Rebellion Falcon is a much more explosive card, especially going second. It combines the protection of a Towers monster with a powerful board wipe on summon, and a potentially stronger and less conditional burn effect compared to Ultimate Falcon's 1000 damage during the end phase. We can also talk about how the effect of copying your graveyard Xyz monsters with Rebellion Falcon is extremely flexible. Through your other Raptors, you can search more cards and gain more attack by copying Raid Raptor Blaze Falcon, or summoning any Wing Beast monster in your deck, copying Raid Raptor Arsenal Falcon. That being said, this doesn't mean there's no place for both monsters in the deck. The ability to stop your opponent from using card effects with Ultimate Falcon can be extremely relevant in certain situations. But Rebellion Falcon is a much more explosive and game-ending card when it hits the field, and its combination of effects makes it worthy of being one of the 2 rank 13 monsters to currently exist in the game.
There's only 2 is crazy. How is there only 2? Why is it a Raid Raptor? Why is it a Raid Raptor? One would expect it to be like, if it's gonna be from the anime, right? It has to be something from the protagonists. Or like the main rival. I don't know. It's so weird.
And at number 6, we have Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon Juggernaut Libe. This card is a rank 11 Earth Machine with 4000 attack and defense, and can be summoned by overlaying 3 level 11 monsters, or using 1 rank 10 Machine Xyz monster you control as a material.
Oh, this is like what you overlay on another tank, right? I've never realized that it was a level 11. Oh. Yeah, I know that the thing that they do is ranking up, so I guess if you put it like that, makes sense. You know, I've never seen Raid Raptors. They put out 3 towers before, just Ultimate and Rising Rebellion, just those 2. They also put like 2 Rebellion Falcon. they put like 2 Rising Rebellions and 1 Ultimate. I feel like that's what I've seen.
With its effect, once per turn you can detach 1 material from this card to gain 2000 attack and defense. But for the rest of the turn, you can only declare attacks with this card. To counterbalance its restriction, it can attack monsters multiple times during each battle phase, up to the number of materials it has plus 1. Libe is a very straightforward card. It's simply a massive monster designed to run over boards and OTK your opponent. As usual for this list, you are almost always using its alternate summoning condition to bring it out. With that in
Someone ranking up to Zeus, that's so funny.
mind, the most common partner for Libe is Gustav Max,
Yeah.
a generic rank 10 machine that can detach 1 material to deal 2000 damage to your opponent. With this combo, you can easily see the plan. Overlay 2 level 10 monsters for Gustav Max to deal 2000 burn damage, then overlay into a 6000 attack Libe that can attack 2 or 3 times depending on how many materials were used. Being essentially a generic rank 10 OTK option has made Libe viable in a variety of decks. It is seen play in Eldritch, Flunderees, and even Ryuge as
Jesus Christ. Wow, this is so evil, right? Wow.
a way to end grindy matches. However, the real home for this card is Earth Machine.
Yeah.
This deck can summon level 10 monsters extremely easy through cards like Urgent Schedule, and it has additional synergy with Xyz monsters through cards like Heavy Fright Train Dairy Crane. While Earth Machine isn't technically a single archetype, it constantly receives new support anyway, and it's hard to beat Libe as a way to close out games. And at number 5, we have number 93, Utopia Kaiser.
I've never seen this. What?
This is a rank 12 light warrior with 2500 attack that can only be special summoned by using 2 or more number Xyz monsters with the same rank that have materials attached. Once per turn, you can special summon number monsters with rank 9 or lower and 3000 or less attack from your extra deck with different ranks from each other, up to the number of materials with different names attached to this card. Their effects are negated. Then you detach one material from this card. If you resolve this effect, for the rest of the turn, you can't special summon monsters, and any battle damage your opponent takes becomes halved. It also cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects while you control another number Xyz monster. The summon condition for this card sounds more complicated than it actually is. In practice, you can think of it as requiring 4 materials of the same level, something easily accomplished through cards like Zubababa Knight and Dododo Warrior, or using the effect of Utopia Double to cheat it out. On field, Kaiser may seem restrictive because of its special summon limitations, but that's not quite the case. The decks that can facilitate this card the most are the Zubababa and Friends strategies. In those decks, you have access to Zaxel Construction, which can search any rank-up magic spell. This allows you to get one of the quick play rank-up spells to transform your negated number monsters into stronger boss monsters. A great example is using Kaiser to summon number 11 Big Eye. Then, during the opponent's turn, ranking it up with Phantom Knight's rank-up magic launch into Duo Don Kali Yuga, a monster.
I hate this, dude. I hate this card so much. No way. What are we doing?
Whose Xyz summon effect prevents other cards from activating and negates all other effects on the field, effectively locking the opponent out of the game. It's easy to look at Kaiser and think it's an impractical way of cheating out Xyz monsters, but with more and more automat cards being released and rank up spells becoming easier to access through Zexal Construction and Astraltopia, there's definitely room to explore this card further. Following it up at number 4, we have number 99, Utopia Dragonar.
Another Utopia? Wait. Interesting.
This card is a rank 12 light warrior with 3000 attack and defense.
No, don't bring those cards to the duel room, dude. Don't do that. Why would you do that?
That requires 3 or more level 12 monsters as materials. With this card, you can, as a quick effect, detach 2 materials to special summon one number monster from your extra deck that has a number between 1 and 100 in its name. This is treated as a proper Xyz summon. During the turn you activate the effect, other monsters you control cannot attack directly, and you cannot special summon from the extra deck except Xyz monsters. Also, when your opponent declares an attack, you can change that monster's attack to 0. Despite being rank 12, in a deck that primarily focuses on rank 4 monsters, Dragonar is surprisingly easy to summon.
Really?
With any 2 level 4 monsters, you can Xyz summon number 39 Utopia Double. Then use its effect to search Double or Nothing, and then special summon a Utopia monster to bring it out. You can also play
What is the effect of Double or Nothing?
the effect to search Double or Nothing.
When a monster attack is negated, target that monster. You can make a second attack with the battlefield. Wait, what? What?
You can Xyz summon number 39 Utopia Double. Then use its effect to search Double or Nothing, and then special summon a Utopia monster to bring it out. You can also play ZS Ascended Sage, which gives any rank 4 you make with its ability to search hyper rank up magic
Because Utopia negates its own attack? Okay.
Utopia Force. And you can search ZS Ascended Sage itself with ZS Utopic Sage, making the line incredibly consistent. Because Dragonar can summon any number monster and its Chaos variants, there are a huge number of options available. You can summon negates from the same archetype like Ultimate Leo Utopia Ray, funny floodgates like number 4 Stealth Kraken, or annoying ones like Baguska. However, the most common targets are
The Sensor Baguska.
Galaxy Eyes Photon Lord, which provides a monster negate, and Hope Harbinger Dragon Titanic Galaxy, a powerful spell card negate. Since Dragonar can activate its effect as a quick effect, if you have enough materials, something easily achievable with alternative summon conditions from cards like Utopia Prime, you can even bring out multiple monsters in a single turn. The combination of a diverse pool of monsters it can summon, and a deck that can consistently bring it out in automats, makes Dragonar one of the strongest options for summoning number monsters in general. And at number 3, we have Super Quantal Mech King Great Magnus.
This is the card that I think I hate the most. This is so hard to out under the circumstances. I hate it. I still remember that game. I don't know why. It just haunts my dreams. The Power Ranger cards, yeah.
This is a rank 12 light machine with 3600 attack, which gains effects depending on the number of materials with different names attached to it. With 2 materials, once per turn during the main phase, you can detach 1 material to shuffle a card on the field into the deck. With 4 or more, it becomes unaffected by card effects except super quant cards. With 6 or more, your opponent cannot add cards from their deck to their hand by card effects. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can also special summon 3 Super Quantal Mech Beast Xyz monsters with different names from your grave. As the name suggests, Great Magnus is the centerpiece of the Super Quantal archetype. To summon it, the deck must go through 3 of its smaller Xyz monsters, and then use the second effect of the field spell, Super Quantal Mech Ship Magnet Carrier, to summon 3 Super Quantal Mech Beast monsters onto the field or in the graveyard, and then special summon Great Magnus, attaching those monsters to it as materials. With the other effect on field, you can discard a card to target a main deck Super Quantal monster, and then immediately summon the corresponding Xyz monster of the same attribute on top of it.
Well, obviously, this card by itself is extremely good, but it's like super hard to summon, right? That's why it's balanced and no one plays it.
As long as you have 3 Super Quantals of different attributes on the field, and the field...
Well, people are playing now this in K9 Vanquish Soul. It's a UR, that's why I haven't crafted it. But yeah, I probably will play this at some point.
Spell Magnet Carrier, you can combine these effects to bring out Great Magnus. This exact combination of effects can be extremely crippling for many decks. Preventing your opponent from adding cards from their deck to their hand is an effect seen only on a handful of cards, many of which have been banned or restricted in the past. When you consider that drawing cards also counts as adding cards from the deck to the hand, this effect even stops things like Pot of Desires or Upstart Goblin. Putting such an effect on a monster that is also nearly immune to card effects and can shuffle cards back into the deck makes it incredibly difficult to deal with unless you stop it before it hits the field.
Wait, what are you talking about? What do you mean Power Rangers use 2 to 5 Mega Swords? This is the Mega Sword, like, this is 3 of them, right? This is 3 swords into 1 Mega Sword? Is that what you mean? I don't know.
Or open a natural out to a tower's monster like a
Yeah, I don't run kaijus. This is my bad for not running
Kaiju.
kaijus.
Magnus is a perfect example of a very powerful boss monster being held back only by the relative strength of its archetype. And at number 2, we have Super Star Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis. This is a rank 12
Wait, is the number 1 Zeus? Really?
Dark Fiend with 2900 attack and defense. To summon it, if your opponent special summoned 2 or more monsters from their extra deck this turn or the previous turn, you can XC summon this card by using the monster you control with the highest attack as material. While this XC summoned card is on the field, neither player can activate the effects of monsters with 3000 or more attack. Once per turn, you can also detach 1 material to return a monster from the field to the hand. Typhon is one of the most interesting going second cards released in recent years. Its summoning condition is extremely easy to fulfill, and has appeared in a wide variety of decks since its release in 2023. It can turn a simple normal summon into a powerful floodgate capable of disabling boss monsters like Baron de Fleur, or stopping the quick effect of Expelliarmus Noir if it's reached 3000 attack.
This is such a funny card. I really like Typhon. It's such a, I don't know, people clown on Typhon. They say like, oh yeah, it's the auto lose card. You put this, yeah, whatever. I don't care. This is a really good card. And I have won so many matches just because of Typhon. Like, crafting Typhon was the best thing ever. And it's probably one of my best cards that I have like in paper. So good.
More recently, it's also seen interesting applications in K9 Vanquish Soul. If you open K9 Lupus or send it to the graveyard with a Zuna, you can summon Typhon during your opponent's turn.
That jump scare of that disc notification is so loud, dude. Hello, Silva. Thank you for the Discord alert.
If they special summon 2 more monsters from the extra deck. This creates a flood.
You know what's the funny thing? Like, if you have something else on the board that has more attack than Lupus, you cannot go into Typhon. Because you only can do it with your, like, strongest guy. Right? So sometimes it doesn't work. And you have to be careful with that.
Your opponent's turn, if they special summon 2 more monsters from the extra deck. This creates a floodgate against any monster with 3000 or more attack, that is also protected from targeting thanks to Lupus. Then, since Typhon's restriction only lasts until the end of the turn, if your opponent fails to remove it and you start your next turn by transferring it into an untargetable Zeus and completely wiping your opponent's board. The ability to convert almost any monster going second into a 2900 attack floodgate that can also bounce a card back to the hand makes Typhon an incredibly powerful toolbox card that can fit into pretty much any deck. And finally, at number 1,
Zeus.
we have Divine Arsenal AA Zeus Sky Thunder. This is a rank 12 light machine with 3000 attack that has an alternative summoning condition. If an Xyz monster is battled this turn,
Is that true? Lupus has to be the material. No, that's what I'm saying. If Lupus is your, like, you have a 3000 attack monster on the field, and then you have Lupus in there, you cannot go into Zeus because Lupus is your monster. It's not your monster with more attack on the field. That's what I'm saying. So you cannot turn Lupus into I'm going to test it. Wait, really? You don't believe me? That's crazy. Yeah, because Lupus has to be 2 conditions have to be met, right? Lupus, it has to contain Lupus, but also Lupus has to be the monster with the most attack on the on your side of the field. So you cannot do that. Yeah.
you can Xyz summon this card by using one Xyz monster you control as a material. On the field, it can, as a quick effect, detach 2 materials to send all other cards on the field to the graveyard. Also, once per turn, if another card you control is destroyed by battle or an opponent's card effect, you can attach any card from your hand, deck, or extra deck to this card as a material. Zeus is perhaps the most modern poster child of an Xyz monster.
The most modern poster child of an Xyz monster? I guess. I mean, it's splashable in everything, but yeah. I feel like Typhon gets used way more than Zeus. I feel like Typhon is more of a staple than Zeus. But this is the one that uses the Xyz mechanics more, I guess, because it like uses, it plays with the materials and stuff. And this is played in Xyz cards. Old poster child was Gaga Gaga Cowboy? Really? I always assumed that poster child was Utopia. Utopia was the main guy, right? He's the guy.
Deck has any ability to put 2 monsters of the same level on the field, it immediately becomes a card worth considering. The condition of an Xyz monster battling is extremely easy to fulfill, and an important detail is that the card only says an Xyz monster must have battled that turn.
Yeah, you can be your opponent's one. It can be your opponent's. It doesn't have to be yours.
That means if you crash one of your monsters into an Xyz monster your opponent controls, you can transform any Xyz you control during the main phase 2 into a Zeus. Another key detail is that Zeus's board wipe effect is not once per turn. Because of this, monsters that can be Xyz summoned using other Xyz monsters as materials can give it multiple activations. For example, any deck that can make a rank 3 or lower monster.
Was this video made before or after Detonator? I don't know if Zeus is the most influential Xyz monster ever. This video came out yesterday, I think, no, 6 days ago, okay? This is a video obviously about the rank 11 to 13, but I get what you're saying, right? Like Detonator being, but Detonator is not, what is the word? No, I get what you mean. I'm saying Utopia, right? Utopia is also rank 4, but what I'm saying is like, Detonator is not, what is the word? What is the word? You cannot summon it with everything. It requires Rise Seal, right? Detonator requires that Rise Seals monsters, while Zeus can be summoning anything. The one that doesn't require Rise Seals, generic, right? Generic materials, is Duo Drive, the one that doesn't require Rise Seals. Duo Drive is generic, but you only play that with Xyz. While Zeus and Typhon, you can put it in everything that plays well, Typhon you can put it in anything, and Zeus you can only play it in Xyz decks, right? Right? I think, or decks that play like at least one. I don't know.
Can overlay to a Downward Magician and then summon Zeus with an extra material, giving it an additional board wipe with 4 materials. Having multiple activations forces the opponent to have multiple negates ready or risk their entire board. The threat of 2 monsters of the same level in the field going second might not sound like much, until you consider the surprisingly defensive options available.
Having 2 monsters of the same level on the field is terrifying just because of Zeus. You know that when I when I go into from Ray to a 0 and then 0 into Ray and Rose, I have 2 monsters on the same level. Oh, scary. That can turn into a Zeus. That's so scary.
For example, Sprite decks can use number 2 Ninja Shadow Mosquito, a rank 2 monster that can't be destroyed by battle, to safely crash into anything on the board. Rank 4 decks can use Light Dragon at Ignister, which cannot be destroyed by card effects. Rank 3 decks have Fortune Tune, which has both targeting and battle protection. Rank 5s have Tiaras, Keeper of Genesis, but the most extreme example of a deck abusing Zeus is definitely Zodiac.
Oh yeah.
In that deck, any single Zodiac monster can become a full Xyz ladder. You can summon multiple Zodiac Xyz monsters stacking materials until you have a 5 material Zodiac Borbo, which can then attack directly and become a 6 material Zeus. Zeus is one of those cards that permanently change the way players think about the game. Just like how Gores changed the way players attacked, or how Mech Knights made people think about columns, Zeus is a card that can make anyone fear for their board simply by seeing 2 monsters of the same level appear.
I don't know about that one, but yeah, I understand. I feel like it's not that common. Zeus is not that common, right? I feel like I don't see it that much. Even like right now that there's like very strong Xyz. Like, I don't see Zeus that much. No way. Imagine turning Ray Rose into Rysil Duo Drive. That's what I don't know if you saw that I was playing in Zeus ships because I played with Sky Striker. What I just didn't use them to, like, I attack with my Zeus ship, right? I attack with a Zeus ship, but I also I have Ray and Rose there, just to then go into Zodiacs and then have a Typhon at the end just for the memes. It's so funny. It's so funny. Anyways, it's definitely staple. Totally. Really cool video. I honestly, at the start of the video, I completely forgot about Typhon and Zeus because they are very generic, right? Compared to the other ones. I mean, I know the other ones are also kind of generic. They are generic, but they are not as generic as these ones. I don't know. What am I saying? Chat, tell me why I'm wrong. And tell me, for you, what is the most influential Xyz monster in the chat? For me, I always assume Utopia was the guy. Like, when I think Xyz monster, the first thing that pops into my mind is Utopia. Utopia is John Xyz. Utopia is John Xyz. I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, let me know. All right, chat. Last video. We were gonna watch other ones, but like we're already like almost at 5 hours here. So let's test the audio.
Hello everyone, it's Dylan from Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything, and welcome back to another Yu-Gi-Oh! Video. So I've done a lot of weird...
Wind up. Interesting. Zodiac Trident. That's correct. Shockmaster! You're right. No, I feel like Shockmaster is like also the guy. Yeah. I mean, it's because he got banned that people don't think about it, I guess, as much anymore. But yeah, at the time, definitely it was John Xyz. Shockmaster. Yeah, Exiton Knight. I don't know about Exiton Knight, but yeah, I can see it too. I can see it as an option. Shockmaster was a beast, totally. Oh yeah, Dual Logs has a Pokemon YouTube channel too. Wait, really? I had no idea. I will look it up later. Alright. The one who logs your opponent from playing? Yes, it logs your opponent from using a certain type of card. Hey, hello cat, welcome. Yo, you still streaming? No, I'm actually stop. I'm just kidding. Yes, I'm still streaming. This is the last video from today. So let's start. Just as I went, the dogs weren't barking and they just start now. Always the same thing. Always the same thing. Always the dogs have to bark when I'm doing things. When I'm doing things. Let me check something really quick. All right. All right. All right. All right. Don't mind me. Are they your dogs or wild dog? Wild. There is like a street outside, like where people like to walk their dogs. And yeah, there is always people that walk their dogs outside. So when a dog sees another dog from the other side of the street, they start barking at each other. I don't have any dogs. I don't have any pets. Right now, I'm living by myself. I'm just a little guy. So yeah, I miss my sister, Chad. I miss the week that I was living with my sister. She's so nice, dude. I don't miss living with my brother though. I don't know. I don't miss living with my brother. I feel like it's because like with my brother, I was living for like years, while just like one week with my sister was like, oh, it's after living alone for so long. I was, oh, that's real. That was really like nice having like someone like so to show memes. Hey, look at this. I don't know what I'm saying. Oh, I see. The domesticated dogs are not strays. Yeah, exactly. All right, anyways, I don't know what I'm saying. Which Yu-Gi-Oh anime has the most non-duel episodes? Let's watch.
Hello, everyone. It's Dylan.
Sorry, I'm just gonna say it's Duel Monsters. I don't know what we're doing.
Dylan from Yu-Gi-Oh! Everything, and welcome back to another Yu-Gi-Oh! Video. So I've done a lot of weird lists in the past where we kind of look at Yu-Gi-Oh! Shows from an analytical perspective. You know, most duels won, most losses of all time, most duels in a show, things like that. And in today's video, I went through every single Yu-Gi-Oh! Episode, and I have constructed a list of which Yu-Gi-Oh! Shows have the most non-duel episodes. Obviously, duels are the crux of a Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. Duels and the characters are what makes a Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. And having a non-duel episode gives the viewer a chance to interact with the cast a little more in ways that we don't get to through duels.
I feel like I cannot name like non-duel episodes outside of Duel Monsters, like right now. Like I cannot think of anything. I really cannot think of anything that is not like from. I'm trying to think from GX. I'm sure there was, but in GX there were probably like so few that I cannot. I mean, there's recap episodes in the 4th season. Like the first, I think it's the first episode of the 4th season. There is one episode where they just recap duels. I think of that one, and then the next one after that, I think.
Sometimes they are really good plot building episodes. Other times they are simply recap and filler episodes that don't really serve an overall purpose. So starting from the least to the top, we are going to go over which shows have the most non-duel episodes, and please leave your predictions down below. I
don't know. I have no idea.
Number 7, Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s with 5 non-duel episodes. So this isn't really too surprising. I kind of expected 7s to have the least amount of non-duel episodes. The reason for this is Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s is about 30 episodes shorter than Vrains, and about 60 episodes shorter than 5D's Excellent Arc 5, and it's literally not even 50% of the amount of episodes that Duel Monsters has. Basically,
okay, it's because it just has less episodes, so I guess we will see. I don't know. Something tells me that Brains has a lot of non-duels episodes. I don't know.
Basically what I'm saying is Sevens had the lowest amount of Yu-Gi-Oh episodes, and so if there's a low amount of episodes in comparison to the other shows, there's obviously going to be less non-duel episodes. Still, I thought it would be a little more than 5, but Yu-Gi-Oh! Sevens does come in 7th place here, which is pretty cool. Number 6 is Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, which has only 6 non-duel episodes.
This is huge. That means that GX is the... well, of course it is, right? It's the one that has the most, or rather, the lowest percentage of non-duel episodes, because this is the one that has the most episodes. The second one, I don't know what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
This is probably one of the more crazy stats in regards to this list. Yu-Gi-Oh!
Really?
GX had 180 episodes, and to think that it has the second least amount of non-duel episodes just shows how many duels there were in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. And Yu-Gi-Oh! GX will always be the Yu-Gi-Oh! show that had the most amount of pointless duels. If you look back on that first season, really the first 2 seasons, there are so many characters that show up for one episode, lose to Judai, and then go away and serve no purpose to the show whatsoever outside of the episode that they are in.
Remember Lorenzo? Remember Lorenzo, chat? That was such a cool character. Bada bean.
And the fact that this show only has 6 non-duel episodes and 174 of the episodes contain duels really is a bit alarming, and probably this show could have used some more non-duel episodes to just focus on some of the characters that were not Judai and maybe slow the pace of the show down, which seemed to be a little bit all over the place in those first 2 seasons.
I'm glad that you remember Pyronova, the BES guy. Yeah, that guy.
We have 2 shows tied for 4th, Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds and Yu-Gi-Oh!
expecting that.
Zexal, which both had 9 non-duel episodes. I feel like this is probably a happy medium. A show that has 150-ish episodes gets about 10 non-duel episodes. That feels right. And while a few of these were your traditional clip shows and recaps, there were a good mixture of non-duel episodes in these 2 shows that allowed the plot to develop, allowed us to get storylines outside of dueling, and allowed us to just take a break from, at times, what seemed like a constant flurry of duels. I feel like these 2 shows are definitely in that happy medium range.
Okay, I know this is gonna come like a surprise from... I haven't watched like 5Ds, right? Who is this guy? It's even covered by the chat. Wait, hold on. Who is this guy? I've never seen that guy. Who is that guy? It's like those... Have you seen that meme from The Simpsons? Where it's like a naked guy in there with a family, and he's like, who is that guy? I've never seen that. It looks like it's Photoshop. It's Photoshop there. Like, who? What? The guy in the... Yeah, this guy. Like, yeah, on the right. Yes, on the right. I've never seen that guy in anything. It's like Photoshopped in, right? It's like it's from a different series or something. I don't know.
Of duels. I feel like these 2 shows are definitely in that happy medium range.
Sorry, I know someone is gonna say, what are you talking about? That's my favorite character in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! What are you saying? How do you not know him? You know the Photoshop guy? It would be so fun if it does actually Photoshop. Oh my god, I will cry, dude. I will cry, dude. I swear.
And I don't really have too much more to say about either of them. Number 3, Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5, 12 non-duel episodes. So again, this is a little more than 5Ds and Zexal, but it's not a concerning amount. And I look at Arc 5, 5Ds, and Zexal as kind of the benchmark for a lot of these stat compilations, because they were the shows that lasted 3 years. You know, Duel Monsters was 4, GX was 3.5, and so I feel like they're the easiest shows to compare. And Arc 5 had a crazy plot. There was a lot that was going on early in the show, really all the way through the end. So I think Arc 5 having some more non-duel episodes to kind of let the viewers relax, especially early on when we were learning about the U-Boys and the Bracelet Girls. I mean, the first arc of Arc 5, really the first season, I should say, was so good. And so I think the mixture of non-duel episodes and maybe having a little more than 5Ds and Zexal, given how intense the plot was from the get-go with Arc 5.
Oh, that's what I heard. It's a lot of plot. The plot is very important, almost as the other one. What is it called? Duel Monsters. Chad, you know what? I used to think that I used to consider Yu-Gi-Oh like a shonen in the same sense of sports anime. I don't know if you are into sports anime, Chad. I don't know. Like one of my favorite ones is Haikyuu, for example. Like Haikyuu, if we do a video like this for Haikyuu, it's like, wait, most episodes don't have any volleyball. I feel like we most seasons. Well, maybe I don't know if most seasons. Wow, somebody's gonna say, oh, actually, in the third season, is the whole season is just one match, right? But I feel like there is not that much because they focus too much in the characters. But I feel like in Yu-Gi-Oh, there is a lot of duel that pointless. I don't know if people will like it more if they focus more on the storylines for the characters. Is that a thing that you care about? I guess like most people here are probably fans of the anime to a certain extent. I don't know. Let me know about that in the comments. If you think like Yu-Gi-Oh needs more, should focus more on the story or more on the duels. Because a different thing is that sometimes the storylines feel like disconnected from the other ones. Like season 1 is just one story, and then you go to season 2 and it's the same characters, but like this new antagonist has nothing to do with the previous one. And like that. Maybe I'm mistaken, but that's what I've seen. That's how I've been perceiving it. So maybe it would be cool if they focus more on the stories and less on the duels. Or maybe they just get rid completely of the story and they just have duels. I don't know.
Makes sense. Number 2, Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains with 17 non-duel episodes.
Dude, that's huge. That's a huge number. I think sports anime analogy is a good way to approach Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. A good mixture of both, but I like the duel focus. I see it. I can see it. I feel like the focus on the duels makes sense when you're really into the game. But I feel like in a different way of seeing it is like, if I care more about the characters because they're character focused episodes, then I care also more about the duels. But who knows?
So while Yu-Gi-Oh! GX is on one extreme with only having 6 non-duel episodes, Vrains had 17, almost triple the amount of episodes without a duel that GX had, and Vrains had 60 episodes less than Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains only had 120 episodes, and 17 of them did not contain a duel. A few reasons for this, and one of the obvious was the production issues that plagued the show.
Oh, it's because of the recaps?
I'm not even talking about the recaps. Obviously, the recaps in episodes 13, 21, 29, and 38 were bad, but episodes 1, 3, 6, and 8 also had no duels. Like, it's crazy. There were 8 non-duel episodes in the first 38 episodes of Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains, which for a Yu-Gi-Oh! Show is almost unheard of. I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains had almost as many non-dueling episodes in its first 38 total episodes as 5Ds and Zexal did in the entire show, and it had more than Yu-Gi-Oh! GX did in its entire show. So the non-duel episodes definitely got a little better as it went on, but I think a mixture of Vrains being a tough show to script duels for, as some of the people who worked on Vrains came out and stated, and the production issues that plagued Studio Gallop early on definitely lead to this number being inflated in comparison to the other spin-offs. And number 1 is Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters with 32 non-duel episodes. Now, I know I just kind of, poked fun at Vrains for having a lot of non-duel episodes, and Duel Monsters balloons almost double up to 32, but you have to remember that Egypt is a massive reason for why this number is so high. Actually, the Egypt arc has 16 of the 32 non-dueling episodes, and Duel Monsters literally had an arc dedicated to just Yugi and Bakura basically playing like a tabletop simulator while the characters were in Egypt and were actually fighting in the real world, essentially, or in the past, outside of dueling. Besides Yugi versus Yami Bakura, there were no traditional duels that happened in Egypt, and so that is the reason that Duel Monsters, by far, has the most non-duel episodes. We also have one other show that is currently going on, and as of episode 6, Yu-Gi-Oh! Go Rush.
How it slided, it looks so cursed for some reason.
Would actually be 4th. Yu-Gi-Oh! Go Rush currently has 11 non-duel episodes, and by the time this show is over, it has a chance to surpass Vrains for the most non-duel episodes that any Yu-Gi-Oh! Spin-off has ever had. It's crazy. It's already more than double Yu-Gi-Oh! 7's, and we still probably have about 40 episodes left of Yu-Gi-Oh! Go Rush. And a lot of these episodes, I don't think there's even been a single recap. A lot of them have just been kind of goofy, fun episodes, some of them better than others. Like there's one kind of training montage with Udius and Yuhi in the first arc that is kind of a brutal, I would say it's probably one of the worst episodes. So even though there are more non-duel episodes here, it doesn't necessarily mean they've all been good. I would argue that a good amount of them have been forgettable, honestly. But it is crazy that Go Rush is probably going to give Reigns a run for its money when it comes to non-duel episodes.
Nice.
And there you have it, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Shows with the most non-dueling episodes of all time. Why did I compile a list like this? I think it's fun. I think
it's fun. I like
lists
it.
like this where you can compare all the Yu-Gi-Oh! Shows to each other is really, really fun. And the fact that GX is so low and Vrains is so high, even though GX had 1.5 times the amount of episodes that Vrains did, I think tells a story in of itself. And whether you think non-dueling episodes are a waste of time because you're really only in it for the duels in the card game, or whether you think having most of your episodes just being dedicated to duels robs us from character development and maybe better pacing and plot carrying on outside of duels, that's definitely up for debate. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this and what you kind of make of non-dueling episodes and if there's a correlation or not to your enjoyment of a show down below in the comments. Thank you all so much for watching. A special thank you to my
Thank you, Patreons. Very, very, very cool video. Very, very good numbers. As always, very interesting. It's always nice to analyze. Not analyze, just count. Just observe the numbers, and the numbers by themselves are so fun. This is more like this video makes me wonder what the Yu-Gi-Oh! Series could be. I feel like they do I have a point of reference? If I think about this as a regular battle shonen, like let's say something that everyone knows, Jujutsu Kaisen. I don't know. Do we want to make like something like that in Jujutsu Kaisen? How many episodes don't have like fights? I feel like every episode has some kind of fight or like no, actually no. Let me think. What am I talking about Jujutsu Kaisen? I don't know. I feel like they like since I feel like that the fights are like take less time. They are more flashy and take less time, so you can focus more on the characters. While in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Series, you go into a fight with a random character and it takes most of the episode. Like the setup, like what these people are dueling, is so short. It's so short, and the duel takes most of the episode, and then that doesn't matter at the end of the day. It's just cool to see cool Yu-Gi-Oh! But sometimes it's not even cool Yu-Gi-Oh! Cool card games. Yeah, let me know about that. What do you think the Yu-Gi-Oh! Should focus on? I feel like the stories, I need to experience the stories properly. I didn't like the stories that much in GX when there is like the you know, the darkness and this guy who wants to brainwash everyone. And what was the other one? Oh yeah, Jubel wants to fuse everyone. Like world-ending events. I don't like that much. I wish we could go into just tournament, right? And people caring about the game itself. But what do I know? I'm just a silly little guy on the internet pretending to be an anime boy. So yeah, let me know. Alright, I feel like I went into something there for absolutely no reason. Unprompted, I'm just like complaining about things that I don't really know about. So yeah, chat, we're gonna have a replay review on Thursday, and on Friday we are gonna react to more videos. To more videos, so hopefully I will see you there. We're gonna watch. Oh, you know what we're gonna watch? We're gonna watch a bridge. We're gonna watch the bridge, Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge on Friday. So yeah, if you like Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge, we're gonna probably watch like at least 5 episodes or something. We're gonna try to watch it in batches. So huge. Yeah, I haven't watched it since it was coming out. When I'm gonna tell you the story about it, but yeah, for those who care right now, I will tell you. I used to watch. I think I started watching during the Duelist Kingdom. At some point, I started watching on YouTube, and then I kept watching until around the filler after. No, I don't know if it's filler, but like I stopped watching like right after during the Rebecca episodes. I think it's one episode. I don't remember if I watched the Johnny Step episode of the bridge. I stopped watching then. And then I haven't touched it since then. So yeah, it's gonna be a rewatch. I've never rewatched. I watched the Dragon Ball bridge like different times. I watch it different times. Like I watch it at least like on like full on like 3 times, but Yu-Gi-Oh! I haven't. So it would be a cool way to see like after so many years. So yeah, I will see you then. All right, bye bye everyone. Bye 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 bye.